success regardless. And they're going to get shot out by PL as he's been able to survive through the majority of this game. So that's a nice little start. Getting destroyed. Gets himself Himas. Can he get himself all three? He said the story. Yes, he gets it. What a recovery.
On fire. I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. Drapkin coming into. Oh, look at that.
Trying to go for the res regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course, with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to wrap on down as Snake has continued.
To an extent, a split, and then you have all of that.
Time to send it, see what you can get, and look at this. Everybody's taking shots.
Yeah, that shift was pretty rough for Falcons there. But
P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12
Better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock on to him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent.
Be consolidated with likes of Falcons, Gen.G and Fury have to go, but Falcons already stretching their way out. SDG get caught not just once but twice.
where these guys are, they're going to have to leave that spot eventually. And another knock coming in, big nade, and now Penta is just going to crash in, and that is pretty much academic. Duel will take a...
He gets himself one. LFP stands in the open, but he's shut down by Hot and Spicy. It's a 3 versus 1 now. Make it 3v none.
For a team like New Gen All-Stars that are sitting up at the top.
Yeah, oh, that's a great shot from Gladiator. Now he's got Enzedo to deal with. There's a pig battle. Do not get the headshot multiplier. So this fight really works in favor of X10. Big nade launched on the edge, and it does a ton of splash damage to 2. That's a focus on to X10. X10 lose 2 in the blink of an eye. Mars is going huge on the opposite side for his team. Mars steps around, he gets another one. Is he going to get all 4?
Safe until suddenly it's not. Here comes the speaking of it's safe until it's not. Oh my God! Basically injected and a little bit of this hillside cliff that drops down over into the, I guess, the center and the west of what we're watching. K-Mine though.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Kickstart being the aggro one here. Tiggleton being that anchor man, playing a little bit further back. Has that shield to play around. Kickstart taking that bulldog roll, getting in there, waiting to hear some footsteps. Clausera gets knocked very low. Has to be careful. Santahiro Kicks going to spot him out. It's just playing around the smokes right now and the shields.
So close, Clausera trying to make a hero play. Santi at range, spots out Kickstart, gets damaged. Blue Zone's gonna be able to provide some resistance, but it's gonna be a counter on the inside. It's a 1v1. Tig low on life, Santi on the other, but Tig has a shield, and Santi only has a bush.
Liquid able to get everybody back on their feet once again. Joshy does get that revive, but how long can they stay alive here as Luke 12 and Alo will try to make the push in. Joshy holds the line, gets one, gets two. Joshy holding it down for pest control. Most little divot here, the little pond, and all of these teams coming from the south are about to come into their line of sight if they don't kill each other first. Rock, though, continuing to make a life hell here for last breath. The Panzerfaust doesn't even get to get used as Fantastico is finding knocks after knocks.
This is where Rock can thrive over here, last breath, trying to do anything they can to stall out, and they just can't find it. Fantastico goes for a great peek. He's not done yet. Peeks on the other side of it. Wolves, high ground, trying to exploit it onto the Toyo side, knowing that they're going to have to move into a much more open area. But remember, Toyo has been hunkered down for a while. Probably has a ton of utility, a ton of throwables to be going for, but H1 and the boys just landed it right on top of Toyo.
Oh!
They get bounced right into the other nade. Blue zone just chunking.
Oh my goodness, what utility from Wolves, and another one gonna bounce right off of Soul's knee as he tries to make the mad run into the zone, finds a little bit of cover, but 12 kills now for Copenhagen Wolves.
To get away for the time being, Blue zone is behind them, but not enough to do any work, so they have time to retreat from those nades. And
oh, he's going for the C4 car. It didn't work. Oh no. Distraction at least, but Purdy Carney gonna get taken down. Now all of a sudden it's a 2v2.
Fancy gets center control now. Molotov comes up, takes down Lucid. Sneak attack the furthest away. Backs up against the blue zone, and I think that Kurt can even see him. Feeding information over, lots of damage, and Team Liquid runs forward. Not denied on the map this time. They manage to take 14 kills in first place.
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are. Covert reason. But now, we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Fala rapaziada, aqui é o Bel Muito Calmo, jogador da Fúria, e hoje eu vou ajudar esses noobs a conseguir a vitória. Vamos pra cima.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 noobs, 1 pro.
Ai, todo mundo seguindo eu. Tem 5 cara.
We landed at the resort, but we weren't alone.
Eu tô flanqueando pela esquerda. Não sei se vai dar certo.
Tá, beleza.
Nando was the first to battle.
Boa.
And I wanted to show my machete.
Protege, Fernando. Me protege. Cadê o machete?
It was close.
Ok.
But my aim was sharp. Everything was going great, and I was talking to Biel Muito Calmo.
E é muito calmo porque você é muito calmo mesmo?
Cara, não, é que eu, tipo, sou de boa também, né? Calma. Ai, esse cara aqui.
But the enemy was treacherous and ambushed Biel Muito Calmo.
Ok. Ai, tem mais.
Our leader. It was beaten.
Tem smoke?
While I was making a smoke to Biel Muito Calmo be saved, Nando ran for revenge. He had blood in his eyes. But his skill was limited. Nando was dead. Now, with Biel Muito Calmo lifted again, he would show all his fury.
Vou fazer uma granada nele.
As revenge.
Noquei um.
in a very fast move.
Você, meu.
Biel muito calmo saved us all.
Vamos,
time!
vamos.
Boa!
Now, I really believed we could win. Muito calmo made Nando come back to life. So we went to get him. By forming our squad again, Muito calmo had an idea.
Pera, deixa eu ver um negócio. Vou mirar a pedra lá. Vamos tentar subir na pedra? Dá tiro em todo mundo, tá no meio da safe. Bora.
Vamos.
We agreed 100%. We will do everything our captain told us to.
Iríamos subir na pedra. Lá era o lugar mais estratégico para Biel muito calmo fazer suas artimanhas. Tem um drop ali, galera.
Vamos pegar?
Vamos pegar.
Vai pegar, esse drop vai pegar.
That drop was very important. Biel muito calmo would have the best equipment to battle on our side. Until then.
Tem carro atrás. Vou marcar.
Ai!
Vambora.
Meu Deus, vambora!
Eu caí. Deixa ele morto.
Biel stayed behind. Nando was knocked out. Now, it was just me and Biel muito calmo.
Tô com muito medo agora.
Tá subindo a pedra ainda?
Vamos.
Bora.
Biel muito calmo would still climb that rock. He was a man of his word, and he wouldn't give up that easily.
Pedra, eu tô ouvindo eles.
With your skill, Biel muito calmo knocked out your first enemy. Knock out the second. And the third one? He didn't take out the third one. And without any help, Biel muito calmo was killed. And now, I'm the last one standing.
Eu vou fugir. Meu Deus do céu. Quase. Eu vou embora por aqui.
Cuidado pra escorregar. Meio, aperta F, paraquedas se precisar. Tenta correr, vai pra aquelas caixas lá, ó.
Tá. Tudo que você mandar, Biel.
I would go wherever Biel muito calmo sent me.
O homem não tem nem. O homem não tem nada no inventário, o homem só tem bala.
I stayed near those boxes for hours. Until then I heard a noise, very close to me. The same man who killed Biel muito calmo was a few meters from me. I would kill him.
Mata ele.
And get the revenge for Biel's death.
Ai, mãe de graças, velho.
Assassinos.
Bom, rapaziada, infelizmente aí não deu, a gente não conseguiu a vitória, mas foi muito divertido, me diverti bastante com eles. Eles estão melhorando, mas eu quero ver quem vai conseguir levar eles essa vitória.
Once again, we let a pro down. Who will be the one to lead us to the victory?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. It is time for us to kick off day 2 of the PAS PUBG Americas Series 1 Final 2. As we reward PGC points, cash, and bragging rights to the teams that are the best. They had to fight their way here. They survived the top 16 play, 15 games match them, and we're already through 5.
I know, kicking it off. We're living in the dream world that we often live in whenever Team Liquid on day 1 is doing well. Now eyes turn to day 2. Do they keep it up? Is it just going to be the, okay, day 1, we're great, we're back, and then the day 2 falter, or is it going to be consistent? Because I'm feeling different this time, but I'm scared.
Okay, it does feel different. You're right. So obviously matchups here with me. This is Poro. You guys are familiar with Unk Poro, but we're going to go ahead and ask him, what do you think? Is this a Liquid continues striving forward, or what other team caught your eye yesterday?
Look, if it's going to be the Liquid continues going forward, it's going to be something that we haven't seen in a while, right? So, I'm hoping that they can do it. I really think that they did look good. I agree with Matt. It felt a little bit different yesterday, but still need to see it, man. While on paper, it looks great. I want to see the consistency day to day. Other teams that looked really well, though, I kind of shout out Furia, man. DraftKings up at the top of damage dealt, despite only having 7 kills. Like, Furia was finding ways to win difficult games yesterday and playing kind of from that edge style play and just really just kind of exerting control over their area. They looked really good.
They did look really good, and it wasn't lost on me that they always seem to land on their feet even when things got really, really difficult. Now, let's talk about the schedule. I know it's mostly over, but you still got to see it. This is the journey that it took to get here. That's not even counting the Cup schedule, right, Matt? Because there was a whole lot of grind for a lot of those teams who were in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's paying off for some of them. We're still seeing squads like No Way, Godlike, Team Fate finding lots of successes on their climb, trying to contend up against the big dogs that have been here for a while. But let's not forget, we also have like X Factors like Rent Free that just kind of fought their way in last minute and then are continuing to try to see if that can work for them. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But here's a quick look at how we kind of got here with our regional partner teams over on the left side, our Cup winners in Godlike and Duel, and then everybody else that just managed to qualify their way through.
Everybody who snuck in. So we got Duel, we got God L, who used to be Athletes of Christ, in case you're just joining us or you're pulling your head out of the sand. And everyone over on the right side who did manage to make it through that Cup leaderboard. Regional partner teams got automatic bids, but not all of them made it to the finals. In fact, I was a little bit surprised to see 55 not even get through this second week, Poro.
Yeah, it's a tough weekend for them, but it's felt like 55 has kind of been in a rebuilding phase for a while, trying to figure out what works. And this roster that they have now, we saw what happens when it does work. Like, it's looked good at times, so they just can't seem to put it together on days when it's the 5-game qualifiers. Like, that's a really rough time to be in the process of rebuilding, is when you're in those high pressure, high stress type situations there.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at who is playing here. 16 teams take the field, 5 matches to play a day. Right now, the board is incredibly heavily skewed towards those two teams we started the day with, Team Liquid and Furia at 65 and 61 respectively. Then a bit of a fall off to the 48 through 39 category, and then it drops all the way into the mid-20s down to I Am Bolivia, who's only got 3 after 5 games. Do you have a cutoff point, Matt, where you think this is, there's still 10 games left to play. Is it genuinely anyone still in this?
Yes. I won't say anyone's still in it. I would say that if you're around that 20-ish mark, you're feeling pretty confident. But Chapinski's New Gen All-Stars Bolivia, you win 3 today, and then maybe we can have the conversation with it. And the way that things are kind of working out for them, it doesn't quite feel that way. But that said as well, for Chapinski's and I Am Bolivia, these are kind of new guys coming in, trying to find some ways, kind of get their feet underneath of them playing at this level. So not necessarily mad about them and their performance at all.
All right, let's take a look at the road to PGC, because that's what they're playing for. It is about PGC points. At the end of the day, cash is wonderful, and I'm not going to say nobody wants cash, Poro, but really the bid to PGC, the chance to become a world champion, it seems to be what drives most of these players.
Yeah, PGC, obviously the end goal at the end of the year. The closer goal being EWC, PGSs, all those things still up for grabs, especially considering that Godlike has kind of faltered so far. So when you look at what the overall leaderboard in terms of PGS points, or PGC points rather, you see what we have so far, that bottom 9 through 16. But the top 8 is going to be really, really interesting, especially if Godlike and Falcons continue on the trajectory that they had for day number 1. 1. I expect them to turn around, but you kind of got to do it now, don't you?
You got to make big moves, right? And another team that I think is fascinating to me too, actually, is For Rent, or Rent Free, I should say, and New Gen All Stars. Both of these are two very different teams, but teams that I expected bigger performances out of, Matt. I understand Rent Free is sort of like throwing all their chips in, going all in on every single hand, and that's a strategy that I can't necessarily judge because it worked out at least once. New Gen All Stars, though, I looked at both their finals. I can't wrap I can't wrap my head around what their system is or why it's not working in the finals. So pick one of those two teams, Matt, and talk to me about what you've seen or what you think of how they're playing right now.
I mean, for the easy one to take is, of course, Rent Free, which is just the all or nothing strategy, right? It's 16th out with 1 kill, 15th out with no kills, 4th place, 11 kills, and then 15th and 3 kills. You know, like, their strategy is very set in stone. We will kill you or we will die, but we will make enough points to at least not be at the bottom of the leaderboard using this strategy. New Gen All-Stars, though, it feels like, man, mid-game, they are just struggling to find ways to get into the circle and find ways to execute, because this is a squad that can frag, but I don't know what's going on with them and why they can't. 6 points on a day for them is kind of absurd. Like, they should be able to get that in just a game or two.
I'm going to ask you about that as well, Poro. But first, PGC points, just so you guys see the road to PGC right now. As Poro brought up, EWC is in the mix. 1 and 2 on the current standings are qualified. And so that is something to keep in mind, right? So you want to be in the top 2 when it comes to overall PGC points. The caveat to that is you can qualify through PGS as a system, right? So if you are ahead and we have a team like, say, Falcons that qualifies in both, obviously that gets you an extra spot for the region. So there is that level of competition to make sure that even if you don't win those top spots, you're in contest to be the next team up, the next team to go in. And I think some teams like Wolves and stuff are really working hard to make sure that they are in that best possible position. Now, let's stick to New Gen All-Stars for a second, because this is a roster that I don't understand why it seems like they have these really incredible moments in the group stages and then not so much in the finals. So I want to get your take. We got Matt's take on where they at, what they're doing. Poro, have you talked to these guys? Do you have any insight into what's going on with their strategy and why they're sort of where they are?
No.
Okay.
I've got nothing.
Respect that 100%.
Honestly, look, 6 points into that. What I can tell you is that roster, as Matt said, is capable of way more than 6 points in a day, 6 kills in a day, right? And like, to be honest, I can't even really tell you, give you a good analysis of what happened to them yesterday, because we just never really saw them, right? Like, they were 15th, 14th, 14th, 9th, 12th. Like, they're just out of the game before it seems like anything even happens. So when it comes down to that, it seems like they're either, you know, it's probably a combination of chasing circles, but just losing fights, man. Like, they just are straight up losing fights.
That Shrimsy flying over the gap was rough, but I think you're right. It's the losing fights. It's a very different thing than what we're seeing from Rent Free, who's just sort of taking fights aggressively. New Gen All-Stars, for whatever reason, with that roster, is not clicking, and I hope that they do fix that as we roll into day 2. Looking at the highlights from yesterday, a lot of Falcons, a lot of Shrimsy showing up here. Godlike also getting some stuff. We saw some big moves from Haven, but Godlike just wasn't stepping up to the line. I felt like they were just flagging. Poro.
It felt like they were trying to get to late game. They were trying to do what they would when they found a lot of success last week, right? They were finding ways to get all 4 to late game. They were avoiding any early game fights. They were avoiding losing guys early. If they did lose guys early, their last 2 or 3 guys would manage to avoid all the 9 cents, play from the edges, and play it slow. They haven't been able to do that through playoffs and now into finals as well. Like, they're trying to avoid it. They're trying to play cautiously, but they're ending up getting involved in stuff in C1, C2, and they're taking losses. They're taking a lot of losses. So it's weird. Like, they had the one game where they got second with 5 kills, and that was just as a duo, right? So it's just, for whatever reason, right now, Godlike is not able to keep 4 alive to the late game, and as a result, they just can't really collect a bunch of kills like they were last time.
Let's play a game. Let's play a game because chat's been throwing questions at us, and I am curious to get your takes on some of these. So, let's involve them.
Go for it.
A few minutes till the game starts. So I'll start with Matt. Matt, do you want the easy one or the hard one?
Give me the hard one. Let's have fun.
Hard one. All right. Spellzinger wants to know, Matt, do you think Gustav is making an active difference with the Falcons right now?
Oh, yes. I don't think that can be understated in the slightest. Just more often than not, whenever we're looking at it, the play style change over from the Falcons with just Kickstart taking over. We saw them last week have a lot more of, I would guess, a do or die mindset that would pop up sometimes, not necessarily leaning into the safety that Falcons would sometimes use to get in control and play on the international level. That does mean that there is the trickle-down effect into Gustav, where I feel like he's still trying to figure out where he falls into kind of like the firing line and the setup. But now that we have Tig in that recessed Overwatch position, that feels like that's unlocked him a lot more. So Gustav has had a carryover effect, but just not necessarily in a flashy way. It's been kind of a gear shift to allow other people to take in different roles, where it still feels like he's trying to fill out exactly what his job is going to be. And that's no surprise. That happens in most kind of rosters, especially whenever you're dealing with players like Gustav, who can fill a lot of different roles. He's a very jack of all trades and can kind of fit into a lot of different dynamics on a squad.
There's a reason most companies put you through a training period, right? Because there is that adjustment to anything that you really do. As you look through a leaderboard, keep in mind it is a 15-game series, and while Team Liquid and Furia seem to be the gods of the den, that could change today, and we will track that throughout the afternoon and set ourselves up for a final day, as it is not far off. Now, here's an important question. This one's for you, Poro. This is from Mr. Toxic, and he said that he heard from a pretty reliable source that EU is greater than NA. Is that true?
Just ask James. Anytime, I swear, man, anytime I show up in the chat, I'm just showing up in the chat and be like, hey, chat, how's it going over there in EMEA? Like, the second that James gets the opportunity to talk again, he's just like, and once again, the greatest region on earth, blah, 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 blah. And like, I'm just sitting there like, come on, man, like, what is going on? But look, if y'all didn't get a chance to watch EU earlier, definitely go ahead and check that out. I saw Hakatori pull off one of the most efficient wins I think I've ever seen from him. Literally won the game on his last bullet after taking out 3 at the very end. It was some crazy stuff. So no, Europe definitely looking very, very spooky. They're definitely looking like they've warmed up now that we're getting a little bit further on into the year. But I think our NA players are starting to look pretty good too. Like Team Falcons, obviously the story, but if Liquid, Furia, Wolves, all these guys can start kind of finding their way as well, we might have a shot.
Liquid and Fury are looking really good on players to watch, and I'll field this question really quickly. Dale here said, "Is James the leprechaun looking dude?" Yes, that is the answer to that question.
That'd be him. Yeah,
that would be him. So I love the kill counts. Luke versus Poza. These two guys both stepping up. Players who I think maybe didn't get as much love in the past. We know that they're great, but they haven't been the guys who are consistently on the highlight reel. So to see them coming out, putting up the big numbers yesterday, and rolling into today with that confidence, we talked to them in the interview, and it seems like Liquid's in a really good headspace right now, Matt.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%. And this is no disrespect towards Luke's performance at all, but more often than not, even whenever we look at Team Liquid, it's been other players. He's always kind of filled what we were looking at a second ago in that secondary role where even in his interview, it's like, my job is to kind of catch these guys on off positions and do this type of stuff. Apparently, I was working really well. Everybody was approaching the off position yesterday, and I think that they're going to try to give maybe Team Liquid a bit bigger of a berth due to that, because that was just a great performance coming out from him.
All right, Mark Powers. I don't know who that is. Mark Powers casts apparently in chat.
Yeah, some guy.
I'm sure he wants something. To know. He wants the two of you to tell us who the top 2 teams are going to be at the end of today.
Brother.
Oro, Mark wants it. You got to give it to Mark.
Yeah, sure, why not? Look, I think Liquid will be 1 or 2. I think they'll still continue to find that success. Now, whether they're going to be 1 or 2, that remains to be seen. And I think we might see a new team at the top of the leaderboard. I think there's a team further down that may catch a hair. Now, who that's going to be, got no idea. I think the odds fall kind of over towards Falcons, I would think, but I think it'll be a very tight leaderboard at the end of the day. I think we'll probably have 4 teams that are jockeying for position up at the top.
Okay. All right. Matt, what do you think? Top 2 teams?
No. Mark, you're a caster. You know how this works. You're just trying to bait out stupid responses to get it. I'm not falling into your trap. We don't know what the circles look like. We don't know how people are going to play yet. But also, predictions in PUBG are just kind of ridiculous whenever we look at it on the long term.
I like the Wolves shout too.
Yeah.
I like the Wolves shout. You said a lot of people are picking Wolves. I like it.
I like Wolves. I like Wolves.
I'm not scared of you, Mark Power. You can ask me anyway. I'm not afraid.
I like Wolves when Snakers is playing. I'm just like, you know, if I look at that roster, I'm like, Snakers is in, then that's a Wolves pick for me. If not, it's a Wolves maybe. And so I do think that that's something that comes into play there. This is a question for Toffees from Mike Slayer. Can you go 2 hours without eating? Or do we listen to your knife and fork on the Play-Doh broadcast? Well, now that you ask, no, I don't.
They're not going to let you live at one time.
No, you know, it takes a lot of work to maintain this beautiful physique. Every 2 hours.
You're a grazer, buddy. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm the same way. Once the clock hits about 7, 8 o'clock, I'm a snacker. Like, it's got to happen.
The problem is my grazing went from snacking to entire racks of ribs. So hit that survey on the bottom, QR code. Tell us how you feel about PUBG, and while you're doing it, watch this because game 1 is about to start. In the immortal words of Mark Powercast, we love Toffees TV. No, what we do love is the Dusty Dudes. It's day 2, and you're going, what? There's no grassy pastures in game 1? That's because in a 15-game series, we can switch stuff up. So we're starting in the desert. It's going to be action right out of the gate. You got to start fast because with only 10 games left to play, this is the place where you punch your tickets to EWC, PGS, PGC, Immortality, and most importantly, the Hall of Champions on the grassy pastures. And to me, Poro, that is the highest calling. I know I will never accomplish it. I think Cameron's the only one who's done it as a talent. Getting into that room on the wall has got to feel pretty good.
I would imagine it did. Yeah, I bet it feels even better having your name on the back of a jersey like Sharpshot does. But you know, I am interested. Like, I think the first game is going to tell a lot, right? So you got a lot of hungry wolves in the lobby, not the least of which is the actual Wolves squad, and they're looking to see who the weak lamb is at the top of that leaderboard. Who is going to give themselves kind of give that opening? Who's going to leave the door open? Liquid has a chance to close things down early here and let everybody know that they're ready to play and that they are going to be continuing to move that goalpost farther away. So I would love to see Liquid put something together here in game 1.
You know, normally I don't support teams, I don't say play defensive because I don't ever support that. Don't David Moyes me. But I think if there was a team where I could say they could shore up, they could play tight, I think it's Liquid, man. I think this is a team that is actually really good at managing mid to late game and playing defensively. Do you think defensive is an option for them, or do you think they should just keep on rolling, maybe catch circles off for 5 games? I don't know what's working, and should they change it?
What I want from Liquid is I want them to not play defensive. Team Liquid is too good at defensive, and sometimes that causes its own problem, right? They can keep high-end territory control, they can keep people at range, but that denies them a lot of points in the longer run. Sometimes you just got to get up and you got to start taking some of those edge fights instead of forcing everybody away from you. And whenever Team Liquid can do that, they get massive successes.
Depois da primeira final, a gente analisou nosso jogo e percebeu que tinha, assim, por mais que o nosso primeiro dia ainda foi um dia bom, o nosso primeiro dia nos playoffs também tinha sido um dia bom, nós cometemos bastante erros, assim, como um grupo, então a gente treinou bastante isso essas 2 semanas aí antes dessa final, e eu acho que isso é o que explica, assim, o motivo da gente ter ido tão bem ontem, ter conquistado 2 vitórias. A gente também jogou um jogo bem mais calmo, tranquilo, esperando mais, assim, entender realmente tudo que estava acontecendo na partida pra gente tomar a melhor decisão ali durante a partida. Bom, eu acho que o mais importante agora é a gente conseguir manter a constância. A gente fez um primeiro dia muito bom, foi um grande passo para a gente em busca do título. Só que eu acho que ainda tem mais 2 dias, então a gente tem que conseguir manter essa constância, porque a gente tá muito bem e eu acredito que se a gente continuar jogando como uma equipe, jogando junto, entendendo qual é o melhor passo pra gente dentro da partida, acho que com certeza a gente vai chegar no último dia continuando sendo um dos candidatos ao título.
It was great to hear from those guys. Eyes on them. They're going to have to be making their way into this circle. That's going to be pretty centered around Chumacera. Falcons inside track already going to be playing that point pretty quickly. Rock's just going to be to the north of them. To the east of Falcons, we're going to have Duel. Chumacera itself is going to belong to Toyo. And then we've got No Way as well as Fate playing down into the south. And good old Team Liquid living over in Los Leones.
Good old Team Liquid. Yeah, we got I'm curious to see what Wolves decide to do this. So they're way off to the north and going to be coming in late. So I'm curious to see if they decide to come in from the north side or if they try to do a long wrap around, come down from the south side. It's an interesting call, but a lot of teams, as you said, off to that north, but 100% playable circle. Well, okay, we'll say 96, 97% playable circle. So a lot of options still on the table, Matt.
Shots going over at Rent Free. I was going to say, you don't take pot shots at Rent Free early because they will come for you. Now that they've gotten the knock, do they try to execute off of that or do they just kind of leave it alone? That is discretion coming up from Rent Free, or more the fact that they just don't want to deal with the elevation. They're just going to go ahead and push their way over to the west and be content with their knock because it was...
There is Revolver Jam. Revolver Jam, best jam. Yeah, I think probably the Sandstorm may have had something to do. It is a long way away, so... but Jam with the bolt, you love to see it, and kind of avoiding Godlike for now. It looks like Godlike is going to be able to get that res, so no harm, no foul in the end. He'll just have to go and lick his wounds, get a new helmet, and feel bad about himself for the foreseeable. But let's see, Fate pulling up here onto a compound 2-2 split from Toyo, and the rest of Toyo nowhere near this, so Emmy wisely going to go ahead and retreat to the high ground.
This is around that Chumacera area where we also do have Team Liquid that's going to be getting pretty close. The res did come through just like you were talking about, so should be perfectly fine. It's going to throw off Godlike's timing a bit, but they are playing in the high ground position on this circle around Power Grid. They had the super high ground position to the eastern side of Power Grid. It looks like they're starting to make their way down closer to Picado and what's going to be going on over there. Falcons, center circle, living life right now. This is pretty much everything that you could hope if you're going to be a squad that drops in Picado. You get a circle, easy access, already taking control over a res beacon just in case, because this is a kind of spicy place to play around.
It is. It's a tight 2-2, so it's easily defensible. If one side gets crashed, the other side can be there pretty quickly. So I like what Falcons is doing here. Obviously, they've played this. They know exactly how to play this and how they want to play this part of the zone, knowing that there's going to be a lot of company coming in from that northern side. Looks like Godlike sending LFP down, so we'll keep an eye on that as all our teams off to the north start to make their way in, Matt.
Yeah, and it's should be pretty okay. We got Monte Nuevo that's going to be in the circle, but the Power Grid hillside does create a bit of a problem. It means that squads are most likely going to go a bit further over to the west or a bit further over to the east in their approach. Godlike playing the higher sections is going to get that harassment coming at them from Rock, who's already playing pretty close to center, as Godlike is trying to get closer and closer to the center by the second. That's going to put them in a potential crossfire position in between Rock, Duel, while also having to deal with Shrimzy. It's going to be pretty close range. So Falcon's going to have to make sure that they do some level of defense because Godlike's coming into this pretty bold.
Yeah, this is Gustav just being annoying, shooting over towards the vehicle tires. And Godlike still looks like they found a compound. Looks like they're trying to decide how they want to set up their 2-2 or their mini split here. They are still getting a little bit closer to Falcons. Okay, Tony and Fan are going to pull away as Tig and Shrimzy will flex out just a little bit and should be all well and done here. Now, the problem comes, Matt, when Circle 2 pops. If it pulls away from this, then that's going to be an actual barn burner because all of these 2-2 splits, they're just going to run into each other.
Yeah, I mean, the more fun sections of the map are everything that's not the center. Well, I mean, Chumacera is fun, but it's the area that we can see Falcons playing at right now, Godlike. That's where we get a lot of the more flat sections, as Bolivia is going to lose one of their players in bad quite early. You have to assume that that center section is going to be a part of it. If we go this more north, that's the more open section of the circle that nobody's really wanting to play in right now. So I do agree. Circle 2 is going to be a bit dicey no matter which way that this goes, because it's either going to provide cover and a lot of these squads can rotate into something far more manageable, or it's just going to be no man's land where it's going to be these 2-2 splits collapsing fast and trying to defend.
I think it's interesting. All these teams off to the north are really taking their time pushing down here, but it looks like X10, they're going to go ahead and take this fight with Iron Bolivia. They got that first knock on a bad. They've got a good idea on where everybody is from the rest of the team. See the damage coming through on Nazera and Viri. Kamba in vehicle, not really a part of this right now. So Iron Bolivia, they've got to make a decision about if they can get out of there. They're not going to get the chance. Santihiro right on time will get the knock on the Nazera.
Just good evolution coming up from X10, realizing the moments whenever they can continue to exploit. It's going to force Bolivia out of position. That also puts Bolivia kind of on one of those high side hills to the south of Miramar map. It's a bit isolated over there, so it does get some safety for now, but if they end up having to leave this point and anybody is a crossover into the east, that is going to be extremely problematic. Luckily, nobody's there at the time being, but if the circle goes this direction, it might not stack too well.
Yeah, just down to a duo, so we'll see what the circle provides, as kind of keeping eyes on that north side. Chapinski's and Wolves out in the blue getting a little close to each other, but it looks like they might be able to avoid it. Well, Wolves is actually stopping down. The trailing duo stopped down just briefly, and okay, yeah, they're going to keep on going. I think Snakers and Vox just realizing like, nobody else really near us. This is a full 4-man squad. Even if we get a knock, we don't want to take that risk of losing people here early on, so we'll just keep on pulling through. And I think that is the wiser of the two plays, as we see where the next circle will take us.
Yeah, I mean, just timing out, waiting for that second circle to pop. It goes pretty centered, so we still keep some of that field in play, but not a lot of it. Godlike, you can see Ardian vehicles on their move. Falcons going for the regroup, and we get the fun Chuma Serra hillside, because this is one of my favorite circles to watch in competitive, hands down on this map. It is so cool.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun to watch, and you can see all these splits that were happening in those fields and all the areas between Chumacera and Picado all starting to kind of come back together. Falcons very close to each other, Godlike kind of right behind them. Rock managed to avoid each other, so good work being done by all of those teams to avoid each other for the most part. New Gen All-Stars, though, they're going to get involved in an early scrap as they get breezed through here in the middle of that Fate rotation. Looks like Dad Buff and Tater, the last two ones remaining, and no harm, no foul for any of them really here.
It's just a couple of bullets to go somewhere else. New Gen All-Stars is going to be the squad that's closer to the zone wall down to the south, so Fate's going to be able to regroup much easier. Looks like Bolivia's already making their rotate, and here are the Falcons doing their regroup. High ground, low ground. It's Godlike. They managed to get into a good position on the circle, but it is going to be a potential funnel point for a couple of these other squads. Most notably, we are watching Bestia coming back behind Duel right now. Wolf back behind them, running a very wide 2-2 split that you were talking about a second ago, and Chapinski's still nipping at their heels.
Yeah, you worry about Bestia in there as well, as all these teams coming in from the east have to go somewhere, but the south side looks like it's getting pretty stacked up now. All the teams playing in the hills just south of Chuma. X10 kind of going through. I think they may have been casually hunting what was remaining there from Iron Bolivia, but Iron Bolivia, the duo, going to keep safe for now, but they still have to make moves to get inside. The zone here is rent-free. Didn't get involved in a hot drop. I don't know. Is this not my rent-free?
Yeah, I know. But hey, they hit a super sick sniper shot at the start, so we'll allow it. You know, they still
fair.
got their
That's
blood.
fair.
They got what they needed. As Godlike's going to try to encroach even closer into Falcons' positions. This is a strong point to play on this circle, but it is kind of hard to control. You lose a lot of the vision on these hillsides here and there, so keeping up a consistent damage on squads trying to rotate around you is a bit difficult, and Godlike is trying to exploit that to the best of their capabilities.
Yeah, I don't hate it from Falcons at all. Like, I think that it's just off center, right? Like they get a good idea of what's coming in from that northern side, but as you said, what's coming out of Chuma is, but the likelihood of anything pushing from Chuma into them is pretty low. So at least for the time being, now this high ground is working out okay, unless they get damned by Circle 3 pop. They should be okay for the foreseeable.
Yeah, they're living their best lives right now, as Godlike is just still trying to get in that position right below them. That did open up more space as Duel's gone more to the south. Wolf and Chapinski's as well doing the same thing. New Gen All-Stars called emergency pickup that I think that they're trying to time with the circle just in case it goes opposing side. They are down to the southeast right now, and they do not want to go through Chumacera because that's mostly Rock Toyo territory for the time being, with the smidgen of, I would say, rent-free, eyeing to see if maybe there's some rent that they can maybe exploit over there.
Wolves?
Circle does have a couple of dead zones in play to keep an eye on. That's going to be most notably right next to rent-free and in between New Gen All-Stars.
It looked like Wolves was maybe spotted that E-pickup and was starting to head that direction, but they do not. And New Gen All-Stars, yep, I think you go ahead and take that E-pickup. Now that this one is pulled away, the Wolves do manage to find a little spot there on the very south side of this new circle. We'll see if they go any deeper. Duel gonna decide about bringing everybody back together. Everybody kind of still playing that edge. Falcons dead center, so this is great for them. But they are on the clock. Like, there's going to be a lot of stuff going on around them. Looks like it might be a little bit of ADR farming, if nothing else.
Wolf making a more aggressive stance over into Duel's territory. Duel doesn't look like they're wanting to stick around for it, but that might be exploitable by H-Win. Oh, rocks betray him, and that is going to allow Duel to get away, as H-Win's just going to have to take that one and move away from it. Most of Chumacera is starting to get abandoned, but that does mean that Fate as well as No Way are going to just run instantly into the higher ground sections of it. We also have Bolivia doing a callback of their two teammates. Tail end of that one's going to have Chumacera to deal with, but I think that we're just popping right in on this No Way as well as a Fate firefight.
Yeah, trying to push in from this high ground side. No Way running into Fate. Good job on Fate to be expecting this and keeping an eye on their backs. Dad Buff will get the knock on to Slabby, so Gladiator and Lopez, now the last two players remain. Lopez going to play around the wall, see if he can find somebody. He will. He'll get the knock on a Dad Buff. The trade coming through, though. He's going to get help from Toyo. Fakes in. Going to land up some big damage from range.
This is the high ground of high ground, so a couple of squads are watching it. So anything over into the east or more into the north could get some harassment on it. All the pressure is going to be onto No Way, and they know it right now. They're just trying to see if they can open up anything to get some vengeance back. Tater's at range. Lopez knows exactly where he is. It's just hard to get over there and do anything about it.
No Way obviously had a decent day yesterday, and they've shown that they are more than capable in fights like these. As time has gone past, Jam's going to get another knock with that bolty. Goodness gracious. But Dad Buff has not been flushed out just yet. So Team Fate doing a good job of recycling those smokes, making sure their knock player stays safe for time being.
It's just kind of dancing around the res beacons as Team Fate has all the priority in this. It's more just the fact that the crossfire setup coming up from No Way, not getting them everything that they wanted, as it is finally going to be the kill confirmed over into No Way, and Dad Buff could not be res, but again, not the worst thing on the face of the earth. Team Fate is hoping the fact that they can just win this, walk over to the blue chips, and nothing ever happened.
Yeah, that would be the preferable resolution to this conflict, but they do have to get rid of these two guys. They have Gladiator pretty pinned out, and they know that Lopez is on that wall, but Lopez is doing a really good job of playing up and down that wall, and fortunately for him, it doesn't look like anybody's got line of sight on that, and it's allowing him to keep moving around. Gladiator is going to be the easier of the two to pick down, as Team Fate is starting to realize the grenade's coming through, but not going to be enough to get the knock.
How much do you commit in as the new circle pops, moves centered yet again, just with a leaning down to the south. Favorable for Toyo. Squads on the outside, down to the southeast. They can kind of creep in, find a couple of trenches to hide in. To the north, a lot more barren, as it's going to be directed drops down into a very open territory. Chapinski's Furia in a lot of trouble. Rent-free going to have to figure out how they're going to do this, while we have Bolivia making landfall right on top of Rock, and this firefight still continuing.
Yeah, Bolivia able to get their two players back after losing those blue chips early on. So they'll be 4 strong coming out of Chumacera for all the good it's going to do them. It's going to be pretty rough. Making their way in. Here's Furia. Just going to go ahead and send it towards the hills. Looks like they should have a pretty free rotate right to this cliffside right here, just below Rock.
I mean, it works. It's the best thing that you can take for right now. It's got a lot of mortar vulnerabilities, but they know that. At least gets them pretty close to center and allows them to kind of figure out what's going to be going on in some of the territory a bit more distant up that hillside. Because all the squads that are playing the lower section of the hillside don't really know what's been going on around Chumacera. They can kind of watch what's been happening in the kill feed, but they don't know positions and placements. Rent-free's making a big push right into the circle, right as Bolivia is trying to get into the circle, so that might not spell too good, as it is going to be a big firefight coming in here. Vizsla, Gats, they have goals and can be, as well as Viri already down, but it is also going to be Kickstart getting a bit involved.
Oh boy. Yeah, that is ambitious on the part of Bolivia, and that's the two that survived the early confrontation. So the two that are remaining in the city are still trying to loot up a little bit. Is Team Liquid going to take down that duo from No Way? They tried to send it to the shack, but Birdie Cardi will burn them out. And we'll see if Fate is able to get Dad Buff back on that high ground. They've got to hold it for a little bit longer. Looks like they're going to hit that revive station right now. So we'll see
more
if they
mortars.
get him back. There's the mortar. Vox.
Just a beautiful follow-up. I mean, he hit him and then just replaced it right in the exact same spot. No time for anything to really happen. But with those mortars that popped off, Wolf and Chapinski's both saw that. They're beelining it right into the exact same position. Chapinski's managed to get there first, and that's going to be New Gen All-Stars going down, and Wolf spots this at range. Do they continue going after it, as this has just kind of gotten a bit messy everywhere over here?
It got really messy. Yeah, Vox is going to get taken down by Emmy, and the rest of the squad going to retreat. But the problem is X10 is trying to backfill Wolves and took over that compound once again. So now Wolves find themselves in no man's land as Flood is going to get taken down by Cloudera.
Not too many different places that you can go over here. So Wolf on the full retreat. Now going to have to deal with X10, who had some mortars set up. Snaker's just going to try to see if he can get right up against the cliff facing. He's going to get taken down. That means it is just H1, and he's got X10 right next door. That does not feel good. We're in that position now where most of the people can see each other, and that's just going to be crossfires galore as the new circle has popped. Toyo feeling really good in their high ground. Furia also in a great spot. Eyes now turn over into the west and to the north, where we have Falcons, Godlike, right on top of each other, and Rent Free trying to bully their way in.
Yeah, that spot from Furia that they took early on, it was very exposed, but they've managed to hold it down for the time being, as Strapinski's now taking the mortar shots from, I believe that might have been X10, possibly Godlike. Duel. They're off in the northwest. Duel also doing the same as they try to take the shots over in. They're going to get that knock. Won't be able to get the flush, however, as Toyo has just been a big problem for everybody here. Wait, Dad Buff landed on top of Toyo.
Yeah. X10 is also going to have some high ground and vision down on Chapinski's territory. Duel's going to be on the other side away from that one. So Bestia, you can see kind of looking up the hillside. They have a couple of their players already with foothold positions inside the circle. So Bestia at least has territory that they can work around for the time being, but it is going to be Falcons that are trying to take it away. Chapinski's, you're down in this dip. You got to fight with Duel. You've got to deal with Bestia. You can't even peek up because any form of peeking is getting punished either by X10 or it is going to be Toyo.
That's a name I don't think I've seen. Turururu. I would have remembered that one, Matcham. That is a fun name to say. Tururu. Well, Trubinski's somehow still alive, still 4 up. X10 has put themselves right on the same cliffside, just on the road. They did lose their Anchorman and Cloudera, as I'm Bolivia does get eliminated in the end. Rock just trying to make this run while getting pushed by Rent Free and kind of overseen by Liquid, Falcons, Toyo, just about everybody. So Rock having to be really careful about how they defend here.
Team Liquid was playing the low side dip outside of this on the outskirts of Chumacera. Now they've got a double up situation that they're kind of watching the roads, and they're going to have a lot of supervision on what's going to happen. Nice throw on the nade just before it being blind. Not going to connect onto anything, but X10 you can see just trying to use the verticality of sightline and denial with these nades to get a bit more space. They do need to be cautious, though, because Team Liquid, the way that they're kind of sneaking in around this one, might be able to punish X10 if they're not watching that direction.
Sneaky Dad Buff. Has nothing in his bag. No weapons, no nothing. Look, there's a free backpack there. You could take it, but you don't have anything to put in it. So I think Dad Buff is just going to be sneaky here for as long as he can manage with Toyo just running around. Right? It is.
You don't want a wallet when you don't have any money. So you can see the backpack, just leave it there. Be like, bro, it just hurt me. I know that there's nothing in
it. Exactly. Well, Duel still doing their best Chapinskis right here. They keep getting knocked, but they keep getting everybody back up. So a lot of knocks coming through down here on the eastern side in these little dips and divots, but not a lot of flushes coming out as Falcons starting to wake up here, up to 3 kills coming in from that western side. They've turned their eyes over to Rent Free and Rock.
Waiting to see if they can third party this one. Furia gonna feel the benefit of that rotate yet again. Shots come out from Kickstart. Lines in, get some decent damage, but they don't want to overextend into this push, especially given the fact that the new circle has popped. Godlike also has to push up the hillside. That's going to be Bestia in their 2-2 split that they've got set up right now. Big problem. But eyes turn back over to the Church of Los as, man, it has just got a ton of squads on top of it. And you have to assume Rock, Rent Free, Team Liquid, all could be looking to join, as I would imagine Duel wants no part of that, might just try to send it center.
It'd be also interesting to see if that Bestia cliffside, looking at Bestia and Godlike there, how they're going to play that as Furia continues to hold the fort here. But Tiggleton, oh, you see Tiggleton's on that mortar. That is not what you want to see if you're a Furia fan. He's probably got them dialed in. Kickstart, giving them the directions. And we'll see if anything gets done with it. As Duel and Toyo and Chapinski's, oh, Toyo from the high ground, they've got him dead to rights.
Yeah, Chapinski's was having to deal with the rotate coming out from Duel. Duel wanted to try to get
double
the road,
knock from
get in a
Tig.
similar position, but there's just nothing to be done over here. Chapinski's slowly bleeding out, and the other players just kind of huddling down in the cover, but there's been big pushes coming up. Team Liquid, 2 down, make it 3. Alo, the last one up. They pushed in the direct side of what was going to be going on to this one. They have the tools, try to turn this back around, but Toyo suddenly find themselves with somebody right on top of them. Was the damage done enough to open up some more movement? On the lower side, it was, as Chapinski's do get eliminated.
Hell of a hold there from Toyo. They lose 1, but they're up to 6 kills. They're climbing up the leaderboard as Godlike and Bestia. The fight on the north side finally coming to a head. Is Toyo going to collect another couple of kills, taking down X10. So 8 kills now from Toyo, playing from the church.
They are climbing, trying to make this at least a 3-horse race, not just letting the 1 horse and Team Liquid run away with it all at the top. Bestia's got to keep this defensive line. They know the setup Godlike has nothing to work with right now, and Bestia can't focus on any of the other terrain in front of them until they deal with this position. But Haven's got a tool set and ready. The other 2 players for Bestia keep eyeing this direction, but Duel also, with that push, got very close to him, made it very awkward, so Bestia's having to get pulled in multiple directions. Back over into Chumacera on the outskirts, rent-free with nowhere to go. They're going to get eliminated, and that's going to leave Rock pushing right into where the Falcons are going to be at, while Godlike does get taken down.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough for Godlike, wasn't it? Trying to make their way there. Bestia doing a great job of holding the line. Don't take a single knock in the process. Falcons, meanwhile, starting to collect some points here. Kickstart with 3. They clean up what was coming out of Chumacera. They got that double knock onto Furia off the TIG mortar, but weren't able to capitalize. They had to stick around and wait to clean up what was coming out. Gustav will be the one that takes out RBN. And now Falcons can turn their full attention towards Furia, knowing that their backs are clear.
Well, this is really big because now Falcons and Toyo have the high ground on what is just a set of plateaus that kind of drop down. Furia is going to be playing just off the side of Falcons, and Falcons is going to want that position without a doubt. But Toyo also might have eyes on it. 3-way firefight could be brewing there because I don't think that Toyo wants to surrender their high ground yet. If anything, this pays off very well for Bestia. They've got some space now, finally dealing with Godlike back behind them. Yes, they are in the low ground. Yes, they still have the duo of Duel next to them. But they also have a couple of movement options, whereas Fury is going to be the focal point of everything going on to the south.
Yeah, once Bestia clears the map of Duel, and actually Pippa, there you go, nice grenade. Yeah, they have basically opened up this entire circle for them to play. They don't have to get involved in anything that's going on to the south here. They can just wait it out and take out what is left. As Falcons, they're just keeping eyes on Toyo right now. Toyo is the one that has to make a move. And Furia, for their part, they're just bunkered down, waiting for the inevitable push.
Toyo has some options. They don't have to push the Fury aside. There is a little bit of a ridge that's just to the east of where Fury is going to be playing from. It is vulnerable to Bestia's position with a little bit more of a step up that hillside. So I don't think that Toyo will find that as comfortable. And instead, they're probably hoping that somebody else is going to be pushing onto Furia, which most likely will be Falcons. And it could be Toyo that is the 3rd squad to join that. A couple of vehicles are also being prepped by Toyo. They just might try to send it, get in the lower section of the road, find some safety there. As you can see that Furia is realizing they know that they're in the funnel, and they know that several squads could be coming after them. Just a matter of where they're going to go, as Toyo actually does move into that lower dip position, giving them access to go down that hillside, but also keeping eyes on to Furia.
Okay, send fakes in down to the road. So they're playing a couple of different dips here. I think they realize Furia is just all on top of each other, and they would love to be able to land that beautiful grenade. Solds has one in hand as the smokes are going down for Furia. Here comes the utility. Beautiful Molotov is going to land right on top of them. They got to run. They immediately get taken down. Tiggleton gets credit for both of them, as DraftKing will just stay on his belly. Biel could be a problem here eventually, but they have not spotted him out just yet. Furia just being as cautious as possible.
Toyo in that position, trying to pick up a couple of those kills as well. does manage to steal away at one of them, so Falcons now know that they've got another threat looming in front of them. Utility now starting to come out. DraftKings with nowhere to go. He is going to get flashed, but BL is the closer range threat, playing on the other side of that smoke, playing it slow, waiting for anything else to happen back behind this one. It does look like Benya might have been spotted from the Falcons, so it is more of a retreat, realizing the threat back behind them. They don't want to go in too far. Benya does get the knock on to Gustav, and it is getting dicey on this hillside.
And this is huge for Toyo, and they're capitalizing on it. They're going to immediately peek up, take down another one from DraftKings as Falcons getting it pressed from Bestia. That was a shocking push, aggressive push from Bestia. All they had to do was hang out on the northern side, and eventually everything would have come down to them, but they wanted to get the kills. They know that they need points if they're going to make the climb, and that aggression has worked against them as they are down to just Pippa.
Yeah, they pissed off everybody on the high ground, and everyone spun back over, got punished heavily. Just one player up in Pippa. Frogman is down. Needs roll right on top of the Falcons. Soul just stopped that in its tracks. Tig instantly retreats. Toyo looks like they're taking control of everything high ground.
Who are these guys, and where was this Toyo for the longest time? They are looking so strong after playing from the church, getting a ton of kills, 11 already. Can they get another one? They can. They'll wipe out Falcons. They're up to 14 kills, and now it's just cleaning out the rest of the lobby. Biel Calmo is right in their midst, hiding in the divot. And then you've got Pippa at range, but Toyo looking so strong here in game one.
Feel Toyo knows exactly where he is. You can see that Pippa really wants to get over to Frogman, but it feels like bait, and he knows it all by his lonesome over here. The way that this has been set up, Pippa's going to try to make the cross, instantly getting punished, almost down, just trying to creep forward, jukes out as many of these bullets as he can. He is just keeping this one. Somehow Pippa gets that away. He's not managed to make it over to Frogman yet, but he is so much closer.
Oh my God, he broke his ankles. He's juking him left and right. What a play from Pippa to stay alive as Fakeson is left shooting at flies. Toyo, meanwhile, will get a little bit more loot in. They know that there's one player left from Furia over here, but the smokes will slow things down here a little bit. There, Fakeson, though, will hit those shots. And now it's down to Pippa and maybe Pippa and Frogman. Looks like, no, maybe he does get the res. There it is.
So, and now the problem is Toyo knows exactly where he is. Crossfire, but Pippa doesn't care. That's the way you start turning this one around. Back into a 2v2 for the time being, but you know that the res could be available. Good shots come out from Fakeson. Do take down Pippa, who has been a nuisance to Toyo for so long. But Emmy's going to go down, walking this one forward. It feels like Toyo's just going to be walking right at Frogman. They've got everything under control.
Beautiful work there from Toyo to close this thing out with 17 kills, and they leap into first place after a phenomenal performance fighting out of the Church of St. Los Toffees. What a game for Toyo.
You know, it was wild to watch. You know, Godlike trying to ascend to the church, but being foisted off by the lads, and then they convert it into an incredible game. Solds, yes, he only got 3 of the kills because I think Furia or Bestia stole one of them, but he 4-popped Falcons. Like, that alone is like a bragging right. You know, you can talk about that. You can tell your kids about the time you just four-pieced Falcons by yourself.
I mean, it's like... State of Soul's life, but he backs it up with a bunch more kills, a bunch more damage as well. As there it is. That is what you wanted to see when you peeked over that ridge line of your Souls.
Yeah, that was sexy. And then he comes out, he's like, you know what? I only needed 1 grenade for 3 so I could throw everything else. And I think it was Tiggleton in the back. And they get him. Then you go to Pippo with some of the great shots here with that Lynx and match him. It was just a matter of closing out from there.
Dude, I mean, between the way Toyo was playing the high ground, it was just beautiful. They read the circle perfectly. But Pippa, you got to give respect to that man. The way he dodged all those bullets for so long, he was just Neo over there, just pulling full-on Matrix, like, nah, I'm going to make it to Frogman. He's worth it. I'm going to get in there. And he managed to get that res in what should have been a near impossible situation.
Good dodges. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a bullet. And he does so. Toyo, 27 points, though. Poro, did you say that they hit the top of the leaderboard off the back of that game?
It looked like it as we were keeping eyes on the overall leaderboard, that the live updating one. It looked like that was enough to put them up there as Furia and Liquid stepped off a little bit on this one. Although, look, Team Liquid and Furia, again, 5 points, 6 points, that's good. But, God, when you have a performance like that from Toyo, what a kill count for him, too. Look at that. That's also 46 kills, going to give him the most in the lobby. That's insane.
They actually got 3 less points in that game than their entire day yesterday. So that is a huge game. But also, Matt, I think that speaks to the volatility of this lobby. They were in the 30s. They were in 7th place. They were actually at 30 flat coming into this, and now they're in the pole position to come out with the win. So to me, that says, like, this really is one game away for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, but you just have to pull that level of play out. That's the big thing about it. And a couple of these squads, they've got to try to muster it. We know that whenever we look at squads like Godlike, Falcons, they can do it. But whenever you have just big points just being stolen away with nothing that can be found, that is going to be the tide turner time and time again. As Furia did manage to make it in later sections of that one, we did see Liquid find a couple of kills, but really nothing big stacked in comparison to what Toyo brought out. It has to be that combination together. But we do know Wolves are capable. Rock is capable. Falcons can do it. Bestia can do it. And you know what? I'll even put No Way in the way that they've been playing lately. There is a world where they could do it.
There ain't no way. I will also say well, yeah, okay. I mean, fair enough. Maybe prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Look, you just wanted to use the No Way name as a joke. I know.
I don't think. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I'll go with that because it gets me in less trouble. That's exactly. I did want to use it as a joke, but as far as ending up in the top 3, I have my skepticism. But prove me wrong. Love to have it happen. Toyo versus Dirty Bestia in a head-to-head. Toyo is doing better, but that's that game. If you had done this comparison prior to that game, I think it'd be dead even.
And you know what? It just, regardless of how somewhat one-sided it is there in Toyo's favor. Look, if Bestia doesn't make that push, that wrap around onto Falcons when they did and catch Falcons by surprise with that initial knock, I don't think Toyo gets out of the spot that they were in. Like, they were fighting their way in from outside of zone, outside of circle, with Falcons looking at them, Bestia looking at them. But Bestia decided to be the aggressor. They realized they need points if they're going to climb the leaderboard. So they wanted to try to get aggressive earlier on instead of just waiting for the circles to come to them, waiting for the teams to come to them and all that to play out on the south side. They try to be the aggressor. It doesn't work out in their favor, but it opens the door for Toyo to go in there. And when they were already feeling themselves from earlier on in that game, it was just cleanup from that point on. Great grenade from Solds, obviously opened up a lot of it, but Toyo definitely can thank Bestia for doing what they did to open up that alleyway for a win for him.
Yep, both put in some good work. Love the jersey from the Toyo boys. And also, I just love seeing players who we don't always get to see on these stat comparison boards show up on Players to Watch, man. I think both Frogman and Solds deserve to be up there, but they're players who I don't think get as much time on the big board as others.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Bestia, Pippa shows up pretty regularly. We saw him yesterday on the stat sheets. Solds has been a big component whenever we see success come out from Toyo. I love the macro movements that were coming out from Toyo because they did kind of move down into the position to try to usurp some of that lower sections to get kind of closer to Bestia. They were reading specifically how to keep control over the church, how many squads were down below them. They didn't ever overextend it. And it's just very, very clean play coming out from them. Like, that's almost as close to a perfect run of a game for Toyo as you could possibly imagine. They read the circles perfectly. They made sure to keep control over a low ground with that vertical cliff facing, and they managed to do it well while also avoiding all the mortars, everything else that was getting thrown at them. So very, very cleanly played, and one that you're definitely going to be proud of.
The compound hold against Liquid, that was what made it.
The compound hold. Like, what was the challenge of the hold? Is the way, or how were they able to hold? Does Liquid come in through a position that was just easy to break apart? Walk me through what works about that hold.
If I remember correctly, Liquid just kind of sent everybody into that western side of the compound, and Toyo was kind of in the process, like they had been looking out over the tops of the cliffside, right, and kind of shooting down at Chapinski's, shooting down at Duel. But I think the timing of it was that Chapinski's and Duel both kind of went away or were hunkered down, and Toyo was kind of retreating back away from grenades from X10 that they were just kind of throwing up on the cliffside. So Toyo was kind of retreating back already, and that was just bad timing for Liquid, as Toyo was kind of already, everybody was heading over there for a different reason, and then when when Team Liquid made the crash, the rest of Toyo was already there and ready and waiting for it. So Liquid never even really got a chance to get a foothold in that building.
It seems like that's actually happened to our, I don't want to say our top teams, but like our favored international teams more over and over again. Match them is like whether it was, I think Falcons who had to try to jump a dug trench that ended up getting Panzerfausted in the air to this sort of crash by Liquid. It seems like there's just a lot of, I don't want to call it trap, but just timing kerfuffles that I don't feel like we see as often at PGS.
Well, that's kind of the nature of the beast. It does feel like this lobby is getting more volatile, and that is due to the fact that we're starting to see a lot of these players figure out ways to play. And the stronger that a lobby gets means the fact that it's not necessarily as easy just to kind of run roughshot and run bisons and do whatever you want and still win, right? You're going to have these moments where every team feels like they've got at least one player that can figure out a way to do damage to you. So you can't just make these just crazy sins like you used to be able to. There's a lot more threats that are on the table, and you can't bully them out of it as easy as you used to be able to do. And that all just comes back to the timings on why we like PUBG, right? Is a second here or there, one direction or the other, you know, just a couple of degrees difference on how you drive into a circle can completely denote a change in the game.
It's why we love it, though I think sometimes it's why the professionals despise some of the things that happen, right? I mean, I can't imagine being in the comms a few times, especially with that car explosion yesterday, where it's got to be frustrating to put so much work into something, have an unexpected rotation by inches completely ends your game portal, and then have to get back on the saddle and be like, yeah, let's execute that again. It's probably not going to happen a third time.
I mean, at this point, when you've played thousands of competitive matches, at this point, like, you get pissed about it, sure, but you know, you shrug it off and go next. Like, when they go back and they do VOD review, they'll see exactly, you know, the situation that I described, and they'll be like, all right, well, you know, there's not really much we could have done about that, just based off the unfortunate timing. So it is what it is. So they'll be able to reset. They're still sitting there, very 3 points removed from first place. So I think that if nothing else, that'll kind of serve as a wake up call. Like, okay, like, job wasn't finished after yesterday's good day. Like, we still have to get back on our horse and get some more points here today.
Well, while that job done, it's time for us to work. Time to work as game number 2 is about to kick off. So let's head over to the grassy pastures of Erangel, where we kick this one off. Now, the last one was a little bit chaotic, but I like starting in the grassy pastures, in the dusty dunes. It sort of opened the door for our players to set their standard for the day. This is where the pace can truly pick up, is with one game down. That means 6 of our 15 have been put in the books. If you're a team in that right side of the leaderboard, I think now is the moment. You got to take the next 3 games. You got to maximize. And what I'm liking, Matcham, is that we're seeing teams owning that, saying we got to go out there. We got to make plays. We got to find points and taking those risks.
Yeah, because whenever we look at even like that last game, whenever Bestia went for the play on the backside of what was happening with Falcons, I always want to be that player or that team that is trying to get those extra points rather than just sitting back and hoping that you can get the victory and walk away with 2 kills, right? You need that extra little bit of oomph, and sometimes it does cost you the game win. But more often than not, if you play it right, you will come up ahead. You just got to make sure you're not doing it as, as rent-free as sometimes we can see some squads do.
Yeah, but like... That's the problem with rent-free, is it works, but it also throws the entire lobby into chaos, Poro. The fact that rent-free even exists has got to be a bit of a headache for some of our more established teams. Or do you think the fact there's a wild card out there, as long as they're not messing with you, is like you're excited about?
I mean, I think rent-free is just the newest iteration of the wild card team that we've had. We've always seemed to have in our NA lobby, or America's lobbies, I should say. So, you know, I don't think anybody's too taken aback by it at this point. It looks like I and Bolivia will at least manage to avoid them for now in Yes9. Now, the question is Rent-Free going to actually hunt them down like they did yesterday in cars and trying to make sure that they secure those points, as we have that circle going all the way back up to the north, Matt? It seems like we've been getting this one a little bit more often recently.
Yeah, we keep getting that like around shooting range area, or just kind of in the Badlands that come out of Stallbur itself. It does make for fun circles, especially now that we can do the digging and all that other stuff. It's made this area a lot more versatile in the ways that you can approach it. Feels also like an area that can have a lot more growth, specifically once we start looking at how mortars can make those impact craters and where might be some good new locations for squads to play. So not necessarily mad about it. Keep getting more fun is eyes onto a car, but they're going east, or they're going west.
Yeah.
Olivia's over to the east. This is just a play for circle and not my rent-free. What are you doing?
I'm
Not going
telling
after
you,
kills?
dude.
You're going for placement? What?
You know, as Rent-Free transitions out of Yasnai, I think maybe it's time for me to transition out of here and let the two of you use your golden pipes to walk us through the rest of game number 2 of 15. Well, sorry, 7 of 15. Nailed it, Toffees. Idiot.
Did a great job. You did.
Don't worry, Toffee. I always just think it's like game 2 of day 2. I don't do like the match 7, 8,
Match
9,
7,
10,
yeah.
That's not the way my brain works. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Well, this is an interesting, so this is more like our rent-free, right? There's no reason for them to be here unless they're doing something sneaky. What are they doing?
Hiding a car?
What are they doing?
Okay, so it looks like
Do
they're
they think
trying to
somebody's
set
in
up for a
gas station?
potential bridge camp, but if any, oh no, but why would you leave your cars? I was going to say, are they leaving their cars there so people are discouraged from making an approach here because they think that bridge is camped? But now you don't have car.
I'm not.
I can't look.
Far be it from me to
brains,
try to pretend like I'm gonna get into the brain of rent-free.
Yeah, you can't, because if you start trying to go down this route, suddenly we're going to start trying to talk about the Falcons, and we're going to be like, why they no push?
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Toyo's kind of tooling around up there, just uphill, off to the west from where rent-free is. So maybe they saw the care package drop. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're going over there for.
But there's walls around that compound that you could keep your car safe on. So I was trying to figure out, like, are they just trying to keep their car safe there?
Escape path. But you got to run across a wide open field to get to
I don't know. I'm so confused, and I love it. I'm going to be going back.
Well, this one makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Okay, here's a couple of setups. As New Gen All-Stars, we're wondering why the early games are just constantly bad for him. Well, it looks like they just bump into everybody. Shinboy's got himself godlike right down below him. Rest of New Gen All-Stars coming in for some support, and it is also going to get some third party coming up from Furia.
They are, yeah. They're going to leave Iga on the north side of the road, or I guess maybe they will send him back down here, but you can hear the bullets just pinging around. No knocks just yet. A lot of damage coming out as these blue zone grenades and the utility are finding the mark, but not enough so to take him down. Looks like Shinboy just going to try to slow down the push as the rest of his teammates will try to defend from the outskirts.
Oh, he's going to start getting some eyes on what's going on here.
He just missed him.
That's over. Can't necessarily get the shots, but he knows that most of them are inside the building at this point. That's great for the rest of his team. Haven is playing very far back, but Iga's already made a positional play to go after him. Great shots coming up from him. That's going to open up a lot more movement now on the opposing side, but 2 players already down, going for the window peaks. That is going to reveal that Shinboy is out here, but he just makes the charge in. He goes down, and Iga now the last one up.
Looks like they should be able to get the res on a Haven. Unfortunate there for New Gen All-Stars that but Fana just with a beautiful solo play to get that double knock. Absolutely huge for Godlike.
Oh, Iga, it's not going to be too much longer for this one. Nades come out. I mean, he's down to 1 HP, but he's doing a good job. Haven is still down from his earlier knock, so that's not a follow-up or anything else like that that's happened yet. Oh, Fana thought that he got it, and he didn't. He peeked back away from it, I think. So now this has gotten a little bit more dicey as nades are starting to be prepped up, and Iga's managed to get his health back in order.
Oh God, you want to be able to res Haven off of this? But I mean, you just get through the blue zone. Oh, get to him! No, he's gonna bleed out. So at least New Gen All-Stars will secure that 1 point. And we saw Rock setting up for this camp onto Chapinski's, and it is not going their way. Oracle gonna get another one. Sparking now the last player left alive for Rock, and he is off in the distance. This might be a salvage here for Sparking. See if he can maybe survive a little bit longer, then eventually go for those chips. But Chapinski, oh yeah, they're chasing him. They do not want to let him get away, Matt.
I mean, this is a moral victory and a half coming up from Chapinski. He's presently in 14th place. Being able to take a fight with Rock on a bridge camp and coming up with 4 players still up and active feels incredibly good. That's going to make it feel like, all right, it's time to start taking some bigger swings. See if we can start taking down somebody, as this is so far away from the circle, though I don't think that Chapinskis are going to want to over push for it. The circle itself still starting to settle down a bit more, as I've kind of got eyes on what's going to be going on around. We've got Duel that are making their way over into Everest, down into the foothills. They're going to have Wolf maybe wrapping along a similar pathing, but most of the circle doesn't have anybody playing edge. The only outlier to that is going to be Bolivia up in Stalber. That is pretty close to the zone wall. Then moving down into No Lean, we've got No Way, which is oddly thematic, if you ask me. North of that's going to be where X10 are posted up. And then center, of course, is going to be Rent Free, that we saw doing that very weird thing with the cars that my brain still just is trying to compute and figure out how all of the setup for it is with this. Team Liquid also getting into a pretty bully position up on top of the hillside of shooting range that should give them vision onto where Toyo is going to be holding down a couple of those compounds. Looking around, everything seems pretty calm for the time being, as Team Liquid in this more aggressive push down the hillside is going to find this entirely open, and this is great territory. I mean, we've seen a lot of squads be able to win from this point, so this is going to get them very centered, defendable position for their cars. Fate's going to be the only squad really to the north of them that they have to be concerned with. Of course, Toyo and Rent Free, we did also say take different positions around this, but Fate, in the way that they're holding down Crossroads itself, not going to be too much of a threat that Team Liquid has to worry about, as they actually left a couple of their players back behind on the hillside to make sure that they keep some type of control over that in case somebody tries to go for a crash down on top of them, and maybe do a little bit of extra scouting to make sure everything's going to be fine. Outside this one, we also do have Sparking still staying alive next to Milta. Looks like he's just trying to wait for Chapinskis to leave, as they're finally going to do. Might let him be able to get back over there and get his boys back up, as Godlike's going to go ahead, move over and start to get their reses right on top of the red zone, but they've already got themselves a foothold inside the circle as well. So nothing too terribly crazy just quite yet. Everything's kind of calm, relaxing, and welcome back. Oh, I thought you were back there for a second, Poro. Feels bad, but we'll get him back in just 1 second. Looking out, it's all about just setting up for the circle, so not going to over-berate you with, oh my god, this or there or whatever's going on, as the circle does pop and it moves right next to No Lean. X10, you can see already inside of vehicles getting ready to make their rotate, instantly turns back around. Godlike looks like they might be lying over into that Stalber hillside back behind all of it. Bestia's just got to do a regroup. Furia's just going to be taking the bridge down to the south. Falcon's going to be taking the one bit further to the west of that one, while Toyo and Team Liquid suddenly right next to each other in rotate. Top dogs right now vying against each other in a little bit of a road battle, as Toyo does have the position early, stops off, finds it, and now Team Liquid a little bit more dicey and now finds themselves with nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go. Toyo got the spot, and you know what? I'd say after the last game, just leave him alone, Liquid. Go somewhere else. I'll tell you what that shift did, though. It negated the rent-free trap, maybe, as Furia now about to drive into it. Meanwhile, Bolivia says, uh-oh, godlike, more like sent back to heaven, as Nizera tries to remove him from the game, but he can't do it. He missed the spray, and they get away with it, Matt.
I need to know what's going on with Rent Free. Thank you. This setup, I'm so confused by it, as Furia is going to be rolling by. They keep the Alamo position fine. They discourage any position coming up from Furia, so I still don't know why those cars were over their toffees, and it's driving me insane.
So I think that if the circle had been farther south, it was a trap. It was meant to make people think there was someone on the bridge, and they either go the long way around Yaz, or they make a different approach on where Rent Free was and lets an ambush happen. So I think that was the initial goal, was sort of misinformation, because who is better at sowing chaos than Rent Free?
They're inside my brain. They've managed to take it over. They're living rent-free in my brain, Poro. What do I do?
I'm back. Thanks, Toffees. I know what happened. Bye. Well, Furia, I missed a couple of things, but Rent-Free, again, Matt, we don't know what machinations make them work, but they will survive for the time being. Looks like Furia will do that too. Team Falcons kind of keeping eyes on it as everybody starting to make their way up here. 3 teams up on Stalber, though.
Just afraid to go through the crossroads position, or really that little bit of a bridge in between, or I want to say land bridge, I should say, that's next to the lake just north of Yasnaya. No surprise on that one. Is regrouping going to be the name of the game, as we've got a couple of squads that are playing in the warehouses to the west. And yep, now we've got Chapinskis pushing right up the hillside, following and back behind the weakened Godlike, as it is going to be Bolivia that are the kings of the mountain for the time being, but they do have a couple of usurpers coming for their throne.
And they do know. I'm Bolivia. Using that third-person perspective, keep eyes on everything that's happening here, but I mean, it doesn't look like the rest of the team is too terribly concerned about coming up here and doing anything about this. I think they're just putting themselves in a position to take advantage, to catch them by surprise whenever they finally come downhill. But good news for them is Chapinski's actually going to pull away. They're going to go to the warehouse on the low side anyway. So this should just be a straight up 4v4 as they wait for Haven to land from the friendly skies.
I'm getting a bit nervous about this as they are just slow rolling this right now, taking a little bit of blue zone. Not enough to be super bad just yet, but they're now starting to make the push, get it closer to Bolivia, and anything that weakens you before you manage to touch it is just scary.
And meanwhile, Haven actually landed in Yasnaya, so he's not even going to be a part of this. Whatever does happen here, but it's good show from Godlike. That circle might change the math a little bit, as it is going to cut hard off to the east. Now Wolves, I think, already going to realize they don't like the situation they're in. They're just going to head off to the north, try to come into this zone from a different direction. Probably play on those hills just on that northern side of Stalber, if I had to guess.
Yeah, man.
Oh, looks like it's going to be my turn now. Duel also trying to find a way in. Fate, Falcons, all directly coming in from that western side. Looks like we've got a couple of revives here from Rock in the meantime. Bestia, though, going to spot out Cowboy as he gets into that sniper tower. Benny will finish him off and secure that point for the boys. Vinny has to pull back down to go for the heal, but a lot of real estate taken up here by Bestia on that mountain side. Chapinski's just off to their east. Look like they're content to just hold down in the warehouse for the time being, so no third party coming in just yet. Those were just long range shots being sent over towards Vinny, as Team Liquid will now be 3 deep in the sniper tower.
Think
Falcons?
that I might be back in.
Oh.
Not 100% certain. Have to see
Possibly.
how things going. Is now the setup is going to be all about Falcons' eyes onto Rent Free and how they're going to try to be getting into the circle with the new way the circle is laid. Bestia, of course, living their best life, but that does mean that Fate's got to wrap in. Wolf also coming in from the north, running right across the plateaus. Means the fact that that Sulphur hillside that just had a couple of friends a moment ago is just going to be super spicy now, Poro.
Indeed it is. The internet is a complicated place, Matcham. It keeps kicking some of us out and some of us get to stay, as we will hopefully get to the end of this game as Falcons continue to just play from that edge. Looks like Rent Free will be able to avoid the line of sight. Gats has a revolver in hand, and that is a terrifying perspective. If you are one of the Falcons, you'd never want to see Gats bearing down on you with that revolver coming.
I mean, man, this is Rent Free and Falcons. We're old schooling it right now with the potential playing around that hill. Fate just trying to see where they can sneak in, but Wolf's got this very defended just to the south of that's going to be where X10's going to be playing. Wolf doesn't have all of their defenses fully shored, but I mean, Vox has got all the information in the world. He knows where everybody is. I think this is the only real glider that we've seen coming in, feeding the information over for a setup, and Wolf counter moves onto that so fast, but Wolf's got to be careful. That's also going to draw attention from a couple of other rotates, most notably Bolivia back behind him.
Oh, and Fate as well. Yeah, trying to come up from the low side. Looks like Copenhagen Wolves will do a good enough job to scare Fate away for now, although Dad Buff might be in no man's land. But as you said, I am Bolivia with that high ground. Kamba actually going to be the only one taking shots down on this, as the rest of the squad is looking at Godlike as they have finally made their move down from Stalber. They're also being forced into I am Bolivia from shots from Chapinski's from downhill. So that might be a fight that breaks off here soon, as Fate still tries to find a way to get into this next zone.
Godlike in that similar position. The new circle is popped. It's right on the edge. And this is going to be very awkward now for Bolivia. They're an odd team out with Kamba just suddenly going to have all of Godlike rotating right next to him. Viri looks like he's trying to provide some support, but there's not much that he can do. Kamba has no other options but just try to get out of this. But look over into the west. This is shifted entirely over onto Stalber and all of those individual plateaus. Team Liquid is going to be right in the middle of a funnel of squads just collapsing, crashing into Stalber hillsides.
That Team Liquid from that sniper tower will have to be very careful, as we see Viri going to get that knock on the Fana from range, going to provide that support, going to find the feetsies there for Haven underneath the car, and that's going to keep Kamba alive for a little bit longer. But it looks like Fate, they're going to see Wolves moving in, and now they're going to come back over here once again as Viri with the 6XM249. Why not? 4XM249,
My man,
a little bit better.
Do it. Why not? Bullets
Accuracy
don't do anything
through
just
volume,
sitting back
baby.
behind you. That car got exploded. It's good aim.
Exactly. Well, Viri still getting to hang out by this tree, but I mean, you see Kamba, he can't retreat. He can't escape at all. But hopefully the rest of the boys continue to have these angles onto Godlike as LFP will try to make the push down. Great shots there from Kamba, and that will put a pause on things.
I don't need help. I'm a strong, independent player, and I can do it myself. Except for the fact that there's too many people around me. Never mind. Come. Somebody else help me out. This is where the crunches are going to start happening. Godlike has nowhere else to go. They've got to force their way through here. Fate now about to join the party. X10 slowly trying to encroach on this one. Is going to have Duel that wraps right behind him. Duel is running right into this same pathing, and everything is funneling right onto the point where Fate is going to be playing the robe that the rest of Bolivia had eyes onto. Further isolating Cambia yet again as finally he goes down. And if anything, Bolivia might be taking that as a sigh of relief as they can start focusing in on all the approaching targets.
Oh, you don't want to push into the M249. And finally, he'll get 2, but Tim Fee will finally take him down in the end. Nazera going to make sure they secure the points, at least here for I Am Bolivia, as looks like 2 from Fate were able to get in. Team Falcons, though, they're going to push right into Toyo, and they are suffering right now. Shrimsy down, Gustav down, Tickleton with 10 HP remaining, and he is just surviving through the grace of the blue zone.
He still has to push into Team Liquid, who's got their fortress set up and looking down. They're just trying to steal all of these kills in the firefight. To the north, it's back over with X10 and Wolf. Duel back behind it. This is just on the outside of what we saw going on with Fate and Bolivia. Just a little bit further into the west, you can see the Wolves realizing way too hot over here as everybody had the exact same idea. Wrap to the north, and it is just clustered with players. Wolves fall. Duel now on the approach, seeing if they can get into the circle, and it is a very weakened X10 in front of them.
Goodness gracious, that kill feed lighting up like a Christmas tree. We lost about 4 teams in the span of 1 second there as Fate trying to reset. I Am Bolivia, though, they're not going to let that happen. Bad and Nazera will go down there and collect what is theirs. I believe 1 up here for Fate. It's going to be alive in the smoke. Might be able to get that res off, but the circle has popped and gone all the way back down south, Match'em, as Duel will reset. Team Liquid also has to get on the move.
Bolivia just still trying to defend. They didn't expect this many people over here. They've got to get back into the circle, but they need to deal with Fate first. But we know Fate, these guys, they don't go down easy. When there's 1 or 2 of them up, they can stall you out for a few minutes over here if they're not careful. That's going to be at least Tim Fee down. Bad playing the high side of the hill right now, so it's going to be Nazero on the other side. The way that Tater is going to be going for the counter move onto this one, Bad might be able to spot him, but that tree, I think, might be doing just enough work. Duel might also spot this out just a little while if they keep cresting this hill.
Yeah, Bad completely lost track of Tater there for a little bit. Tater doing his damnedest to work around that ridge line, get a different angle, but the blue zone has arrived, and all he's got left is a Dorito and 2 guns staring right down at him. Bad will get credit for it, and Team Fate will get eliminated. 5 kills now for I Am Bolivia as they continue to work south to get into the new zone.
Trying to creep their way up, now in 15th place. Other sections of the circle is going to be Team Liquid, now trying to brute force their way in. No way is going to be in front of them down to the south. Looks like we also do have Bestia setting up mortars. I don't know if it's going to be going more the side of No Way or what's going to be going on, but Team Liquid also has to be cautious because they still have Solds up and alive back behind them, waiting to cause some problems. This is going to be a continued stacking issue as Furia is going to be down south. But, I mean, if you got aim, who cares how many people are in front of you? The only problem is Toyo does spot out Halo and take him down.
They did. That's snake in the grass, but they will eliminate No Way in the process, and looks like Kurt might be able to go for a res here. Solds, you don't want to have the snake in the blue having an arm in his hands. That is about the most terrifying prospect here, as Solds continues to be feeling himself. 4 kills now for him. Let's see if he can collect 1 more.
Kurt doesn't, I don't think, know exactly where those bullets are coming from. He's eating a little bit of blue damage. It was out in the open, but he is going to be able to sneak their way in right underneath of Bestia, but that might put them in the firing line for Fury if they're not careful. They do have a little bit of a rock ledge that they can play for, and it looks like Kurt keeps kind of eyeing up into it to see if he can get over there and get some distance away. Bestia, you can see a little bit higher up, looking down onto the rotate coming up from Team Liquid. But up to the north, we also do have Bolivia trying to get in the circle pretty close to where Duel's going to be, and Chapinski's on the other side, very far to the east, kind of gatekeeping that out, as well as it is going to be Bad spotting out Wooly.
Yeah, Bad got that opening knock on the Wooly, and he managed to flush it as well. Take a few shots of Sharp Shot as he tries to retreat, but that will be enough here for Bad. 3 kills for him. Good game or a bad, even though Bolivia down to just 2 players. The circle does favor them. They'll cut over to the east side. Toyo does go down in the end. Souls, though, did a lot of damage for his squad.
A lot of squads want some points off of this one. Chapinski has got the compound. It's also pretty elevated and gives them a lot of control over the circle, but it's going to be a new dynamic to see coming out from Chapinski's on how well they can do that. Rock's got a little bit of a cropping that they can play down to the south, so keep eyes on how they keep control on any rotates coming up from Furia or Team Liquid. Bestia's got eyes looking around. Duel's going to be the new opponent approaching from the other side of it, but Team Liquid is also getting right on top of Furia. This nade could do a ton of work if it bounces right. Rolls in, shots connect, but it isn't going to get enough for the flush.
Oh, falls short, trying to throw it uphill. It's always tough. Hurt will play around that rock as long as he's able, but now there's shots coming in from Benya from Bestia, and there you go. The grenade from DraftKings will get the job done. This Purdy Curdy will get finished off. It looks like Benya will steal it away, as now Luke, the last player left alive here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and he's got Benya on one side, the rest of Furia on the other. Bestia, though, keeps having to focus their attention back over to Duel. Duel's just going to try to send it. No other options. You just got to try to make something work. Bolivia on the other side is going to be hitting some shots, and I'm So Bad showing up. Maybe that he's pretty good, as he's getting a lot of good shots onto it. Bintalo, the last one up. Molotov lands just in front of him, but nowhere to go. Even a car abandons poor old Pinta with nothing left.
Oh, he's dancing. He's hopping around trying to survive a little bit longer. No, Bad will steal it away and collect Bolivia's 7th kill now. And now Furia going to start fighting their way uphill right into Rock. Sparking will take that initial spray down, but realize that is a little bit too much for me to deal with by myself. I need the rest of my boys. Unfortunately for him, they are all on the south side, staring up at Chapinski's Tururu.
This is Bolivia with an extreme high ground leading into the Chapinski's positioning. Bestia is still trying to squeak their way in, but they're trying to sneak in on the backside of where Furia is going to be playing. Rock's got some vision on Furia's position. Don't forget that also we still have Team Liquid's Luke alive. He is eating some blue zone damage, but he's creeping right up back behind Bestia. So Bestia with no paths in might provide some enough of a distraction for Luke to try to creep his way in, as poor old Gats getting shot from every single direction right now, as I think that 2 different squads got vision on where he's hiding at.
I'm not even sure if they're shooting at him or if they're shooting over him. I think he's probably dug in, but it looks like he'll survive for the time being, as now Santastico has that side flanking angle with the M16. But yeah, okay, Gats has been spotted out by Luke, and Luke will throw a few more shots over in that direction before succumbing to the blue zone. Team Liquid out in 8th.
Furia has the opportunity to try to climb up the leaderboard and chase after the big game that Toyo set just a moment ago. Now you can see Bestia trying to get more control over this high ground. Bad does go down. That leaves Nazera the last one up. But Bolivia finding a lot of points in this game is going to feel good about it. Chapinski's, all the firefighting has been going on to the west. They haven't been able to get too involved. It feels like that's going to kind of continue, where we've got X10 trying to gatekeep out Rock. Sparking is trying to get closer. Furia also on the other side of it. It's just kind of all of South America trying to find a way into the circle right now, and everybody that's inside the circle wishing that nobody sees them.
You know what the ultimate poetic ending for this would be, right, Matcham?
What's that?
If Rock and Chapinski's end up fighting. Because remember, Rock tried to camp Chapinski's early on the bridge. They wiped all 3 of them. Sparking managed to get away and get the revives on all of his teammates. They looted up in Yasnaya, and now they're full strength playing from that south side, while Chapinski's is back at the top of Stalber. So it feels like that fight might get a round 2 here very shortly.
A little bit of a role reversal this time, with Chapinski's being the ones on the defense. Furia, though, is kind of the weird factor in this one. They're losing a lot of their territory that's going to be providing them safety. They're going to be moving into more of an open corridor, and Bestia knows it. Bestia still got this ridgeline, but you can see Chapinski's are now starting to stretch out a bit more. Not content inside their compound. That is going to put some duress onto Bestia and allow for a little bit more movement coming up from Furia. And Furia looks like they're trying to exploit it. They want to move more to the south, but that's going to be where Rock's at, where X10's at, and where Gats is, even though Gats probably won't take a shot unless he has to.
Good thing for Luzera here is he doesn't even have to do a whole lot of damage or get any knocks, but he is just completely pinned down Bestia. Like, they are just using utility, wasting a whole bunch of stuff there on that high side. Looks like Gabudo will come over here and provide some support for Luzera, as Bestia will turn their attention towards Furia. All these teams from the west, you can see the terrain they're having to deal with. It is just brutal stuff, as Well, welcome to the show, Santa Hero.
Oh, there goes Gats as well. Fury gets some extra cover to work with. That's the right way to look at it, right? There's some benefits to that. Don't worry about flaming wreckage. Chapinski's now got a beautiful firing line onto Bestia, and they are in some trouble over there, but Chapinski's can't quite find the knocks on it they want. Duru's going to come over and provide some extra support. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and stock up from the car as well.
Yeah, Chapinski's kind of getting pulled in a couple of different directions right now. They just have such great sight lines, and that circle's not going to change much, as their high ground will still remain in.
Oh!
Okay, Gabudo got the arm on the kid. It gets the double knock on the Bestia, and they'll just spray down the smokes. You got to wonder how much utility Bestia even has left, but you see Taruru was running kind of low on ammunition as well. Chapinski's been playing from this high ground for so long. There you go, another knock on to Vinny. Now it's down to just one for Bestia in the smokes.
Gabudo putting in the work right now. That's opened up a lot more control for the other players of Chapinski's down to the south. Keep a little bit more duress onto Rock and Furia both. Luzera is going to be the guy that's focused in on what we can see going on with Furia, but there is no flush potential really coming up from the Chapinskis. This is what everybody else is dealing with. Chapinski's got this ridge line, and it is beautiful. Santastico, though, does get the knock on Oracle, who went for a bit too much there, and that allows Rock to get in the rocks right down below Chapinski's.
Stuck around a little bit too long, and I think Luzera was trying to go for the res, but got called off, as I think they might have been expecting a push. No push will come, but it will open up a door here for Bestia after getting all those revives back on their feet. Frogman will get immediately knocked by Posa. Bestia somehow, some way, still alive, still trying to fight in to this next zone.
Now they have to deal with Furia. There is no clean sight lines, really, the way that this has been set up. It's the guys down in the muck and in the dirt having to fight amongst each other while Chapinski's managed to get everything reset for themselves. Bestia with very few options has to run down into a hillside. One side of the high ground is going to be Chapinski's raining down bullets. Furia on the other. It has to be Bestia. They're the first ones that go, and they did not want to have to do it. It is just duress firefighting from everywhere, but that opens up more movement for Rock. You can see Sparking wants to go after Furia, but he doesn't want to overstep. He knows he's vulnerable to Chapinski's line.
Furia stealing a couple of those kills away from Chapinski's as well, and yeah, Bestia, I think at that point they had just run out of utility, didn't they? They just had nothing left to give them any kind of concealment. And there you go, Sparking gonna have a shotgun rider with him in Santastico as they push here onto Furia. The utility will come out after the double knocks, force Furia out into the blue zone, but Santastico is gonna go down as well. Furia does get eliminated in the end, but at the cost of Santastico.
I mean, that could be even more as Sparking's gonna go down. He's trying to run up. Chapinski's got the high ground. Two players up for Rock, but it's RBN and Kawazine. The way that the center dot is going to fall, it's going to be just outside the Rock croppings. So a little bit of badness for both. Looks like Rock's trying to get inside track on control of position. RBN wants to see if maybe he can get a knock. These peaks coming out from Chapinski's sometimes have been a little bit too much and gets punched, but Luzera does get the knock onto RBN, and Chapinski's taking more control. The climb coming up big. Even all of the fire around Kawazine, he keeps his cool together, but all the throwables are about to rain upon his head.
Indeed they are, and Chapinski's whatever utility they may have left in the bag is all about to be sent at this one tree where Kawazine will continue to dance around and hopefully maybe get another knock. Is Gabudo going to be the one to send it? Not even going to get the opportunity. Chapinski's gets the W from the high ground.
That is a big stack of kills for them. 8 and a victory, Toffees. That is a climb up the leaderboard for the Chapinskis.
It's been exciting, and then they get to the finals and sort of fall off. So having a chicken here in Game 7 is actually maybe the spark they need.
It was a lot of fun watching them get this, get even into the grand final lobby to begin with. But I will say that game played out perfectly for them, right? Like they had that high ground. They were able to hold on to that high ground for a long time. Everything that was happening off to the north, all those 3, 4, 5 teams that all tried to come in from the north side all killed each other, and Chapinski's were basically in a perfect position to just kind of capitalize on everything else. But they did what they needed to do. They got a good spot, and they ended up getting a nice little stack of kills to go along with that win. But so far today, everything's kind of playing off like we thought it would. It's not just two teams running away with it. at this point. Everybody else is kind of having something to say here, Toffees.
Yeah, the bounce back has been great. I mean, with the exception of the fact that Furia continues to find themselves in the top 4 and 5 at an outrageous rate.
Consistency, yeah.
Right, it's wild. Everybody else has popped up. They said, we're not okay with you guys running away with it. And I think that when I came in, I thought we'd leave today, honestly, Matt, with maybe like a 4-horse race. I think that is blown wide open now.
Well, we've also had a lot of the squads that were more down towards the bottom finding some signs of life. Chapinski's, Bolivia inside that last game. Bolivia managed to stack together a decent amount of kills, so they ended up actually in 5th place overall off of 7 kills. So big for them. 9 kills for the Chapinskis, but like you said, Furia is just finding ways to make it in the later stages, steal away so many of these points, man. This is keeping them in the thick of it all, but eyes look over. Copenhagen Wolves down early. Falcons down early. Team Liquid down early. And Godlike at least with 5.
The animal's not thriving over there. What's going on with Falcons, Poro? This is a development that I was not prepared for.
I don't know. I was just laughing at the fact that I think 6 or 7 of those kills for Chapinski's were all on Rock. Nice. Because they just kept running into each other from the bridge camp to the end game. Kind of funny. But yeah, man, I don't know. So far, it's 2 games in, right? So you can't really read too much off of it. But Falcons, I thought they looked like they were in a pretty decent spot to start things off today. But they're still like, I guess 30 points away. They're still one big win away from being right back in the mix. And we haven't really seen them deliver that yet, but you feel like it's coming, right? Like you feel like they just need to have that one game where kind of Circle kind of gives them a little bit of favor. They start collecting kills. Tig kind of starts opening up. And then everything will be right as rain and they'll start making their run. But we thought at the end of the day we'd have 4 teams in the running at the top. Right now it's 3. Let's see who's going to be the next one to join them.
Gotta have a big move by old Bigleton. Head-to-head, Rock. Wow, okay, I didn't expect to see this today. Rock versus Chapinski's in a head-to-head, Matt. What a fascinating choice to break down.
Hey, look, I know, look, we were talking about how much we were excited for the Chapinskis. I'm still excited for them. Whenever we look at new teams coming into the finals, I'm not expecting them to instantly start slamming up against everybody that's at the top of the leaderboard. I'm wanting them to find successes for themselves. I'm wanting them to learn. I'm wanting to see growth rates come out. I'm wanting to see more confidence and style of play. That is exactly what we are seeing from the Chapinskis. We saw them have to take that fight on the bridge, like Pearl was talking about, successfully against Rock. So now Chapinskis can start saying, okay, well, we know that we're at least comparable in some ways to Rock. What do we need to do to be more competitive and be in their spots around the leaderboard? That is what I'm looking for these new squads, specifically with squads like Bolivia as well. Finding high kill counts, finding ways to get into positions, not always taking the victories, but finding successes and finding ways to start repeating those.
I also, while we look at this, I need to find out what is a Chapinski. Or do you know what a Chapinski is?
Got no idea. I have no idea why the Ghostbuster, why the ghost is trying to escape.
Very pro ghost, yeah.
It feels like a meme that we're missing out on continentally or something like that. Like I'm
fine with that.
Right? It's true. Yeah. But I want to know if they're going to win games. Somebody give us the information. What is
the Brazilian meme game is exceedingly strong. Like you guys have no idea. Like they've got their own stuff going on down there. That's true. That is insane and hilarious. But so far, what is that? So that's Furia and Toyo now tied for first. As we all predicted going into the top of the day. I think I did predict Fury to have a big day, so I'll pat myself on the shoulder for that one. But you've said it, like they've been very consistent. Like they haven't gotten wins, but they're still getting points and points and points, and they're still kind of keep climbing here. Liquid doing the same thing, a little bit tougher that time around.
So I Googled Chapinski, and I had to know. And what Chapinski means is that we'll be back after this short break where we listen to Toyo's comms. Chapinski.
Eu acho que é o Rock tá procurando. A Rock tá fightando. Temos 2 aqui na cima, Rock, guys.
Dá pra aí, guys. Pra cima depois.
Tô chegando aqui, tô esse cara aqui.
Então faz o morteiro lá na antena, mano. Se for pra lá.
Mano, vê os morteiros aí, guys. Vai bater assim, não tem que andar.
Boa, Sold.
Só um.
Tá, o último tá no laranja, guys.
Tá no pincone pra trás. No verde, tomou tiro, tá no verde. Correu pra trás. Vamos matar esses caras, guys. Essas kills, vamos, Sold.
Calma, fiz morteiro nele lá, mais pra trás.
Vem, viado, não vai dar tempo.
Tô indo, calma. É a bala, calma.
Tá dentro do carro, calma.
Não, tem DMR.
Tá frente a mim, eu acho. Espera.
Onde? Marca. Chegando, Cap.
Não, é o morteiro, mano. Não tá aí, não.
Ele tá mais pra frente, mano. Ele tava mais pra frente. Vou fazer um nade pra frente, Cap. Fiz um nade.
Entra indo no carro aí, tá?
Atrás do carro, Sud, se der.
Calma, é mais de um, cara. Você tem que vingar mais de um
Tá, eu
carro.
volto. Eu volto.
Vou dar essa lá atrás, filho.
Ele vai estar aqui na nossa frente, Cap.
Vamos ter bom.
Se dá, você tá furado,
Matei,
velho.
não.
Dá, você tá furado aqui.
Tô revisando o M. Ele tem que chorar ali, tá?
Tá, eu só tenho um smoke, guys.
Pega tudo utilitário, guys. No carro, carro.
O fake
Só
tá
tem
com
esse,
bala.
não
tem dois
tem
carros.
mais.
Não?
Só tem
mais.
carro. Tá furado,
Mano, achei outro morteiro com muita bala, mano.
Mano, aqui
Pega a
parar
nade
no
aqui.
4.
Pega essa nade aqui, fake.
Cara, vindo, guys.
Cara vindo aí.
É nós.
Prepara, mata eles.
Tem outro. Acabou.
Muita moto aqui. Não dá pra ver. Preciso pegar essas motos, mano.
Tá, pegamos, guys. Pegamos para amarelo. Estamos muito ruins.
Peguei muito, cara.
Smoke a frente aí, guys, pra gente...
Não tem.
Vamos mocar toda pra você.
Precisa muito.
Tomei knock. Dropei 3 smoke, Cap. Smoke me resta. Acho que tem que me carregar, mano.
Não precisa.
Ai,
Esqueci meu nome, tá?
Vou tentar passar de a pé e o carro tá aí, mano.
Tá,
Mano, vem no carro, vem todo mundo no carro.
Não dá.
Relaxa.
Tomei knock de novo. Smoke que eu vou estar safe. Relaxa, acho que tá de boa.
Eu não tenho smoke, eu tenho escudo, tá? Tenho escudo. Pra que o escudo eu catei? Sai daí, Fê.
Não posso colocar.
Valeu. É muito difícil, velho. Valeu.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Welcome back. It is time for us to get the next match underway. The dynamic duo, Toppies and Porosaurus. We should probably summon Matchroom back. We like what's the everybody spam M in chat to resummon Matchroom. I don't know where. It's like he broke. We lost Poro in the last one, and now Matchroom's gone. All right, so spamming it out, bring him back. There he is. We have summoned the Mat.
He has been summoned.
Yay! I exist again.
Get that teleportation here. Came flying in.
It's like 5-year-olds, or I guess 2-year-olds, no object permanence. Suddenly we go to break and I cease to exist.
Yeah. No, I understand that completely. Talk about my wallet. All right, so let's get back into talking about the games, because that's probably why people are actually here, not to hear about our inability to keep track of the things that we own. Okay,
that's what they tell me.
That's what they tell all of us. I don't think we're in this business because we're not good at keeping track of our stuff. Okay, now what we are good at keeping track of is the teams, the performance, and what they need to move into the matches. So as we get ready for game number 3 today, let's talk about where the leaderboard stands, who has to make moves, and who is proving that they are more than just left behind. Because what I'm seeing is a lot of teams, Poro, who were kind of really struggling at the end of yesterday or at the start of today, have shown up, put up, and are just like battling their way up in this leaderboard in a really impressive way.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was what we were interested to see. What happened today at the very beginning of the day? I said, you know, if Liquid or Furia wants to make sure they hold on to their spot, they need to make their mark known at the very beginning of the day, because there are going to be other teams that kind of get the wind in their sails right now. So far, Toyo being one of them. Furia has done what they needed to do. Liquid still in there. I mean, they're only 4 points back, right? They were only 3 points back after game one. But they really haven't found that same success that they had yesterday. Obviously, they've been chasing circles a little bit more this time around. But if you start having teams like I Am Bolivia just coming in there and getting a bunch of kills, if you start having teams like Chapinski's winning games, it's going to make things a lot more complicated when we get come into tomorrow with only 5 games remaining.
I agree. I mean, Liquid's still in it, but their hands have to be burning, right? This is like me in gym class where you get 3/4 of the way up and you just slide back down and it rips you apart. Nice circle. Oh, wow. That was yesterday, and it ended up right south of Shipyard, Matt, and I think it showed that everybody struggled with that transition.
Yeah, this is a very fun section of the map to play whenever you look at the area south of Shipyard. Big hillsides leading into the fields that are going to be going to the east as well as down into the southeast. If we go much further south, though, remember there is kind of that river that cuts through that people can kind of navigate by foot and run across. We did see an ending in, I believe, one of the qualifiers that went over there led to some very fun firefighting as well. So recipe for just about anything good, even if it goes down to the southwest. Or we could get that crazy thing where it takes on the bridge and goes all the way to the west, and then it gets really dicey.
We got to see what they do. We're also going to check in with Rock. I believe Rubinho has some information for us.
Cara, eu acho que assim, a gente só precisa acertar alguns detalhes ali dentro das partidas, principalmente do meio das partidas pro final delas. E aí a gente vai conseguir fechar alguns jogos aí e conseguir galgar mais pontos na tabela pra deixar a gente numa posição mais confortável. Cara, como eu disse, a gente precisa fechar um pouco melhor os jogos, principalmente do mid-game para end-game, tomar decisões melhores. Acredito que a gente esteja pecando um pouco nessas tomadas de decisões, eu principalmente como IGL. Então lapidar um pouco isso aí nesses 2 dias que faltam, e a gente com certeza tá muito vivo nessa briga pelo título. Com certeza a gente ainda não demonstrou o nosso máximo. Mais uma vez repetindo o que eu falei, melhorar um pouco a nossa tomada de decisão, o mid pro endgame. E cara, assim, sinceramente, ter um pouquinho mais de sorte também com as saves que estão sendo bem cruéis com a gente. Mas com certeza a gente precisa ser um pouco mais competente na nossa tomada de decisão, conseguir melhorar ainda mais nosso desempenho no campeonato e demonstrar, né, todo o nosso potencial, todo o potencial desse time que todo mundo sabe que é muito grande.
All about reaching that full potential. You think they got it going there? I mean, they are starting to get some type of climb going, touching up in that 4th place position, but they are at the barricade. They've got to stack up another 20 points to get something out of it, bro.
I mean, I do agree with them that I don't think we've seen their best yet, but the fact is that we haven't seen their best and they're in 4th place, right? So at some point, things are going to start really clicking for that squad. I just hope it happens this tournament, right? Because that is a very, very talented roster with a lot of big fragging players on that squad, a lot of big names. And after all the success we saw them have last year, would hate to see them miss half a year of international play.
Feels like Wolf was on the hunt for Chapinski's, as that was very far away from the circle, playing along the coastline, just kind of eyeing out a couple of different compounds. So this definitely feels like something that Wolf was trying to do to get a little bit of a snowball rolling for themselves. Eyes on to X10. They're going to be just playing the fields outside of Airport. They've got a couple of friends over there with Furia as well as Fate. Rent Free also making a push going for the center of the circle yet again, as it kind of did them some work last time. Not surprised to see it happen again.
No, not indeed. Well, I don't actually. Was this the Rent Free map? No, this was the Rent Free map where they died in Godoc, I think. It was another hot drop map for Rent Free, but this time they'll avoid it and they'll pull a little bit close to Fury as he sees a crack and kind of keeping eyes off in the distance. We do have that E pickup that has been popped, and that is going to be No Way. We'll see where they decide to drop. But remember, we saw a lot of action in Shipyard yesterday on this similar circle, like a lot of action, like a surprising amount of action. Like I don't think I've seen that much Shipyard in ever. So I'm interested to see how many teams decide to go up all the way up to the north again.
Every time I see the circle, I remember, what was it, Gamers 8 with gas cans whenever they had qualified. And They make the emergency pickup and they go over here because it was like more of a 50-50 circle. They go over to the western side, and then all of a sudden it pops back over to the east. And so I think that was a learning process for a lot of teams about trying to hold emergency pickups and use them whenever you get these types of circles. Is we do have Godlike trailing in, letting Team Liquid kind of take the shots for them if anything were to happen in front of them. But, I mean, there's not too much that's happened quite yet, so it should be a couple more seconds before anything crazy goes down.
Yeah, no road rage so far. As if I'm Godlike, I'm actually really hoping to avoid this, honestly, because they have just been running into scrap after scrap in C1 and not coming out ahead of it at all times. So keeping 4 alive to the late game. We'll see if they can continue. I feel like they've had a better day today, at least, you know, eyeball test. Like, it hasn't really shown up in the leaderboard just yet, but it feels like, just off of looking in first glance, that they're kind of got a little something better going so far here today. We'll see if they can put something more.
It's so intriguing because this squad was so dominant in their firefighting capabilities. Like, all of their successes stemmed off of very decent kill count games. And for some reason, now that we're in the second finals versus the first, it just hasn't worked out. As Bolivia, this is where you were playing last time, so can you get some successes as Finna just runs over Viri? No fear. Panzerfaust doesn't really work out. Bolivia, this trap isn't going too well.
No, that one didn't exactly spring the way I believe they probably wanted it to, as Balefrost will go ahead and secure the Nazera. Shinboy going to go down as well, though. Has not been flushed out. It looks like he might be safe, as Iga going to do everything he can to just force these guys to continue going away. But nothing feels worse than when you set up a camp and you're the one that suffers the most damage off of it, Matt.
Yeah,
oh, no.
that is,
oh, no.
that's
oh,
about
no.
the worst. It's
That's fine.
Yeah, everything's okay. That's definitely not going to fling somewhere in some very weird style situation. As Lopez also getting run over by Duel at range. No way taking a couple of shots back in retaliation, but not too much more that can happen. This is going to be very far over into the east, leading into the fields, right along the zone wall. So No Way is going to be playing up to the north. Duel bypassing, that's going to get a bit more space. Jumping in with New Gen All-Stars, they're just going to be dealing with Bolivia now, making their rotate, trying to get better inside the circle. But that's going to put them next to Rent Free.
Finna getting a little thirsty there. Might have to get called back, and they'll just stop down and see where they're retreating to. But it looks like Iga and Shinboy with them.
Are we in a world where people are having to call back Finna of all players and New Gen All-Stars? What is going on here? This is supposed to be New Gen All-Stars aggression galore.
I mean, it looks like it's playing out, but yeah, Finna just keeping eyes on him, and it looks like he was waiting for the rest of the boys to get to him, and they are fully committed to chasing these guys down. There's been a couple of compounds that looked like they might be juicy, but it looks like Bolivia going to keep breezing past as Iga. They're not getting shot at.
The Falcons right now. The Falcons are just watching this like, why? Why are there 6 cars? What is it?
It's like when I'm sitting at home and you hear sirens and you see a police chase go by. You're like, huh. Wonder what they did. So you see the entirety of I Am Bolivia just running, screaming from New Gen All-Star. They're doing circles now. They're lapping back to the shipyard.
And now that's going to put them next to No Way. So New Gen All-Stars not done, but No Way getting involved. Couple of shots is Finna. He's on him, boy. Like, this guy is not surrendering.
All right,
he's like,
2.
We know who's going to have the longest distance traveled in this, and it's one of these 2 squads.
We'll see if any of them will finish. Oh, there you go. It takes the tires out. And New Gen All-Stars will eventually feast off of the bodies of I Am Bolivia. And they will go back to the shipyard where they have now returned to, as we see Chapinski's tried to do the E-pickup. And I think, well, was it Bestia or was it Chapinski's trying to do something? Either way, one of them crashed the other, and Chapinski's came out the loser.
Remember that Chapinski's were playing way down into the south, and we saw them kind of have to deal with Wolf a while ago. They're still wrapping in Bestia way outside the blue zone. I would say like, what, 2.5 kilometers outside of even getting into this new zone right now. So no rush coming out from these guys, as it's just everybody kind of starting to pick on anybody that's trying to find some points. There's No Way. I guess they want to get involved, and they're going to chase down Finna. They've been watching this for a while, and so they opt into pouncing.
So we like race cars too. Let's go. We'll take it in to that shipyard. I said we saw so much action in shipyard yesterday. Would we see it again? Oh my God. The hard shift up to the northeast. That is a circle, Matt.
Yep. And we get Toyo now also joining around shipyard. They don't look like they want to get too involved in it. So Now we've lost a lot of the circle to non-playables. It's a ton of fields, and Duel's in a very strong position. Falcons as well. The hillside that we saw, I guess the grand chase occurring on as it was kind of cutting all around that hillside over there, going to be very strong in the circle. Everything else going to kind of suck because it is just fields all around unless maybe this somehow goes back down around airport.
Oh no, he's actually trying
committing.
to go for this. He's committed. Come on, Gladiator, you can do it. Balefrost, you hit them toes, man. You got him. Oh. All right. We just cast off the Discord stream share. Okay. Hey guys, sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties, but we'll get you there in the end. But looks like Godlike is going to get real close to Team Fate in the middle of this rotation as Furia is kind of overseeing all of it.
Eyes on the rotates right now as it is going to be Wolf running right into X10, who's already holding. Secondary rotates are going to be happening all over the place because there is just nowhere to go, and this is very unscouted terrain. Just to the north of where X10's going to be playing is going to be Team Liquid. Duel's at the center of the circle. No way just to the north of them. Wolf with not a ton of options. They're just trying to figure out how they can find somewhere to stop off at. Looks like they might have found themselves pretty decently. Fury is still having to deal with a little bit of position just down to the south of where Duel's going to be playing out. Falcons on the edge of the zone where Rock's going to be coming in. Fate down below them. And we saw Godlike kind of roaming around that airport position as Falcons find themselves what should have been in a death funnel, but everybody's kind of avoided it, Poro. They've gone north-south, just no one cutting directly in.
It looks that way, and they'll see Toyo eyes in the skies, but I mean, you can see what Gustav's having a look at it. I mean, as soon as he sees somebody, it might be a little bit too late as they're going to be right on top of him, but they're going to defend it as best they can. Duel doing the same thing as they kind of have that centermost position. Team Liquid had the option of pretty much anything they wanted to play, and you can see they've even sent Cowboy all the way off to the north just to scout out who might be coming their direction as the new circle pops.
Somebody finally decided to go in Falcon's direction. It was rent-free, so they got to shoot a little bit. And
there you go.
Now it's back to a little quiet as Rock is going to move into the foothills down just to the east of where Falcon's going to play. New Gen All-Stars look like they're going to use one of their players as a scout on the emergency pickup. Feed information over. I'll give you a hint. It's planes and a whole bunch of people kind of hiding out in dips because that's about it. Is Bestia and Wolf still need to regroup down into the south in the circle.
Don't have a map stream right now, so I can't see who it is that popped that. If that's an E pickup or that's a revive. Is a recall for Finn. Okay, there you go. And looks like he's actually going to get down as well. So no way. Looks like they have a compound here on the very northern side, but they're going to have to defend that because I feel like there was a couple of teams that were kind of looking over in this direction. New Gen All-Stars, one of them now that they've got Finna back. But Balefrost take a few shots in the back there from Slabby. Is no way. We talked a lot about him yesterday. We saw them kind of on the come up, Matt, and it's been a little bit of a slog for him so far here, but this might be a good spot.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to, again, fault any of these squads for finding some successes and then slipping. Consistency is what we always talk about being king, and that's really hard to find whenever you're just kind of trying to establish yourself inside the lobby for the first couple of times. So just trying to figure out how they want to handle it. They did make that aggressive push back over into New Gen All-Stars. The whole reason why Finna had to get rezzed just a moment ago was because he got ran over. So Nugent All-Stars and them continue to throw bullets while Rent Free is kind of squeaked in next to Toyo, who's got a compound and a mortar set up. Curious to see where they're going to be flinging those mortars at, as Field's a bit too far away, as Godlike's got nowhere to go, and Bestia is going to be right on top of him.
A 2-2 split for Godlike. You would have figured that would have been trouble for Bestia, but good shots from Pippa will take down Haven, but he's going to get taken down in return by Posta as a Kraken will flinch that one off. Make sure secure the point there for Furia, as they've got a nice little spot here to play around, a little bit of cover, a lot of walls. You see Fate just next door, but no angles for them, as Bestia will manage to at least get 3 in, which maybe you got to kind of consider that a win, considering what they were pushing through.
Yeah, and this was a late rotate because remember that they did bump into Chapinski's. Wolf also bumped into Chapinski's pretty early. Chapinski's just now trying to touch the circle. Oddly enough, pretty close to where Wolf's going to be at. Back into the hillsides, you can see that this is going to be one of the more open sections of it that Rock's trying to claim. They are going to have Rent Free that kind of squeaked in right next to Toyo, so it's going to make it a bit more uncomfortable. Also, high ground galore around them. Duel having some high ground, Falcons having the high ground, and then Toyo just having that compound. All kinds of problems for Rock, as I think a couple of those mortars might be eyeing this direction.
Wouldn't be surprised. New Gen continue to send it on in, and oh, that's a huge shift for them. If they can find a spot here to play, they might be mortar bait, but they are right there near center circle. No way actually taking shots over in that direction, but I think New Gen might be able to post up in a way that they can avoid most of those shots. Looks like Team Liquid going to get everybody back over there to join Purdy and Cowboy, because there is a lot of action going on just south of them, and that Liquid compound probably looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, you can see Wolf tried to push their way in, instantly rebuffed on it, so it's going to be a regroup, but they still have to get in the circle. That has stalled out X10. X10's got to just stick up back behind it. Bates just going to be trying to send it in with Dad Buff. Man has no fear, you got to give him that. He just sends it into the circle sometimes to see what he can scout for his squad. Team Liquid actually sent Alo down outside around these fields to get more containment angles on everybody that's going to be approaching. But Wolf, with no options, going to be sending it right into the face of Team Liquid. Dad Buff going to be running right back behind that one. You can see Team Liquid at least taking a couple of pot shots to force Wolf further in, and that's going to run right into Nugent All-Stars. There is nowhere to go, so it's just time to see what you can get.
Oh, it's just drive-bys and drive-bys. Eager going to hop out of his own vehicle just a little bit too late. Vox going to get a little bit too close. Shinboy right there with it. He's going to find one. He's going to get Flood as well, as Wolves is getting picked apart. Snakers had to drop down earlier. He's got at least a little bit of cover in that foxhole, but that's all he's got. Is Finna will get a little bit closer. And now X10 has arrived, and they'll take out Luke 12.
They run right in behind this all, realizing the fact that Team Liquid was focused up. Kurt goes for the shots, narrowly avoids out the nade, and X10 takes a lot of damage. Chapinski is still roaming in back behind this one while Bestia is trying to third party, but Team Liquid looks like they're starting to figure out the placements. They've got to be careful. Kurt does go down. It's going to be Santi that manages to find him. Alo's side angle coming up big right now as he has to keep his team alive.
Halo trying to stay alive, trying to get that flanking angle. While this is going on, Falcons has managed to make their way into the zone. They've pulled in just on the east side of Toyo. Godlike pulling in, but they're in between Rock and Duel, with Furia still on the outside of zone trying to make their way in. X10 does get eliminated in the end by Team Liquid as they collect another 5 points.
We still have more movement to go. Furia's got to get into the circle, and that's going to be a round where we see Rock, Godlike, Dual holding position, maybe even Bestia. Chapinski's Oracle has at least managed to step in. Rent Free got right up in the faces of a couple of squads, and they got punished for it. So now Rock's going to continue to try to tail in back behind them, while Furia is just going to barely be touching the circle right on the other side of all of this. The south is where everybody is. No Way and Toyo have plenty of space to play in the north as Godlike do get eliminated. It's all about what's going on in the south.
Yeah, it was a little bit too much to ask for Godlike playing on that hillside. The combination of Rock and Duel just proving to be too much, and Furia, just that patience paying off big as Rock now will spot out Rent Free. The few shots will come in, down to just Jam and Bizzler for Rent Free, as Rock just controlling that south side. They're looking over towards Furia as well, Matt.
Duel's got this 2-2 split with a lot of vision, but it's very hard to control. There's just still 39 players alive, and this is a very target-rich environment. While No Way and Toyo had tons of space a moment ago, now they've got to come through a more open section of the circle that is going to be in the north. But the cluster of teams down to the south, in Furia, Rock, Rent Free, they all have to push onto similar angles onto Duel, and Duel has to defend it. They do get the benefit that Falcons will also be assisting in that defense, though.
Yeah, Duel really just kind of hoping that everybody is going to be assuming that there's a team at the top here and they'll avoid them and push into each other. Falcon's going to get some friends here.
That's one way to do it.
That's not how you make another BRDM. Gustav will have to hop out of the vehicle and run around. He's at least going to get a pickup there from Shrimzy. They'll be able to pull away from that as Fakes in, flexing out with that BRDM. But Penta going to spot out Gustav, and that's one down, 2 left alive here for Falcons as they make the crash on the Duel's compound.
The 2-2 split from Duel being punished very heavily. There was just too much movement around, and now it's just going to be the Hillside duo that's a bit more down to the south, watching what's going on. Falcons came in a desperation move and do manage to take that away. Toyo becomes more active, pushing in from that northern area. They're going to be running right on top of Rock, while Team Liquid's Cowboy chasing in right back behind Oracle. Tail end for everything going on with Chapinski's as it is just dicey for him to even manage to touch the circle. There is no cover to be had for a ways.
Teams falling by the wayside left and right here as Team Liquid down to Cowboy, Wolf down to Snakers. They've managed to hide a little bit here, find a little bit of cover to play around to keep them out of the eyes of No Way and Bestia. No Way doing a good job coming in from the northern side. They're up to 4 kills, but it seems like they've had a lot more influence over this lobby than that, as we'll see what they could do coming in from the north. Toyo again, though, finding themselves all by themselves on the west, and they are taking over a lot of lines of sight here, Matt.
We are tied up 81-81. Team Liquid and Toyo between the two, but just Cowboy alive while Toyo has control of the west. Furia just 1 point back behind both. Furia fighting in from the south. Duel going to be the new opponent that they're going to be looking at, but No Way getting some problems. It is going to be the Falcons with a great sightline from all the way around the circle, trying to get some onto him. Tim Thee also just trying to see if he can keep in some control. He's going to have Snakers down next to him, providing some support as well, as it's just a spattering of, I guess, solos trying to survive over here, and duos just trying to see if they can hunker down in this hillside.
Oh, man, you mentioned it. These 3 teams at the top are just starting to run away with it here a little bit. Rock, the closest one, but they're out. The next one is going to be Wolves, and they are 30 points back from our top 3. Asking a lot of Snakers. We passed by a monument there. Yeah.
It's a beautiful grave. Beautiful grave.
It is. It's a little headstone. But you see Emmy up to the north just making sure that No Way doesn't wrap around here. And that might be a play here for No Way.
Toyo's got a lot of options, but I wouldn't be surprised if they might regroup a bit closer to Emmy. Furia and Bestie to the south are going to be really interesting to watch because Duel is already going for more of a crates reposition, trying to use that for some cover and some retooling to move it into the later stages. That's going to open up plenty of space for Toyo to play. The only real situation that anybody's having to deal with is Duel in the way that they're set and Falcons in the way that they're set right now. But if you play more into the east, specifically down in the southeast, it's just going to be one of the 2 squads due to the way that the hills are set. And that's the reason why a couple of these squads are finding more easy approach down into the southeast, where we see Furia and Bestia both looking.
AC Benya keeping eyes on Furia, making sure that keeps track, a few shots being sent over towards Draft King. But as you said, they are just kind of pinched out, and Furia has a little bit of an easier path in right now than Bestia. They will drop down the smokes to see if they can at least set up for, well, I think these smokes might just be sent for Benya to try to get over to the rest of the boys. But Tim Fee, he's going to spot out No Way, tries to take the shots, but DNL really quick with it. DNL gets that knock. They would love to be able to flush that kill out as well.
They've got to be careful because Fake Zin is roaming around on the outside of this one. No Way's got a lot of threats, and it has been spotted. Lopez realizing he's a bit vulnerable. Slabby was the guy that was playing outside the circle to try to see if he can keep some more angles of assistance going for the rest of his team, but he just has to now send his way inside. Toyo, though, doesn't have a lot of breathing room because Falcons continue to harass them on that side. While it is just time for Bestia to go, no good options, so it's just jump inside the truck and slow roll. You can almost push it up that hill faster. Duel on defense as Penta does get the knock on the Frogman, and here come the throwables, and Bestia's just got to eat them all.
Oh man, they might have had better luck just Fred Flintstoning up that thing. Like, that was the slowest porter in the history of the world, but they do manage to survive the initial onslaught of grenades from Duel, and they have nothing left in the bag as Penta will continue to just kind of look around and peek around here, but now Fury is going to spot him out, and they've got more grenades in hand, and they will get the kill. There's Benya, last player left. He's going to spot out Biel, though. That opens up a little bit of a door here. Nope.
Oh, she wrote for Bestia. So that means that Furia gets control over the south. Furia now in first place, just off of kill count, jumping ahead. We still have Cowboy alive. He's right up next to Snakers, so that feels a bit dangerous. Duel still hunkering down inside the crates, living life inside the mortar ruins as well. So Toyo to the north and into the west, while we've got Falcons starting to leave their compounds, trying to get more control over the hillside, which could put them up against Furia, depending on how brazen Fury decides to play the circle.
And you also wonder when Toyo's going to start. Oh, well, now that circle hard shifting to the north. Toyo, when are you going to start getting active, and how are you going to defend this northern spot here? They are beautifully set up here for the late game. If they can hold on to this territory, Falcons going to start moving.
Oh, no, Cowboy. He keeps trying to jump up there. And then Snakers is just watching him. I think that Snakers doesn't think that it's a solo right now, but this is just becoming too juicy of a target.
Yeah, I don't know if Snakers thinks it's a solo or if Snakers just doesn't want to give away his position just yet. But he's going to have to eventually because he's got to get into the circle. So that would at least be 1 point here for Wolves, or I guess a second point as they've made it into the top 8. That'll be placement picked up at least, if nothing else.
So the circle itself is going to be very open. That's why you can see the crossfire from Toyo going on to No Way. Nobody really wanting to move into the circle just quite yet. Fate has wrapped into position just on the other side of where Snakers is going to be. But Toyo is trying to take as much control of this as they can. They're using a little bit of high ground that they've got. That's going to allow more movement from Furia, who wants to get involved because that's pulled Falcon's attention into a different direction. And Furia wants to exploit it. They at least want to pick up a couple more kills as they are starting to rally the top of the leaderboard for themselves. But it is still just 84, 83, 82. Pinsalol does spout out Posa and take him down. And it's all on to Kane. He's just got to survive in this position while Furia is trying to bear down on top of him.
I mean, it's a long, long road, a long path through hell into heaven for Furia here, and they are being slow and methodical and patient with how they're doing it, making sure that they don't overpeak. They're going to go for that res. They've still got utility left to use, but the utility just not finding the mark when they need it to. BL will try to make the push in and see if he can take this fight face to face with Kane.
Big shots come up from Cowboy. He picked up 2 kills, so that puts him back in contention at 84. He gets spotted, but BL goes down. This has got a lot more dicey. Furia down to just 1. Furia gets eliminated on the outskirts of it. Duel and Team Liquid combining their efforts, but it looks like Cowboy, he ain't done yet. He's got some goals, gets the shots in, trying to see if he can find even more.
Liquid, huge game for Cowboy now. 6 kills, 634 damage. You want to talk about efficiency? That's it right there. And he's going to spot out Shrimzy uphill with the blue zone at his back. He's going to fight his way through as we'll stay alive, collect even more points here for Liquid, keeping them in it. As Shrimzy's grenade will take down Penta and Capitan will take down Cowboy.
Circle firmly under Toyo control. It's a very wide split across. Falcons just trying to see if they can sneak away into it, but there is no clean option. They've lost a lot of vision just due to Toyo's hillside controls. They don't know what's going down in the hillside itself. Snakers as well as Gladiator alive on the other side of this, so it is kind of 4v4, but it is everybody in the lobby versus Toyo right now.
Falcons finally getting into a top 4. We'll see what the duo can pull off here, Shrimzy and Kickstart. We've seen them do crazier things, but Toyo is red hot right now. And that is not the team that you want to have to be pushing into. And somehow, credit to Snakers. He is collecting placement points here, and he's actually going to collect another point there as he'll spot out Gladiator. So Wolves finally finding a little bit of work here.
Just a couple of points ahead of Falcons. 5-point differential between them, but Falcons going to be wrapping into the west while he's still on control of the east. But Toyo is focused in, beat it in on the Falcons. That might provide an opportunity for Snakers on the other side of it. Throwables now just starting to rain down. Falcons seeing if maybe they can get enough utility to start turning the tide a bit more into their favor. Any peaks that they go for on the top of this hillside going to be instantly punished. Capitan reads it on to Kickstart, but it's still going to be a slow roll. No clean shots coming up just yet.
Just flashbangs after flashbangs, isn't it? As Toyo continues to just try to see if they can get fakes into this flanking angle, but Kickstart reads them like a book, takes them down, and now Toyo, it's a 2v2 against Falcons with that third-party factor of Snakers who could get involved at any time.
Shrimzy still playing along the tree line. Blue zone nade's going to come out. Kickstart's just going to try to see how he can play around it. He wants to get the flush, pick up another point. It is getting dicey between it all. 52 points for Falcons, 56 on the other side. Gunshots come up from Shrimzy, but on the other side, it's going to be Capitan. Gets the knock onto Shrimzy. Snakers has crept up back behind Capitan, realizing where he's at, but doesn't have a clean shot onto it all. It is just solos up for everyone.
It's a 1v1v1. I've been waiting for it. I love it so much. As Kickstart will secure those last couple of points there. 8 kills now for Falcons, playing from that high ground. Capitan has a lot of cover to play around here, but Snakers has arrived.
Capitan takes a lot of damage. Kickstart got it onto him, but he's trying to get himself in a bit better position moving into it. Snakers on the other side. The Rock's providing a lot of cover for Capitan, but it's going to be Kickstart. He gets the knock, and that moves us down to a 1v1, 57 to 56. Whoever takes this takes position on the leaderboard.
Oh, the FAMAS in the hand for Snakers, and he's got the Rock to play around. That is a lot of work for Kickstart to do, but the fact that Wolves even has a shot at this, the solo heroics from Snakers, can he pull it off? Oh my goodness. He got him down to 46 HP, and Kickstart will survive.
Blue zone coming in back behind him. Snakers has the center dot. He's got the Rock. It's going to be on to Kickstart to have to fight his way into it. Tries to get his meds in a better order, tries to get all the stims back up, ready to go. Snakers does not have that same advantage. He's just got flat health regen is the only thing that he can get. Peaks can be punished, and Snakers knows it. He's playing it slower, waiting as I like it, and you never know. Wing and a prayer. Sometimes it'll work out for you, but Snakers knows he just has to play this patient because all pressure is on the Kickstart.
Only a little bit of history between these two, right?
Just a little.
Just a little bit. Well, who will take the oath and get the win here as Kickstart will try to make the run. He's going to spot out Snakers as he peeks over the top. That FAMAS in hand for Snakers hasn't found the mark just yet. Kickstart manages to get to the Rock, and now they're playing Ring Around the Rosie. Kickstart gets in. He gets close, but he gets flashed. Snakers gets him low, but can't get there. He does! How does Copenhagen Wolves do it? The 2-kill victory!
Creeps it all the way in. Snakers comes up clutch, Toffee.
Was that Snakers versus Kickstart? That's amazing. What an end game. What an end game. So let me ask you guys a question. This is a fun exercise. Let's pretend that a really good friend of yours spilled a full cup of coffee all over his keyboard and everything else on his computer, and you had to give him a summary of the last 10 minutes of that game. What would you say?
There's a lot to try to break down inside that. How many words do I get?
Just give me a summary. I don't know, man.
Okay. Here, I'll give it to you this way. We left the fields. Everything went hillside. We had Toyo with a lot of control over the circle for a long period of time. The solos and duo managed to unite between Falcons, as well as a beautiful set of plays coming up from Team Liquid and Cowboy. It was just solos play galore all the way into the end whenever we got a 1v1v1.
Just for production's sake, they're talking to me. I can't type. My keyboard no longer works, so I hear what you guys are saying. Just so you know. Sorry, I cannot believe that happened, but it did. No longer, my ducky is dead. Highlights.
Oh, no.
Right? I know. I love this thing. Well, not anymore. Copenhagen Wolves comes out with the win. They needed to do that. I'm glad to see him up the leaderboard because this was a team that coming into this weekend, Poro, I think was very focused on we have to win if we really want to have sort of the international run after this.
No, for sure. And I don't think that this is the thing that they had in mind to get the ship righted. But you know what? You take what you can get, and the 2-kill win, 12 points. That is a huge performance by them. Solo heroics, but look at the rest of the leaderboard. Liquid finally finding a little bit of foothold now. They're going to collect a whole bunch of points. Falcons finally getting back in the mix, and Toyo once again having a fantastic game. So our heavy hitters at the top of the lobby, they just keep landing punches game after game here, Toffees.
Let's take a look at that overall leaderboard. Yeah. Toyo holding first at 90 points. Team Liquid looking good at second. Furia holding on tight at 84. And then a big old shelf down to 4, 5, and 6. But Matt, that shelf is actually like Copenhagen Wolves just hopped up there. Falcons on the right side of the board earlier. They've grounded up. So while that shelf is there, I feel like all three of those teams are really could be in the mix by the end of the day today.
But the thing about it is Toyo and Team Liquid still also had very big games. So you're having to try to jump not just like 20 points because it feels like it's always going to have to try to find a 30-point game because these other squads keep finding 10 here or there. even if it's just off of kills or just sneaking a couple of placements. It's gotten very hectic up at the top, but I don't think it's insurmountable yet. There's a couple of these squads that we keep seeing have rally potential, finding ways to find their way back into it, but it is still very congested at the top. There's nobody in those top 3 that has run away with it yet, but even down into that break point down behind it, there is a lot of squads that are really hungry and are going to be coming after.
Speaking of hungry, we got to take a very quick break so our players can get some food into them and get ready for the next game as we wrap up Day 2. Don't go anywhere.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
All right, we're back. We're getting ready. 2 more games to play today before we wrap this one up, which means in a 5-game series, we're more than halfway through this entire thing. 15 games total, 5 today. Teams have to make moves, and I will say that our leaders have not let us down, Poro. They seem to consistently be putting up points and finding things, and now our mid-pack is starting to show up and say, all right, we're done languishing. The question is it the right side, boys? Is it too much? Is it too hard?
I mean, it's hard to say, like, with as many games remaining as we do have. I definitely think that if somebody's gonna put themselves in the conversation, you definitely probably want to get another win here. Maybe one with more than just 2 kills this time. But look, like, I gotta give credit to Toyo, man. Like, they had a decent day yesterday that got outshined by the day that Furia and Liquid had. But they came in here today. Game 1 had a huge game, put them at the top, and then they've kind of continued having that same consistency that they had yesterday. So it's been an awesome day for them so far here, but awesome tournament for them. But now you gotta bring it home. You gotta finish.
You got to finish, and it starts with Game 4 here today. Let's get into our match. It is, I believe, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Game 9 numbers overall, which means that we are moving very quickly through this event and running out of time to put any of those points on the board. The circle is going to, or not circle, the plane path is fair. I don't know if the circle is going to be fair, Matt, as it can be pretty... if it's not Neox, if it's not right in the middle, this is one of those maps that can really just get crazy because a lot of the players are so used to a very consistent circle showing here.
Yeah, but that's why I like it. Whenever we go around that, like, northern Jadina City area, whenever we go down near the fish hook down to the southwest, That's whenever all the fun stuff happens. Give me some Yulin, give me some Zhao Tin, those types of things. Hell, I'll even be fair to you, Matt. If you want to give us some stadium, I'll take it. But just please, no test track. It's always so flat around there.
It is always so flat, but with the new changes in the destructible terrain, things can be a little more interesting as we watch Copenhagen Wolves flood. Landing here uncontested, it looks like he should be able to get himself a car and get up and running. Very open split across the entire map. No hot drops, no difficulty rotating. Should be pretty smooth for the early game.
At
least for now, yeah.
Bolivia look like they're fighting for maybe a car.
Oh, yeah, they might. Yeah, maybe. A little bit up there, but... well, you know, it's Chapinski's in Bolivia, so yeah, it's all okay. All right, we pull away. At least we don't have test track Neox again. They are in circle, but most likely we'll pull away. Right. Fingers crossed. Hopefully,
smells like yoink to me. Good chance it comes back. Good chance it comes back. The upside is that little kerfuffle over the cars here at the top. Even if they choose to fight or don't get cars, everyone's stoked now, right? Because they have as much time as they want to do this.
I mean, her Maytown getting this much attention in a competitive game never happens, so I'll take it. It's always fun to look around. This is two different squads that, I mean, have had some early game kerfuffles, to say the least, and also had to deal with a lot of squads trying to maybe come after them, see them as potential easy points. We have seen that both squads have managed to show up and say, hey, no, we're not as easy as you think that we are. We're going to make you fight for it, or we'll even take you down. So it does have at least some calm over here for both. I wouldn't be surprised if it kind of chills out. Maybe Chapinski's, though, might opt to play this a bit more aggressive. They have been feeling themselves.
They have. I mean, they should off of that win, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they needed to do. So as they slowly climb their way back up that board, because it's hard. You look at it, you're like, oh, well, they're up to 8th. But that gap from 8th to 7 and then again to 6 is really monster. So I'm going to excuse myself as Chapinski looks like they're about to set up a possible ambush here. Poro, Matcham, take it away.
Rotate
coming
out
find you a new
from
keyboard.
Bolivia doesn't look like Oracle's going to position himself to even go for shots on it. I don't think that he likes his equipment, given the fact that he's rocking a level 1 helmet. No surprise. Risk of Chapinski's are like, yeah, let that one go, is Godlike is tired of having bad games, and they have sent it center circle, and they do not care. Yeah,
no, I mean, that's... They had the drop spot in Mayran and immediately just took the better compound. So I like this from Godlike. It's just a question of what the circles are going to do, right? Like these circles that have played up here, I don't even know what the heat map looks like up here. Like I don't know where Prio should even be. Like, I mean, I feel like the south side of the circle still gets a little bit more, but do you want to commit to that?
But see, you got all the lakes and stuff like that down there and the river in this one. So really it's kind of more, if you're playing heat maps, it would be northeast around Hermaytown, or it would be closer to test track. Those are kind of your safety zones, but I don't remember how the non-playables function around the hillsides where Nugent All-Stars and those guys are at. I can't recall that exactly.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where it feels like putting all your chips into one side, or trying to, you know, hedge your bets by doing a 2-2 split. Like you're asking for a lot. As Chapinski, it looks like they do run into I Am Bolivia at the end. As I Am Bolivia, they tried to come back and Chapinski's was ready for it. Oh no.
Oh, I think the Chapinski's just wanted the loot, and then suddenly Bolivia was back, and it was free. It was free, and then it wasn't anymore.
Ugh. That's unfortunate, man. That's really that sucks. Because they left. They had left. They were gone. Oh well,
just gentrification showing off itself right there. You leave your neighborhood and come back, and suddenly it's just nothing like it used to be. Your childhood home no longer like the way it used to happen. But we do also have an emergency pickup that's been called from Fate. No shock on that, given the fact that they're next to Rent Free, and Rent Free is trying to keep them out. So yeah, it's a good way to kind of bypass a lot of what's going to be stupid going into this circle.
Well, it's given that it's so far west, I don't think Rent Free is going to have the time to even get there to cause problems for Fate. But we'll see. They're still kind of driving around. X10, meanwhile, going to pull in just west of Hermaytown. As you see Bizzler, he's the closest, but it looks like most of the Fate boys are able to get out of there just in the nick of time.
Ate a couple of bullets, enough to make you butt clench a bit, but now you're just going completely blind into a circle. It'll be okay. There's nothing to be nervous about, especially given the fact that a lot of this is water. Yeah, but I mean, if you go play very far to the east, there are some dips over there that are pretty free, pretty clear. We do have a couple squads in No Way as well as Bestia that might have positioning around that kind of northeastern area of Mayran. When was the last time we said the northeastern area of Mayran, by the way?
All right. Goodness gracious.
But I'm kind of curious on what all these squads to the southwest are going to do. Rock, Wolf, Duel, Rent Free. This is a potential death funnel around Test Track just due to the way the hills are set up.
Yeah, and based off of how they're pathing currently, it looks like everybody's opting to go south. Nobody really opting to go north. Team Liquid was the only one really, and they did it already. They're already inside the zone, so they've got the north side all to themselves, and it looks like they're not going to have any company anytime soon. But as you said, that south side around Neox is going to get real spicy in about maybe 2-3 minutes.
We're right also along the break in the map itself. The center point kind of falls along where the green turns into the desert. So there's a couple of very big points to play around in this one. X10's got a very high ground kind of, again, I used the example when we were talking about this on Miramar, almost a peninsula in the sky. And they have spotted out Team Liquid's rotate, as I think that Team Liquid kind of wanted to play around as well. Very, very good. And now we can kind of see what's going on in the center of the circle and how pretty it is here.
Let's see in Haven with the zipline gun. Maybe let's see if he does something fun with it. But yeah, you can see what X10 is dealing with as they hear the chopper going overhead. That's going to be Fate. Fate, I would imagine, will probably just go all the way over to the east. Now, hopefully they can hit ground and find vehicles or at least some cover, because No Way is wrapping up in that direction. And also, hopefully they're not thinking about going to Hamay Town, because Chapinski's might just find themselves in a very similar situation that they did on the...
Look, nobody goes to Hamay Town. It'll be fine. It's not like there's been 2 firefights there between the same 2 squads already, right? Yeah.
Well, Fate is used to being the one that gets crashed and manages to get a whole bunch of points off of that. But maybe they'd be on the other hand of that coin here, as we see Rock getting
they're doing
very close to Duel. Yeah, are they?
Fate's going north. Looks like they might go to the outskirts of Hermaytown.
Oh, well, they're getting shot at now, so maybe there'll be enough. Maybe there's enough time for them to pull away, or at least get down. No, they're just going to get on down. So right on the outskirts of Hamay Town, so Chapinski's back on the clock almost immediately after dispatching with Bolivia.
Oh, but No Way also saw the parachutes, and it looks like they're on the hunt on the other side of Fate. Not all the guys managed to make it into some type of building, so Fate in trouble from multiple sides right now. There are a couple of res beacons, so if you can at least win the firefight, it should feel okay, but No Way looks like they are hunting down around the area around Dad Buff.
Yeah, problem for Fate is they're kind of split up right now, right? Like they've got 2, Tater and Timphy, that are in Hamay Town, or at least on the outskirts, and Dad Buff, well, you see where he is, just on the hill right here. He's going to hear the vehicles from No Way, and I think No Way is maybe just stopping up here to see if they can spot out anything on the outskirts of the town to third party. They have no idea that Dad Buff is right here.
No, they saw the parachutes, I'm pretty certain. They had pretty clean sight lines coming in. They don't know exactly where they landed on the other side of the hill. You can see that they're looking for some solos kind of spattered around.
I think he spotted them, yeah. I think a little bit spotted them right there.
No, nobody else turned back around
Maybe not.
for it.
Okay. Well, there you go. Sneaky Dad Buff.
Looking eyes onto the circle down the south. Rock is going to be coming into the zone. Should be pretty safe. No Way's got plenty of space in front of him. All the way up into Godlike in the center. They've got an easy path to take whatever they want. Team Liquid actually did move into a 2-2 split, trying to assault more of that center position. Puts it pretty close to the island. That island that has the bridges on both sides of it, that's just kind of north of center, is almost never gotten any visual confirmations inside of competitive that I know of, but looks like it is going to be Shinboy that's going to be taking control over that, as Chapinski's going to be getting closer. And here's our lay of the land. You can see a lot of squads are leaning to the south. If this goes into the north, it's going to get scary. But even that center circle going to make it scary for a lot of squads that were playing so far south.
That is rough, because now you got that big water feature right in the dead center. And I guess if you're looking at it from above, you're thinking that the chunkier part is probably on the east, right? But if it is, it's not by much. And look at the south side right now, Matt. Everybody running right next to each other.
We're kind of getting an island circle game, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see.
We'll call it that.
Chapinski's X10 starting to bump into each other a bit over into the east. Fate probably going to be wrapping back behind them. Rent Free is called an emergency pickup. No surprise on this circle. Nobody on the west. playing in the north. Everybody has gone to the hillsides because there's enough little places and divots and hidey holes that you can go for. That does mean that Duel is going to be surrounded. They are going to have Falcons down to the south. They're going to have Nugent All-Stars to the north, as well as Furia coming up on the other sides of it. Team Liquid also bumping into Chapinski's very far into the east.
Yeah, Team Liquid playing those hillsides. They hear the vehicles, so they'll at least be enough to scare Oracle away for the time being. But Liquid doing their best to defend their territory close to the river and making sure that Chapinski's can't get comfortable.
Yeah, Chapinski's doesn't have anywhere to go. They've got to go back into X10. Now Falcons trying to keep control of the south are going to focus up, make sure that they keep everybody running away from that angle. Wolf, nowhere to go. They might have to go more to the east.
Yeah, all our teams from the south trying to be patient, take their time coming in, but unfortunately it's just too congested down there. And Chapinski's kind of finding out the hard way that they're between a rock and a hard place between X10 and Team Liquid, and Team Liquid are pressuring now as they will find the flush onto Oracle, collect their second point here so far here in this game.
Puts them back tied at the top, 90 and 90. Can they get anything more? Chapinski is trying to get a climb of their own, just 2 points back behind Bestia, but the nades start rolling out, connect. Some assistance on the other side. Looks like it's going to be coming out, but Turu's going to go down, and that leaves just one Chapinski up. And Team Liquid knows it. X10, though, they are trying to sneak into a point around this one. Cowboys playing pretty far at range. Team Liquid might be careful. Yep, they don't overextend, and X10 never gets an option to go after them.
That was actually slick by Team Liquid. I don't think they got that initial knock on the first guy, but they flushed him out and made sure they collected that point. So another point picked up. That's 4 total. And now 2 points ahead of Toyo in the overall leaderboard is X10. They still got Franks and Santahiro, as you said, in vehicles. And what is Rent-Free doing? That's not my Rent-Free.
Remember that high ground I was talking about that everybody was clustered around? You're looking at
Bro, we saw this. Was this in PGS where we saw it play out exactly around this pillar for like the longest time? I think it was.
I don't remember if it was this pillar. I thought it was one of the more vertical ones down to the southwest.
I'm pretty sure it was this one, and I think it might have been a big VP game if I'm not mistaken. But Rent-Free doing their best. They're just gonna be quiet, just chill here for the time being, and wait and see what C3 decides to do.
Shout out on mortars. I was going to say, those mortars are so freaking hard to hit because you have to count in the verticality of it. 3 players down, and now Rent-Free has to surrender their high ground. Any more follow it up because there is nowhere to go. Sharp Shot lives up to his name.
Absolute money from Sharp Shot. Holy, what a mortar there. And wow, okay, Rent-Free, well, they find out the hard way, and the hard shift back to the west. I think a lot of teams were kind of expecting it to come back here, Match'em, but Team Liquid already having to be on the move. They know that X10 is over there. No way already in vehicles. They're going to head over to the island. Looks like Team Liquid just going to eat blue coming from the north, and that actually could be a good play here for them.
How many teams can this Spire provide for? It is the giving tree right now as everybody's just trying to get over and find some safety. No Way's already crossed the bridges up to the north. Bestia is still going to be on the other side. Godlike running there 2-2 split's going to be kind of comfortable for now, but doesn't feel good playing the other side of the river. Rock's going to be over there as well, with X10 wrapping behind. Team Liquid's gone for a very long wrap over into the north, so they're going to be coming down around the positions where we might be seeing Nugent All-Stars play, but No Way has nowhere else to go. They've just got to play right up along the river, right up next to Nugent All-Stars, so that's the first set of the gauntlet done, and I might just call that good as new contenders approach as the Spire has new friends, and it is going to be Fate on top, and Jam has nowhere to go. Oh, but the name worked. It's fine. Calculated, bro.
Oh my gosh. I'm still shook by Sharp. The fact that he hit that mortar in between the 2 pillars too.
And from like
the initial one and then the follow-up as well. Like that's diabolical work from Sharp, but looks like Fate should get Dad Buff back on his feet.
He's only like, what, 100, 120 meters away from that? So that's a really hard shot. More mortars are coming in. Yeah, they're going No Way's way because there is nowhere else to go. Let's toss in some nades as well. No way. There is no way that you're going to live off of that rotate because there are so many people alive just wanting anything they can get.
The initial mortar knock, and then Frogman steals them all away with a grenade. as no way, down to just one player. Gladiator will try to survive a little bit longer. Wolves in trouble once again as they are trying to fight on the south side. They've got X10, but they've got Rock as well. And now all of a sudden, Snakers and H-Win all by themselves. H-Win just trying to escape.
4 teams getting involved in this. X10 just right in the middle of the meat grinder. Rock on the other side of it, continuing to see how many more points they can stack up. Falcon's going to be on the other side of it, so Wolf still has nowhere to go. They are inside the safe zone, so Wolf is going to stop, spin back around to go after Rock as well as X10, who kind of ruined the entirety of that rotate. And Falcon's 2-2 wide split might be able to find a little bit more success as Rock is going to be wrapping more to the south due to the way that Wolves are going to be playing. And that puts them right into the Gustav Tiggleton sightlines.
Oh, I thought Rock would maybe try to pull away. They're not going to be scared about this, though. They already have blood in their nostrils, and they will finish them off quickly as RBN will get taken down by Gustav, and that'll be a flush as well. So Rock up to 5 kills, but they do lose RBN in the process. The circle, meanwhile, Matt, has pulled hard west again. It's going right on top of the pillar.
Pillar provideth and keep giving everybody what they need. Falcons do have a foothold in the circle in Shrimsy, but Rock, X10's Remnants, Godlike, Toyo all have to go into the circle. Team Liquid in that long wrap that they took forever find themselves in the west and nobody over there. They have a completely empty, easy wrap as everybody else is stacked on the eastern side of the spire.
This is wild, man. This is actually wild. I'm really curious to see how Liquid plays this and if they continue to get a little bit of luck over there on that western side. New Gen All-Stars also in a great spot. Godlike still hasn't made their way across the river yet, but they are going to have to do so pretty quickly. This is, oh my God, you talk about mortar bait. Oh my. If anybody saw Furia do this, are we looking at, we thinking grenades, producer? Are we thinking observers thinking grenades here?
I mean, anything can, like, I wouldn't even be surprised. There are so many other squads, though, that are playing lower ground. Inadvertently, by stealing away this spot, Furia is going to be perfectly fine because everybody else's mortars are going to be much more focused down below.
Whoop. Okay, Duel going for the T1 position. I think it was, or actually, I think this might have been where Liquid played this when we saw it in PGS. They got paid for it pretty well too. As Falcon's going to play the Virtus Pro spot, and they're not going to be on that south side, but they've got all 4 alive. They've got eyes for Rock. And Cloudera, well, keep those tires alive, sir. Nope, Kalenzine will finish him off as Godlike still making their way in from the east.
The way that the circle is set, Toyo has been able to find themselves a couple of plateaus to play, get some safety. Falcons are going to kind of usurp position down below them. Rock is the odd squad out over here. If they just try to bully their way in from the west or the north, it's going to be instantly punished. If they go a bit more to the northeast, that's going to put them around where Godlike's going to be at. Is Furia getting a bit more active, but you can see every single time Furia steps away from the shade of the pillar, they instantly look back up and go, no. The shade is safety. The shade keeps us alive.
The sun is the beast. We hide in the darkness. It gives us our powers. Oh, Rock, they find at least a little bit of a rotation path here. It looks like Furia the only one that's going to be able to take shots at him, and that will go away quickly as they will hide in the shade of Furia. Still 38 alive in this zone, which is mind-boggling here. Just considering the terrain, like it makes sense for sure, but it's still wild to see.
I mean, imagine your Team Liquid. You own approximately, I don't know, a third of the circle right now. You have not heard a gunshot on your side. You have not seen a team. You're just like, there's 34 other people alive. Where are they? And it's all Spire, baby. It stays over there. Team Liquid's got to go. New Gen All-Stars has got to get in. Godlike doesn't have too many places to go, so they're just going to try to follow the same path that we just saw Bestia go for, but they're going to send it right up next to Toyo.
The mortars still in play as Tiggleton will land a big double onto Duel, and he'll follow it up again to see if he can maybe flesh out what's left of him. As Toyo will try to hold the line here against Godlike, but it looks like Bestia has angles on that as well. Fury is starting to get a little bit more proactive, getting taking shots at everything that's going on around them. Godlike still trying to find a spot to play though, Matt.
The easiest way to look at this is low ground, high ground. We know that, but Godlike, New Gen All-Stars lowest. Second tier up is going to be Toyo as well as Rock. A tier above that's going to be Bestia, probably also Falcons. A tier above that's going to be Duel as well as Furia. Up on top is going to be Fate, and then we've got Team Liquid they're kind of sneaking up over here, right next to Falcons.
I feel like this is like a Temu version of a Jadina City ending, so I'm going to take it for what it is. As Team Liquid's starting to make their way down south, looks like only sending 2. They've only got Alo and Kurt down here, and I think this might just be exploratory measures to see just where Falcons are. But now Luke's going to start making his way down here as well. Cowboy just keeping eyes on the north side. But there you go. The shots from the high ground. Mio will take down Kurt, and they're going to get the flush as well.
Everybody from Fate was very focused into the east and really didn't take shots at Team Liquid. They might have thought that nobody was up there. They do get punished for overextending a bit, but they still have plenty of space that they can play in the west. It's fine. It's quiet. Not high kill counts, but you can see even being on top of the spire whenever the circle continually goes here kind of sucks because you can't see anybody. They're all hiding down below you, right underneath of your feet, and you can't get an angle on them.
Just directly below your toesies. You know there's a lot of stuff, cool stuff happening below you, but at least they managed to pick up 2 kills there, and we'll see where the late game takes them. Shinboy, you don't got another one in you, do you?
Well, Shinboy is going to look like he's maybe eyeing more close range, yeah. I guess that was after Rock, but Rock's already abandoned that position. Well, actually, no, that would be more where we saw Bestia playing a second ago?
I think this is all Rock, right? Like Rock took this spot and then they just threw the Doritos all around. These are more, I think they're more defensive Doritos than coverage Doritos.
They're movement.
Different flavors of Doritos.
That's what Newton All-Stars was doing with their setup. They were trying to set up a mortar reposition in case they need it because they're on the edge of the zone. Makes the most sense. Be on the other side away from Rock. So easy peasy in rotate as we are waiting for the new circle to show, and Team Liquid just to find somebody. They're like, I'm certain that they're looking at each other. It's like, I'm not crazy. There's still people in this game, right?
Yeah, we hear them shooting. We hear gunshots. They're just not around us. And are you kidding me? It's going to be right on top of the pillar again. So all these teams that have been slowly waiting for this, they're just waiting for this thing to pull off, to capitalize off it, and it's just not going to happen. So Godlike and Toyo are probably going to have to square off here. Bestia overseeing all of it. Falcons will try to find some way to get in here on the south side while avoiding all the shots coming from those guys as well.
The pillar provides, and for all of you heathens that did not worship the pillar, now you must make your mad dash into safety. Team Liquid, you're about to have some friends, finally. And Luke, you're going to see somebody make a rotate, maybe, as it looks like New Gen All-Stars could stop over here, but not quite into range. At least Luke heard somebody, so might be able to spot out a little bit of a firefight. We still also do have Godlike, as well as Toyo that has to get in the circle. Falcons still has Tiggleton back behind, trying to keep an eye on both of them.
All right, the shots from Luke will be at least enough to stop that full wrap from New Gen. And meanwhile, Falcons will take the fight back over towards Duel. Big double knock there for Kickstart and finish him off as well with the vehicle explosion. Team Falcons will take down Duel. They're up to 5 kills, and they've got a foothold on the south side of the new zone.
Oh, man, they've been able to hold on to a lot of nades inside of this circle. A lot of squads have been burning them, trying to drop them onto the teams that are next to them. Coming in late with the amount of nades that they've got is going to be big because here comes Godlike moving into the low ground again. New Gen All-Stars also got shoot away from the north. Looks like they did not like the position over there around Team Liquid. That's going to get instantly punished by Rock and the reposition that they were trying to set up. New Gen All-Stars, 2 players down, at least get some nades to slow down Rock. But Calazine's got goals and he keeps creeping it forward. New Gen All-Stars got nowhere to go.
Oh no,
cover to be had.
Not when you want to be reloading, but there you go. Sparking supporting his teammate. 10 kills for Rock, and they are putting themselves right back in the conversation. They have looked good, but now they've got to defend against the push from Godlike, who's coming in right behind them.
Godlike down at 31 points right now. They need a big game. They are the underdogs in this circle, to say the least. They are way down there at the bottom. Another squad to keep an eye on is Toyo still has to get in the circle. Might have to deal with maybe Falcons or Bestia, but both of those could end fast as Rock begins the entrenchment, preparing for Godlike's push.
Okay, just waiting to see if somebody peeks their head through that smoke. Kaunzine, he spotted out Haven. Few shots, nice grenade. We'll get him down to half HP, and Haven's going to have to pull away. Godlike not fully committing on this. And, okay, they'll get Kaunzine. Tim Fee will get Sparking. And that will be it for Rock. But a great game for them. 10 kills puts them at 70 points, firmly in 4th place.
New mover still is Toyo outside. Looks like they're going to try to go for that little bit of a ridge that's raised up over there down to the southeast. that'll put them above Bestia, but also puts them as a focal point for Falcons as well as Fate. That's going to be a pretty nasty crossfire once you're around the corner, and the circle does them no favors. There is nowhere to go. Tim Fee, though, he's got goals, man. He really wants to deal with Furia down below him. Can he time it right? Timed right, but doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Fate can't be sitting on too much utility up there. I imagine they're trying to hold on to whatever they've got left. Godlike, though, nice shots there from LFP. Gets them up to 4 kills, and they have a good spot here in this zone. If nobody else wraps on them, it looks like Bestia is hopping in vehicles. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of run a bit more north, get onto the other plateau that's going to be next to where Furia is, but looks like Godlike might be thinking the same thing. This is enough to kind of creep in. Really, you're just trying to avoid the firing lines from on top of you, and this ridgeline gives a little bit of cover. See how it kind of sticks out? That's exactly where Bestia wants to be for the time being, but that does also make them vulnerable to Godlike, who could be wrapping up. And they see Godlike's just waiting. They know.
Yeah, hold on to your BRDM and just kind of hope that maybe Godlike doesn't have a Panzerfaust. You see, I mean, just the impact that Fate has had. He's got the sun. You can't even look up at him. That's the strength of this position for Fate.
The pillar provides.
The pillar provides as Dad Buff continues to just spray down through the smoke. Spots out LFP, but gonna get knocked there by Fauna. So you can't peek it too long, or else you will go down. And you can see that helmet is busted.
Falcon's going to wrap in from the south a little bit as well. They've got a couple of these little ridge lines they can play, but they have vision on Godlike, who had vision on Bestia. It looks like Godlike's going to wrap in from more of the northern side, trying to get away from what was going to be going on in the lower ground sections. BRDM keeping him alive, but Tim Fee's still finding problems up on top as now Furia just continuing to find different ways to harass, but Falcons are running into this on the other side, fast and heavy, realizing there's an opportunity for kills, but it is too late. 2 players down for Godlike, and here come the Falcons.
Oh, Falcons got to get here quick. The P90 is going to be a big player. Finds Haven. They've got 1 left alive, and that's going to be Tony. He'll try to survive a little bit longer as he will run away from the rest of the gang, but Falcon's going to collect all of those points. 8 now picked up for them, and they're going to continue climbing the leaderboard. This could be the big game that Falcons have been waiting for.
Team Liquid on the other side, where the silence has been strong. Godlike's last player in Tony is making a run right into the circle. That's going to put him pretty close to Cowboy. I don't know if Team Liquid saw that, so again, verticality galore. Fate's going to be up on top. Fury on the pillar down below them. Team Liquid's going to be close. Low ground positioning going to be exactly where Falcons are going to be approaching from. So, new contenders. Falcons got to get into the circle, and it's going to be right on top of where Team Liquid's defending up.
Yeah, they've got that nice little ridge line, though, that Bestia was at in that BRDM. Should be able to keep them safe for now. But the question, what does Fate do? I mean, if you're Fate, you just hold on to this high ground for as long as you can, right? Like, all of these guys on different levels. Oh, Tig putting Tim Fee down. But remember, Tim, I mean, at this point, I don't think he's got any helmet left. They've just been peeking from that high side for so long.
Helmets are for the weak. The pillar continues to provide. It stayed in circle long enough. We're still at phase number 8. And the center dot right now is actually on top of Furia. So that's why Falcons and Liquid both are kind of jockeying around their position to see how they can figure out how to assault it. Oddly enough, Fate has the hardest wrap into this because they've got to get off this high ground and then they have to try to get into the circle. You could potentially parachute onto the plateau that's going to be across from them, about 30 or 40 meters away, but that don't feel good. That's no fun.
And nothing about this feels good, does it? And Mio has managed to hold on to 4 grenades, though. And if he can stay alive until the time that can actually use those when everybody's kind of collapsed on top of each other, that could be huge. As you see, is Dad Buff stuck? No, he's not. Okay, he's moving.
I think that's the loot from the mortar that we saw that landed from Sharp Shot earlier. So he's just nomming up all the goodies since they keep having to leave the high ground. I think that there's also a little bit of a footpath that might be accessible for Dad Buff. So Furia starting to defend out any push from the Team Liquid side as it is going to be about the corners and the way that this is set. Falcons are going to be directly below Furia on the other side and could potentially wrap in, while Fate is actually going to try to parachute, but they're going east. I would have thought that they'd gone for the high ground. Oh, okay, yeah, no, this is a bit closer to where I thought, but hey, you're just doing some scouting, trying to figure out where everybody is, and now you know exactly where Falcons are. Congratulations.
Yeah, they managed to get everybody down to the ground, though. That's step one, is Kickstart will find Tim Fee with that first grenade. Going to get knocked, though, by Dad Buff in return. The trade comes through. Strimsy going to push with that P90 in hand. That thing is absolutely brutal at all ranges, as Gustav will take the low side, try to flank on Dad Buff. He's going to spot him out. He's going to get the knock. He's going to get the flush, and that's 10 kills now for Team Falcons.
While that was happening, Team Liquid also found a couple of angles onto Furia. That's a weakened squad up on top. Posa now down. Approach two different sides. Furia nowhere to go. They've got the center dot, but they also have the aggro from two teams that want a lot. Big nades coming up, and that is going to be all she wrote for Furia. Team Liquid on the other side trying to get the nades back. Tiggleton's going to go down. Not a lot of vision to be had, but Team Liquid up in first, and Falcons trying to climb.
Team Liquid gonna be running out of utility at this point. They've got a few things left in the bag. Falcons will try to stop down long enough to be able to get that revive, get Tiggleton back on his feet, make it 4 strong, and it looks like they will stick it, and they will be able to reset. But they are fighting from the low ground. They'll drop these smokes down to give Liquid a little bit of problems here.
Liquid's got all of the control angles onto the center dot. Falcons has to fight through a bottleneck on top of it all.
Oh no!
Smokes coming, trying to set up more vehicles in control, just to see if they can get enough over here. Flash is going to come out and continue to stall the Falcons, but Falcons are starting to bully their way up. These blue zones and the way that they're double stacking them are forcing Team Liquid away and opening up opportunities, but Cowboy's a bit isolated. He is on top of the Falcons. He has kind of taken a little bit of damage, but he's just running right into the thick of all of them, trying to hold them back, and that's providing an opportunity. But look at this Molotov. Luke 12 goes down, and suddenly the Falcons have the high ground.
And Alo has that Panzerfaust in hand. He wanted to try to get them when they were all coming through that bottleneck, but he does not see it happening as it's going down. The smoke usage from Falcons has been S tier. Alo will drop the Panzerfaust, but it's not gonna matter. Falcons clean it up, and they get 16 kills, and then find their way into 4th place.
Big game for the Falcons, as now they are touching distance from the top 3 toffees.
To do. They had to sort of hold that low ground. The Panzerfaust was negated. He only got to half down bars on both of them. I think if that bottleneck had been activated the way you brought it up for, it would have been a very, very different endgame. But for me, guys, Matchroom, the idea that we got to see Liquid versus Falcons for the final is like classic.
Yeah,
classic, isn't it?
Warms the heart.
It is. I love it. It's good to be back, Liquid. It's good to have you back.
I liked the Kickstart versus Snakers final fight in the last game too.
Right?
I'm not gonna lie, but we get to see some we begin to see some good stuff here, some running it back here. But throw all that onto the top.
I want to stick with that for a second because I got to go back.
Yeah.
Like them fighting is incredible. I will never forget that time at EWC. I said they were sitting at computers next to each other, and Snakers just looks up during a scrim and goes, "Hey, Kickstart, my dad could beat up your dad." Like the two of them were like, I started arguing. I was like, this is their relationship in a nutshell. And here we are, years later, still fighting in game. Absolutely glorious to watch as Falcons come away with 26 points. Little history for those two. But what were you saying, Poro?
Goodness, well, what I was saying was, what do you even do, man? What a circle. We've seen that pillar now at PGS, and now it rears its ugly head once again here at PAS. This time, Falcons capitalizing in a big way, 16 kills, 26 points. A team that desperately needed a big game to put them back in the mix, and they got it.
You know, Fate had the strength of a few. They're up there on top of the Aurora column. They've got good coverage over the entire map. They actually helped the Falcons, I think, by providing this sort of cover fire. The circle shifts away, and they've got to seed the spot. They've got to go with the will of the many, jump down, and try to push in there against the other teams. And I think we all knew Fate was doomed the second that shift happened. And for me, that's the trouble with that spot, Matt, is it's so good when you get the circles, but it's impossible to get yourself out of once it goes away.
Yeah, and nothing felt good about trying to get down from that high ground either. Once they started trying to extend over to the east, I felt like they were trying to get information. I don't know exactly why. Maybe the shoots just pulled a little bit weird, but that put them right in the crosshairs for their Falcons and was kind of the catalyst because that firefight led into the Furia also taking a couple of shots, and then Team Liquid jumped on the backside of Furia. Falcons, after they finished out with what was going on with Fate, just turned eyes straight up onto Furia as well, and then we got the very awesome firefight to finish it off. So I mean, Team Fate all the way through this was kind of the storyline, you could almost say it. Maybe give it to Sharpshot as well, who managed to drop a very good mortar on top of, I believe it was, who was it? It was Duel?
Right.
That's rent-free.
Rent-free.
Makes sense. All right, so let's look at the comparison. Head-to-head, Team Liquid, Falcons, both looking very, very good in terms of average damage. The placement points are sort of the overall performance is where that fall-off seems to happen. Team Liquid's average kills, and it doesn't look like a lot, Poro, but over the course of 8 games, that 0.4 becomes significantly larger.
It does, and a lot of that head-to-head, if we would have done this 1 game ago, it wouldn't have looked as good, right? Like that big performance from Falcons is going to put them right back up there. But Team Liquid now breaking 100 points, taking over first place again. That was a great game for them as they came in from that north side. They played the weak side, but they still managed to get a lot of points that got them to the late game, obviously all the way to second place. Like it was a tough battle for them, but obviously Falcons had the toughest battle at everybody in the late game, obviously coming from that south side. Like it gave them the opportunity to get more kill points, but it's also hard because you're putting yourself in the opportunity where you got to take more fights to get those kill points. So you got to give them all the respect in the world for getting as much as they did off of that game.
Also, I got to be honest, that Liquid coming in second place, getting another big point grind up to 100. Matt, to me, that's really exciting because that means that like they started a little bit slow today. And I think traditionally last year that might have been a fall off throughout the day. But the fact that Liquid kind of turned it back around, they didn't get all the circles they wanted, and here they are back in the front of the leaderboard. That's hype.
I mean, yeah, that's what we were talking about with Team Liquid, was the fact that they can sometimes have that explosive day 1, and then it kind of slowly falters, starts to peter out. Day 2 hasn't been that. It's just been consistency from them. They read the circle very well. They approached on the entire open side where everybody was playing on the other one, and then just benefited all the way into it. Would they have liked to take the end game? Yeah, sure. That would have been great, but it's still another late game performance from Team Liquid.
All right, we're going to have a late game performance in the final game of the day, I guarantee. And until then, though, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. That was
Tô do segundo andar aqui.
Nele.
Moça, tenta mocar
Passando
valorizar,
aqui,
tá?
Tô ganhando, tô ganhando.
Tá.
Bota como molotov, crack no amarelo.
Eles vão ganhar pra dentro com posse. Posse, qualquer coisa.
Pode pular pra nós, poça?
Como?
Pode pular pra nós, pra nosso lado?
Ok,
Eu
vou fazer um BZ fora, vou fazer um BZ fora.
Faz uma BZ fora. Vamos jogar direita os 3 juntos, ok?
Ah, a BZ ficou ruim, passa. Pula,
Não,
pula,
só
pula,
segura.
pula.
Joga comigo esquerda, direita, ok? Eu tenho um bang.
Ah, esquerda é minha, joga vocês junto.
Ganhei aqui o triângulo. Tô no
Fora do
triângulo.
muro, ele cego. Dois fora
Pode estar no primeiro andar.
Vou bangar fora.
3 fora comigo, 3 fora eu acho.
No quem? Na direita?
Ok, sapatão.
Amarelo. Muito meio, show.
Só calma, guys, calma. Boa, vamos.
O mapa, guys. Pega a bala pra mim, velho. Tô... Sim, pega a bala pra mim. Reseta, tá? Calma, calma. Boa.
Tenta sair
Ok,
boa.
Linda. Tá, o azul tem que sair, guys. Quero calma na comes. Escuta, linha. Pega a bala pra mim de 5. Eu não tenho bala e recurso. Vai lutear vocês.
Tem 160.
Tá, a gente tem a 6. Eu preciso da bala. Onde que tá?
Vou dropar.
Tem bala 7, guys.
Não. Dropei.
Eu dropei bala 7.
Ó, aqui no meu... Guys, no meu ping.
Então pega.
É negativo e no ping.
Mano, eu consigo abrir aqui, será?
A gente precisa de smoke, guys.
Não.
Eu tenho uma smoke.
Só controlar, mano.
Godlike em 2 só, lembra?
Mano, na real que é só controlar muito mesmo. Os caras tá fora da safe no 4, né?
Sim. Tá tudo
Sim. Nós tá bem, eu acho que é o melhor
O azul tem que
Na
sair.
real, só a negativa aqui, que tá bem. A negativa laranja é boa.
Wolf tá quase entrou na safe no amarelo.
Tô pra frente, tá? Cuidado do gás aí, velho. Olha pra trás, velho. Essas moitas aí, velho.
A Wolf tá em 2, nós tá em 4.
Ah, God em 2.
Tá.
8 item, né?
Sim.
Nós 4, ok. Tem mais 5
A outra tem quantos,
O outro
foi mal?
time ele tá em... Pô, então falta cara mesmo, tem que tomar cuidado.
Acho que a
As
Wolf
balas 7 tá onde? Não é a bestia?
Mano, tem um escudo aqui, guys, pega.
Vou pegar.
Pega.
Pega aqui, eu dropo. Tá com metade da vida, mas dá pra usar. Dropei aqui,
Mano,
tá?
põe a mira nos caras, guys, no amarelo. Tá, eu quero mira, quero força. FR Wolf.
Ué?
Cima, cara.
Onde é esse knock?
Em cima pera.
Onde que é esse knock?
Descendo.
É embaixo, é no buraco.
Não, mas falta cara no 4 ainda, mano.
Guys, eu vou smocar uma aqui e fazer um escudo ali, tá? Vou smocar uma laranja e
Tá,
fazer um escudo ali.
vai com a
Vamos
mira. Vai com poça, vai
Dá
com
cover
poça.
direita.
Vai. Mira esquerda, no 4.
Tem a God. FR morrendo pro gás. Boa. Boa, Dref. Tem a God na direita. Não. Tem a God na direita, guys.
negativa aqui.
Vai com eles, Draft. Vai com ele. Na God na direita, Draft.
Vou pegar o carro.
Tá.
Onde tá o ult? Não é ult? Na pedra, né?
Não, eles estão no azul, dentro do buraco lá, ó.
Passando kit, tá bem. Quantos são ali? Um?
Mano,
Tem que ser dois nocados, eles podem ter se relado.
Mano, atenção com a God, guys. Na borda aí, ó, full direita. Eles têm que sair ali no meu ping.
Eu vou fazer um curva pra nós laranja, posso?
Passo.
Eu vou ter que sair daqui. Mas agora também. Sim, vou com você.
Então lá, guys. Bota a mira nele, se der.
Mira direita, Biel.
Sim, eu miro a direita, mira ele.
Pegando aqui.
Direita, ficou.
Bazuca aqui na direita, guys.
Eu vou abrir ângulo, vou abrir.
Só dois desse
Abre,
time.
vou abrir ângulo.
É 2, é 4v2.
Vou abrir ângulo, sim.
Cuidado com o track.
Abri. Sim, abri ângulo. Vocês jogam. Tá no triângulo. Eu tô valorizando, tá? Pode jogar na calma.
Dá cover da smoke de draft.
Direita, draft.
E um no triângulo. Tá, e outro no triângulo, tá, guys?
Zeta, a gente joga pro Zeta.
No triângulo, os dois. Um no meu ping.
Muito viado.
Só mais um.
Vem junto. Vamos picar esse cara.
Negando kill no azul. Vai, negando kill no azul. Pode ir. Puxa os três juntos.
Tá aqui na minha direita.
Vamos lá, Vamos!
Welcome back. It's time for the final game here on day 2 of the finals. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Matcham and Big Mike as we break down the action and make it good. It's going to be real good. Final game. We're going back to the Dusty Dunes, if my memory serves me correctly. And if I'm wrong, well, we wish we were there. True. It's going to be one more match, and you got to set the pace, Matt, because if you don't set the pace here, there's only 5 games to play tomorrow. So this is where you got to be in, I would say, that top 6-ish rolling into tomorrow if you want to have a chance.
Yeah, because we do see so much consistency that's happening at the top of the leaderboard. It's making it even hard for those that are trying to get up into the top 6 to get competitive. We are starting to see a little bit of an erosion up at the top, though. It is getting closer and closer, as I believe Falcons are just in touching distance of getting in there now, but they still have a couple other squads that are tailing back behind them that want it just as bad.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Poro? Do you think that the Falcons enjoy being in touching distance? Is that something that they look forward to regularly?
Of each other?
Well, I know one thing I'm not touching with a 10-foot pole is that statement. But yeah, no, 8 points. What is it? Like 9 points removed from third. And 18 points removed from first place overall. Like, that's exactly where Falcons want to be, considering the tournament that they've had up until this point. Like, that big game kind of like forgives a lot of the sins from earlier, and now they're right back in it. So if they can find themselves a good game here in the final game on Miramar, they'll be perfectly set there for tomorrow.
It's so Falcons of them, though, you know? It's as we get into the last game, Dusty Dunes, we were right. That's so it's not that so Raven. That's so Falcons, Matcham. This idea that, like, they start slow because they're just not vibing, and then they're like, okay, day 2, let's start doing our thing. And then by the end of day 2, they're fighting for the top 3 and then come back strong on the final day.
Well, this is kind of I guess, a hard situation to look at if you're Kickstart, right? You're taking over an IGL role, and in your first series that you're really just trying to get something out of it, the circles are just absolutely nuts, man. And so now you're having to specifically deal with some of the hardest situations you can conceivably deal with in guiding the squad. And the whole time, you know that whenever something falters, you have to take it onto yourself. So this is a team that now is starting to go, okay, if anything, there's benefits to having to play from this style of situation, because you'd almost rather have all of these wild circles, all of this pressure happen now, rather than on an international stage.
Now, let me follow up with this. When we talk about the Falcons, you did bring up a really good point. Kickstart making the call, sort of leading this team right now, is a very, very big deal. I got to ask this because I don't think it affects him, but I think it would affect most players, Poro. This idea that Gustav, who historically is this impressive leader of some of the best teams that have ever come out of Europe, is sitting in the wings watching you. Like, that would stress me out, but do you think Kickstart even cares?
I mean, there's always a part of you that wants to impress the new guy, right? Like, especially when it's a guy like Gustav that's been around for a long time. Like, obviously, they all know each other very well, but this is a different situation, right? This isn't hanging out poolside, talking about the day's games at PGC. Like, this is, you're gonna have to come to terms with some stuff when it comes to like shot calling and you know, and you always wonder like the most important thing, one of the most important things whenever you're bringing a new guy in is how does that person take criticism, right? And how does that person respond to criticism, and is it in a way that works with what your team currently has set? And obviously having Gunner there kind of like it makes things probably a lot easier in terms of figuring that out. But it looks like Team Liquid chasing down Toyo here. Are they starting to get a little bit more aggressive here, Matt?
One would hope, because this is their backyard. Los Leones, Toyo gonna have to deal with a very aggressive roaming Luke 12. Just has M249, not even a full stack in it, no helmet. This is just get off my lawn style energy right now.
Right? Dude, he's like, we get to go aggressive. We're so far ahead. Toyo's right behind us. Why not mess with them? I'm not sure if they know exactly that it's them there. Even to the point where, like, Luke turned that corner and flipped the car up onto two wheels so he couldn't even get shot at. Like, these guys are playing so next level that no one can touch them.
Cowboy is actually going for a counter move all the way into Chumacera, but it doesn't get exploited. So pumps us back over here with Godlike, and Rent Free is getting shot at the start. I didn't know that this could happen. I thought that Rent Free always shot first.
I'm gonna turn it over to you guys.
I didn't see how this whole thing started. We'll see, Toffees. Interesting though from Liquid. Like they got out of Los Leones really quickly, Matt, and they know. I mean, Toyo's a Chumacera looting team, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if they did know that Toyo would be kind of making their way around there, doing the split around Chumacera, and then they just leave Los Leones early. They have the M249. They've got a couple of good, decent guns. Maybe go for it. Why not?
I don't know if I could be peeking against Jam right now. He doesn't have his favorite tool.
He doesn't have his bolty,
Doesn't have his bolty.
Or a revolver.
So he's going to have to deal with the bad side of it instead, going with a DMR, but that's okay. But I do agree. I think that what's been going on is likely that Toyo's been going for a couple of drops with cars pretty close to Team Liquid and denying them some resources, because Team Liquid actually left 3 over. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the circle. It's pretty centered up around Picado. So Team Liquid is right underneath of Chumacera right now, continuing to get their loot. It was just Kurt back in Los Leones, I think, trying to get whatever maybe was kind of left behind, because that is a little bit of trash looting coming up from Team Liquid. But this is a statement in and of itself saying, we don't really like you doing that anymore.
It's also a really quick rotate on the part of Team Liquid, a team that, you know, typically doesn't mind taking their time and looting up and making sure that they have all the things that they want and coming into the circle late. Like they saw this circle. This is very similar to what we saw in game 1 that played just off to the north of Chumacera. So I think they opted this time, instead of waiting for the late game, they go and try to take a central zone position as early as possible. So we'll see how it pays off for him, as Godlike still involved with Rent Free.
There's a little bit of a ripple effect of this as well, because Falcons haven't been able to... They usually like to come out a bit more down to the south and get some control over that. I think that they might have spotted out Team Liquid rotating early, and this forced them to be a lot closer to Picado. Usually they kind of abandon it. It is centered up, so maybe they're just playing the math on it, but it feels like they are way closer to Picado than we normally see them play, as Team Liquid even stretching out further, popping all the tires, denying any resources that you can, and Duel's very focused up, given the fact that they're also pretty close. They're just playing on the other side of Picado right now.
Yeah, I do like this from Duel, is just kind of exerting control over their area. If this goes hard east, they're going to be in a fantastic spot. They do have Bestia creeping in off to their east, and actually a number of teams that were doing the rotations coming in from the north have come in from the eastern side of this zone. The only one that went all the way down south is I Am Bolivia, and they should have a pretty free passageway in, as X10 is coming through Los Leones, kind of following where Team Liquid was.
Yeah, no big scary things that are going on. We do have a little bit of a rotate right under New Gen All-Stars that Team Fate's going to be trying to take over. To the west, Rock's going to rotate around Monte Nuevo. That's going to be perfectly fine. Don't worry, Cowboy. Everybody does that every once in a while. You know those keyboards, they just... You get excited. Sometimes your mouse just bumps into them. Yeah,
well, hopefully he doesn't spook himself like I do to myself whenever I do a desk pop. As everybody knows about by now, I may have scared myself to death actually desk popping my own gun in this game before, because I'm a jumpy guy, you know? What can I say? Especially when I'm playing PUBG and I'm by myself, and I think that somebody's about to snipe my head off. But
it's only
Godlike,
anxiety.
it's minor anxieties. But this. I mean, we've seen Rent Free and Godlike posture up like this in this exact same spot several times before. Now the only difference is that Falcons is not up there as well. They have done that before, where they've left 2 in Picado and sent 2 up to the hills to kind of keep an eye on what's coming in from the north side, electing not to do that this time. So Falcons instead just playing around Picado and just off to the east.
Yeah, no other teams really need to make any big rotates except for Wolf. No big rush coming up from them. So might be just setting eyes onto circle number 2. Whenever we're thinking about circle number 2, remember we did go down to Chumacera in that general location last time. Looks like Team Liquid's, that might be one of the reasons they're playing around that in their very wide split that we saw them take over early. We still also could go back up to the north around Power Grid. Plenty of opportunities over there. Los Leones, all the external sections to the west and to the north of that could still be in play. And we do see that where Team Fate is going to be rolling next to New Gen All-Stars. And then we do have the very far west, which nobody is playing except for Rock. In Monte Nuevo down into Brickyard, there's not much to be had over there right now for opponents, which means if we do get shipped that direction, it could be a pretty much a Mad Max moment as everybody kind of cuts that direction.
Very, very calm, pacifist lobby right now. Nobody is shooting at each other.
Not my game.
Everybody's no, I know, right? Well, it's what happens when you're on Miramar and it's 100% playable circle, isn't it? So while we have this kind of shout out to Smearzera in chat, the man himself in chat. Shout out as our #1 scrim streamer. Love to see him in here enjoying himself. As Godlike getting eyes on everything that's going off to the north and west, or east and west. Really, honestly, they have vision over pretty much everything, don't they?
I will say there's another squad other than Wolf that needs to get into the circle, and that's Chapinski's. They were so far to the north, I did not even see them on the map a moment ago, so they're going to have to make a long rotate. Godlike is in a weird split all around Power Grid, which is fine, but they've also kind of let Furia in. They didn't really have too much of a choice around it, so this is just jockeying for position. It's everybody just kind of seeing how much territory they can steal in the early game. Rock just moving further in from the west into the east, getting closer to Team Liquid right now. You can see long range shots coming out from No Way. That is going to be trying to corral anybody from Godlike playing that high side hill very far away from them while they keep control over Graveyard. And it's not too much else other than that. And I can even see X10's a bit bored, so they're just kind of spinning around shooting at walls, I think.
Yeah, I think that was more just relieving boredom for Lopez here. Just give me something, man, something to shoot at. Well, this this C2 shift is going to tell a lot, and it's going to have a huge impact on how this game goes. We'll see where it decides to go. It's going to hard shift up to the north. Godlike in a beautiful position, immediately back in vehicles, going for that high ground, and all our teams off to the south. Well, they've got some decision making to do, Matt.
Here we go. So we've got the Power Grid hillside as the core component of this that the squads are going to have to be dealing with. The low side of it is very hard to get up into the upper echelon, specifically where we're going to see Godlike playing from. That means a lot of teams that are going to be forced into playing this lower section not going to feel too good about it. Falcons going to spout out New Gen All-Stars, still holding down Picado, so going to be trying to corral them as it looks like New Gen All-Stars are going to try to cut for a little bit of a path that they can get into the hillside itself. Bestia's already in position over there as well. Back behind this duel, still sitting on, watching what's going on to the south as X10 is going to be rotating Team Liquid. Remember that wide split? They've regrouped, but that's going to put them in the sight lines of Toyo. None of the squads capable of moving easily as Godlike has to deal with New Gen All-Stars right on top of him, but Tony has it under control.
What? He didn't land a single shot. Iga. Come on, man. Punaj, you got this. Tony,
more.
Can he get another one?
More.
Oh.
Almost. Wait, did he kill his own teammate now?
GG.
No. Finish.
No. Finish. The finisher. The finisher. Sorry, Toffees. I'll stick to my own lane, man. I'll leave the dad jokes to you. But Godlike holding the line, but Rent Free. They see the kill feed. They know what's going on, and they have made their way over here to see if they can capitalize on a weakened squad here.
Rent Free in that position. They still have Bizzler back behind them, finding some oversight, but they're not really hardcore pushing into it. Rock spotting out Furia in their rotate, as this is just going to be the way it's starting to pop off over to the west. Furia has control over Power Grid. Rock's going to be to the west of them. X10 is going to be coming down from the south, but know that Bolivia has one of their players in Azera. It's going to have to be the forefront and provide some cover for the rest of the squad that are going to be coming up back behind them right next to X10's positioning. we also did see a breakaway down to the south.
Jam.
As Team Liquid has managed to get separation away from Toyo.
Jam, stop. You can't be pushing into Godlike with a revolver, bro. Takes down Vanna. So Godlike now down to 2 as Kalnix will steal that knock away. Actually, no, that was his own knock. He got his own knock. So for Fantastico, though, he's going to finish off Furia as a Kraken. Furia now down to 3, playing from that northern side of water treatment, but they do have Rock creeping down from the western side, and Chapinski's also looking over this direction.
Kind of calmed down yet again, as most of these squads have managed to sneak away into getting some decent control over the circle. But reminder, again, the hillside coming out of Power Grid, going into the east, into the lower sections, is really kind of its own line of demarcation that a lot of squads are wanting to try to avoid. That's why Toyo is going for a longer ramp over into the west, but Team Liquid going for a longer ramp more into the east, headed back into Los Leones, but they're going to cut out before then. I wouldn't be surprised. Low ground squads are going to be Fate, No Way, Bestia, Duel, and of course Falcons still holding down Picado. And everybody else is on the Power Grid hillside, except for Chapinski's playing on the outskirts of San Martin, like you were talking about.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Liquid decides to come in here, because Duel has that big wide split on the south side. They're going to see all of this. So Liquid, despite the early rotation out of Los Leones, the circle not doing them any favors here, as they will eat a little bit of blue zone, try to figure out where to go. The new circle pops, it's going east.
That means that the low ground squad's going to get a little bit of a reprieve, but there's not a lot of positions to play. It's a very flat around graveyard itself. Sure, there's a couple of dips that you can kind of hunker down into, but no part of that is going to feel good, especially given the fact that there's still all the high ground in play that is going to be coming out of Power Grid. So, rent-free, inside track, great compound to play. Godlike going to have to deal with Wolf running right up on top of him. We're going to have a funnel into the west and into the north and into the south, just due to how all of this terrain has managed to set up.
It's wild stuff, and I'm looking at No Way. They're holding that 2-2 split. That is bold to try to stick that. We'll see if it pays off for him, as E-pickups are going everywhere. It looks like X10 tried to hit one, but rent-free in a perfect position to try to catch them out. Looks like they will barely get out of there just in time, as Furia continues to watch Rock make their way just off to the north.
Yeah, this kind of sucks for Furia, because they need to get into the circle as well, trying to keep an eye on how the rotates are going in front of them. The area that's on the other side of where they've been playing in Power Grid is going to be the more open side. It's going to be where it's mostly plains and fields, and they do not like that. So trying to see how the rotates were going to be happening in front of them before they tried to make a play away from it.
X10 dropping on Graveyard, so that No Way 2-2 split may be getting punished right now, but it looks like Slabby will start things off, getting the knock onto Kalnix. Gets him taken down, but now it's a 3v1. DNL has to be on guard, defending his territories. See if he gets some support from Slabby. The rest of the squad is starting to come over here as well. So if anybody had eyes on this, they should be able to backfill that good compound that No Way was holding.
Keep eyes on Fate and Team Liquid as well. They have potential third-party pounce positions on this one while Team Liquid's trying to get in. Santi's trying to see if he can get a little cheeky, sneaky angle onto this, but Doorway's going to deny it all. Flank around the outside. Slabby manages to find him, and the patience pays off. The No Way defense is starting to come together.
Yo, Slabby is just on fire.
Yeah.
This whole tournament, man. He has been doing work for No Way. Let's see if he can get another one, as X10 down to just 2. On the other side, looks like Lopez has the high ground. They're going to be feeding that information over. The Molotov will land. Cloudera will go down to Lopez. And now it is just 1 remaining. Make that none, as No Way holds the
Team
line.
Liquid!
But now the third party from Team Liquid coming at the worst time.
Jumps in, opportunistic as can be, but harassment's going to start coming out from Team Fate that has a little bit of high ground over this position. How bad do you want this, Team Liquid? Because you feel if you're going to push up that hillside, you're going to be running right into Graveyard, and the name says it all. There is a big risk going for it, but it BRDM, a couple of Doritos, makes it a little bit safer an approach.
Oh yeah, you feel a lot more comfortable having that BRDM as cover to hide behind. Purdy Curdy has been showing that he is very, very comfortable in playing in and around that BRDM, as No Way will be able to kind of stem the bleeding here after losing Lopez. Meanwhile, rent-free, they're finding Toyo.
New circle has popped, and it moves way down into the low side. So all the guys that are holding on to Power Grid, hoping the high ground would provide, and now they're going to have to deal with a whole new set of problems, as it's going to be a stack of teams all on top of each other. Rent Free's got to get in. Toyo's got to get in. Raps coming up from Rock and Chapinski's while this is going to be going on, looking for some type of dips. Other side of this, Furia also going to be making raps. There's just so much noise going on around all of this. Nobody really wants to go for a power move, and odd coming out from a squad like Rent Free.
Here you go, Wolves. Get that opening knock on Oposa, and that might give an opening here for Copenhagen Wolves playing in from that high ground. Looks like Fury is going to retreat, and now Wolves will turn their attention back over towards Rent Free as Toyo will escape from that fight.
No Way's got a lot of friends. Bolivia just jumps right in the middle of the Falcons. Fury does at least manage to get the knock onto Kickstart before going down, but is instantly flushed. Bolivia, no real ways to get into the circle, decides that they're going to go for the same positioning that Falcons are going to be playing from. Duel going to run right in front of it, almost just kind of being a meat shield. Everybody else now turning shots, except for Bestia. Still taking a couple of third-party shots into this.
Oh, he didn't spot
and
it.
The timing for it was terrible.
Nicely done by Kamba. Now they'll push through. Get one. Bad is going to get taken down by Shrimsy. Kamba with grenade in hand. That could cause some big damage here. Let's see if Falcons can get the res onto Gustav as Rock going to lose Santastico and Cowanzine.
Pinsky's holding their defense together. Now they've got control of the Northeast. Falcons wanting to do the same thing. Kickstart's already gone. Gustav still bleeding, but now Rent Free, being Rent Free, says, hey, there's a kill there that I can get. Let's continue to see if we can steamroll this. Gustav just trying to feed the information over. Back over on the graveyard side, you can see that Rock's just having to hunker down inside of all of this as they are firmly surrounded. They've got Japinski's to the north. They still have Fate down to the south of them. Let's not forget about No Way holding down Church.
Can't forget about them. Fate still creeping over in that. I think the biggest problem for Rock right now is probably Chapinski's, but Sparking going to do his best, kind of cause problems. And actually, these are shots from Wolves, I think, being sent over towards Rock as well. Toyo just below Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to have to fight them here eventually as the circle is starting to arrive. But Wolves, I gotta say, it seems like they want to hold on to that high ground as long as they can. If they can clear out Toyo, they might be able to do it.
Falcons got a little bit of distance away, but you can see that Rent Free is still playing in the lower side section of it. Emmy, great shots. Manages to take down Vox easy. That stalls out a lot of what Wolf was trying to set up. But Toyo not in that much better of a position. Right up against the blue zone itself. No third parties really coming into effect just yet, and that's going to give enough time for the Falcons on the other side to go crazy. They're trying to find a way to sneak in and find some more kills, but they also have to deal with the gate kept coming up from Rent Free, and they're handling it efficiently.
Yeah, the gatekeep from Rent Free, also the third party from Bestia on the other side of the road. They got to keep those smokes cycling as Rent Free is dug in right now. They've still got a little bit more utility to send over in that direction, as now Furia is actually third partying Toyo, so that might open up a little bit of a door here for Copenhagen Wolves as they try to fight down. But here comes the push from Falcons through the smokes.
Lots of flashes. Gat's down on his belly in the thick of it all. Tig just blind spraying, jumps back out in the blue, tries to get some damage on it, but there's just no vision to be had. Shrimsy runs forward, he goes down. Tig, the last one up, gets the sprays, gets the information from his down teammate, but doesn't get the secondary knock. Gat still clinging to life, gets his meds off, and let's not forget Bizzler's still behind all of this. Tig runs out into the blue, flanks it back around, and gets the knock.
What a play from Tiggleton. He gave him the old okey doke, went out into the blue. He's not going to have time to res Shrimsy, but he can at least get some meds here. Remember, Bizzler's still alive for Rent Free on that low ground, but the blue zone is coming in. Bestia is still staring daggers over in this direction.
Yeah, this feels pretty bad for both of these squads because there's nowhere to go. The circle has abandoned them. Toyo got the focus of a whole bunch of friends, and now Wolf's trying to make their way down the hillside right next to Godlike, and this is going to be the more open sections of the circle. They at least managed to get to a rock, find some safety, but now we're going to have Bestie that has to get in the circle. Bizzler, Tiggleton, Chapinski's got to regroup, and Team Liquid with their BRDM also has to find a way into the circle because it looks like they don't want to go through Graveyard.
Actually, great work from Wolves getting down there. They get that support on from third party to get rid of Toyo. And they'll survive for a little bit longer as Tiggleton. Clip it. Just clip it.
Hard to live down.
Just clip it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can say. Stuff happens sometimes. Bizzler, congratulations, you win. As now Team Liquid, what do you do? Looks like they have opted to go back into Graveyard. Remember, No Way's been holding down the Chapel for quite a while. So now they've gone over to more of the Longhouse style situation. Fate's got the other one on the other side of this one. So Team Liquid, BRDM buddies start to say, nah, let's go in a different direction. Let's see if we can go back over into the graveyard itself, where Chapinskis are going to be playing on the other side of.
It's like Renfree is taken down as the tank moves ever closer to Chapinskis. Purdy Curdy wants to get everybody out of there before they get into to Panzerfaust range for sure, but he'll get a little bit closer to Chapinskis, see if he can maybe get that angle of their inside circle. Now they can send the throwables over their way. The grenades are going to start following, but Chapinskis has plenty of room to run around here. Oh my God.
Circle abandons all of the firefight over here, so now all these squads playing in graveyard got to do something. Godlike's going to get the circle and be able to be comfy. Wolves as well, and it's going to be a crossfire. Now it's going to be Team Liquid one side, Wolves on the other, and Chapinski's nowhere to go. Explosions galore, raining down all of the cars. Chapinski's dodge out a couple of them, but there's just more nades coming, and there is nowhere for Chapinski's to go. Their car now covered by other cars that have exploded.
And now the push coming in from Team Liquid. They heard the firefight going on between Team Fate and No Way. It looks like Team Fate will actually take care of No Way. So now they can come over here and start third-partying this. So Team Liquid needs to finish this off as quickly as possible, as Luzera will hide in the smoking wreckage, but the BRDM will come and give him a big old smooch right on the jaw.
BRDM is going to be big going into this circle because it is open. It is fields galore. Duel's trying to creep forward. Right as soon as they do, boy, everybody turns. Bestia taking shots, Fate taking shots, Furia taking shots. Duel somehow managing to creep their way through just a couple of feet to get into the circle. But now Furia's got to get in the circle, and Bestia as well. And the focus turns from Godlike now to Furia. Team Liquid taking the shots onto Fate, but Fate looks like they could try to get there and gatekeep out anything that Team Liquid wants to do and maybe try to contain that BRDM.
I like what Fate is doing here. They're being proactive, trying to get better spots before Liquid can get on the move. As you said, they're going to try to keep them pinned, but it might not matter because they're getting put into a tough position. Duel, though, is going to get eliminated by a nice grenade, or actually, I think that was Draft Kane taking down Kane. Frogman taking down Wooly. Well, it was just a combination, wasn't it? Bestia still active on the other side of the road. They've got Furia very much pinned down here, but Snakers will be the one that gets the knock on a BL.
Furia's, if they can even manage to make it into the circle, that would be a massive success for them. Bestia just can't really focus in the way that they want due to the way that Fate's playing. Fate went for a little bit of a split across, and the way that that's coming out is getting pretty punished right now as Draft King. Yeah, there's just nowhere to go. He's going to go down. Furia is eliminated. Now Team Liquid turns their focus on the more southern section of Team Fate.
Oh, they are farming now. 2 flushes onto Dad Buff and Mio, and now it's down to Tater. Actually, 2 of them. They're right on top of each other. I can't see who the second player is here for Team Fate. But
get in, kids.
Look, remember earlier on when you had that E pickup that dropped on top of Cemetery, and I believe it was No Way that had to collapse their 2-2 split. Godlike was the one that got the compound that they left. So nobody else saw it. Godlike takes it, and as a duo, they've been able to hold this down this entire time. Fantastic fortune for them. As Kurt, I want to go say hi close up.
Team Liquid just keeping it slow, keeping it steady. They still have Luke up into the north as now Godlike still has their compound in play, and the circle is going to favor it, but it is just the 2 of them alive. Wolf going to be also inside the circle with Luke, but it's going to be Bestia that has to figure out some way to get into this very crazy circle.
Yeah, this is wild. And Godlike, they just get to sit back and vibe. I mean, 7 kills for them. They needed some help. They needed to start kind of climb up. It may be a little bit too little too late at this point, but if they can pull off a win here as a duo, they might get themselves in better standing, and it might not seem so impossible with 5 games remaining. Bestia, as you said, in a very, very difficult spot. Wolves doing their best here to try to find some success here in the final game as well.
Crossfire position set up from Team Liquid over into the east is getting a little bit of harassment coming out from Godlike as the Team Liquid has now moved into the circle. And it's going to provide Bestia a little bit more, as really now that Team Liquid doesn't have the easiest line back into him. Godlike's also going to have some vision. There's still multiple members for Wolf waiting to see how Bestia is going to try to get into the circle. It's going to be chaotic, and they're going to have to pull out a miracle. Best aim that's conceivably possible. But we have seen Pippa today run through sniper fire and avoid it all so that way he could save a teammate. Can he do it now whenever he has to get in there and try to save his whole team and keep them alive?
We have indeed. Pippa, well, I'm not going to do it when you're knocked. H-Wing going to get that first knock, and then Frogman going to go down to the blue, and it might just be a donation of points over to the blue here for Bestia now that they know they're in a bad spot. Actually, they're going to try to send it. Vinny will get shot out of the vehicle, though, so Benya now the last player left alive. It looks like Godlike will be the one that has the best angle on him as he tries to pull in a little bit closer, but, oh, yeah, Kurt's got his BRDM. He's going to go say hi.
Poor Benya jumps out, makes landfall right on the rock, looks to his right, and he's like, oh, dude, come on. BRDM, do you have to be there? But Kurt isn't going to be able to really go for this either because he's not inside the safe zone, so he can retreat this one back up. No real need to risk the BRDM, so perfectly set.
Okay. Well, Benya, well, at least heal up and slow things down for now. As everybody just kind of holding their edges, everybody kind of trying to do their best to avoid the line of sight of LFP, really, I feel like, as Team Liquid just playing that ridgeline, and they're going to get to keep a little bit of it in as well, as they have that BRDM to work around, so looks like Wolves will be on the clock.
Pacing slowing back down is, yeah, it's just going to be, how do you find a way to get yourself into a very open circle? Godlike's going to have a lot of vision on anything that moves towards the center. Team Liquid, though, still has to find a way to creep in. You can see Copenhagen Wolves and the struggle that they're dealing with just to still be a few meters away from the circle. Benya, we saw him make his crash a second ago, but luckily he doesn't have the BRDM focused on him now. Seems like it might be happening, though, as it is just going to be Kurt going back and forth, picking up one of his players and rotating him back to a new spot. Repeat and recycle.
Yep. Let's see how many smokes that Wolves have left in the chamber, as looks like they found at least one angle that they can approach this compound from without getting free farmed here from Godlike. Nice shot from Flood will take down Benya. So big game here for Wolves to end the day. Put them a little bit more within reach. If they can get these guys in a little bit closer, they might be able to get more done, but it looks like Team Liquid is starting to get a little bit more proactive with that BRDM in play.
Slow roll it back over next to the Wolves, get control over everything that isn't the compound, and Wolves read it. They know that it's coming. Everybody's starting to jump out. Panzerfaust in hand for Alo, and Team Liquid wants to secure this top position on the leaderboard in a big way. Shots starting to reek through, but Alo goes down. Good connections coming up. Snakers manages to get the knock onto him, but H1 does go down from Haven.
War is hell. Haven, oh, Haven's taking that high ground. He's been holding that high ground for a minute here. Purdycardi going to go ahead and try to move that BRDM, get him a little bit closer. Can he get the flush onto Snakers by running him over? He's going to go for it. He's going to at least chase him away, as Snakers will be alive. No, Kurt will jump out, and he will get the kill. Kurt will get the 11th kill here for Team Liquid, and now it's just the duo from Godlike.
Runs back over to his down teammate. Now, still got somebody back over there, but the BRDM being a massive distraction. Two players up for Godlike. One of them has the Panzerfaust, sends it out, doesn't get the knock onto Kurt, and now Godlike, you have to walk out into an open field with 3 points of angles set up by Team Liquid.
Might have just held on to that Panzerfaust a little bit longer, but trying to do the send from range is definitely a strat. Haven gonna get knocked pretty low, but at least able to get into the smokes for now as the spray comes through. LFP will play along the backside of that house for as long as he can, but it feels like it's all academic for Liquid at this point.
They have been picking up utility from down crates. They are still rocking, sitting pretty decent on some of their ammo. I say that, we're kind of bouncing between different spots. They don't need that much, though, as Alo is going to take down Haven. LFP, the last one up, the blue zone right back behind him. Nowhere to go. Sure, Panzerfaust. You never know. Could have gone on the window. Could have got something out of it as LFP. What do you even do? Alo's already got you down to 13 HP.
Not much, man. Not much you could do here. I wouldn't be surprised if he donated his points over, but I think Liquid is already predicting that, and they're going to make the rush in and see if they can at least finish him off.
Oh, the molly!
Molotov is going to land on him, and he's going to go down. Liquid gets the win, and they also get the final kill to secure their hold on first place.
24 points over second place, moving into day number 2, Toffees. Liquid is being dominant.
If there is anything that is flarely obvious, it is that Liquid knows how to get BRDMs. I don't understand it. It is wild. I know that when Nomi worked for the Wolves, his job was to help predict circles using algorithms and mathematics and like crazy fuzzy science or something. I'm starting to believe he's here just to help Kurt find flares. Like, he's got some math problem that's like, Kurt, this is where flares spawn. Because how else can they do this?
I mean, look, they're sitting on 122 points.
Yeah, because of flares.
Yeah, no, they're not sitting on 122 points because they got a couple of BRDMs, man. Like, they've been doing a lot more than that. So, at the end of the day, like, obviously, fantastic work with the BRDM there at the end. As I see Tickleton just absolutely donkey young Gats there. But
are we going to get the Tickleton clip? That was the question.
There's not really a whole lot of counterplay there at the end, is there? If you don't have any Panzerfaust, you're just kind of left to do this and watch that purdy-curdy cockroach coach come right up on you.
No Panzerfaust, your hands are stuck. That stinks, man. And you're right, but there is no counter to that. And here we go to Liquid. I love that he tried to pull out the molly to go ahead and deny himself if he managed to catch that tick, but it's just not going to happen. Liquid comes away with the win. Falcons, though, 16 kills. We did not get to see it, Matt. Tiggleton absolutely turns. Shrimsy gives everything, so Tiggleton can take everything. And then Tiggleton gets killed by the best right afterwards. What a fight. That was awesome to watch.
I don't think that's the right leaderboard.
Tig did actually go down to only the best being himself. No one takes down Tig except for Tig. But this is... this has been a climb for Falcons. You do have to say that in the least because they were coming in. It was feeling a little bit dicey, but we know that this squad is one that can often rebound in the later stages. Day 3 for Falcons feels a lot better. There you go. Team Liquid getting those kills that they deserved a second ago. And also Godlike, they've been having a little bit of a struggle. We got to give them their laurels.
Bro, I was like, I don't remember that many kills, but like, who am I to dispute the facts in front of my face, right?
It's like
Falcons had 5.
I looked away from the leaderboard for a second. Maybe they did have 16 and I just didn't see it. I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't Liquid that was getting all the kills. Maybe they were yoinking them. Who knows? But that was Falcons has makes a play. They get 5 points. They come up at the end of the day. Chapinski's also up there, managed to get 5 points. A team that has been kind of fun to watch. Impressive. And Copenhagen Wolves and Godlike. That's it, Matt. These are the teams that had to do something, and they wait till the end. But that should put them in the race tomorrow.
I'm just hurt. Rent-free.
Hurt.
You're going like for circles? When did you become this rent-free? My heart hurts. I want you to be sending it and going after whatever kills you can find around you, not going for circles.
It's part of their strategy. The first day is about the deep cut. They mess with your head and make you don't know what to think. And then the second day they start to evolve, okay? And then tomorrow, they're just going to send middle right away every single time and probably have every circle. That's what's going to happen. They're going to grind themselves up into the top 8. All right, overall leaderboard. What 120? Just Liquid. Calm down. Calm down. This is outrageous. 122. Liquid is king. Looking good. Furia right behind that. Toyo and then now Falcons up to 4, and they are close to second. The problem is, Poro, as I look at this, I'm like, how do you catch Liquid? Because even after they missed circles in the first half of the day, they came back just as strong.
You know, at this point, it might not be about catching Team Liquid. You might, I think if you're a team like, especially if you're Falcons, you're looking squarely at Furia. Just try to take overtake Furia. I think that big win that they had might have been enough to ease some of the tension, ease some of the pressure that they were facing in terms of the overall PGC point race, right? Like, I think that that big, obviously getting the victory in our first grand final, you get a little nervous that Team Liquid is doing as well as they are. They probably get the win here and they probably knock you out of first, but any other team that might have been chasing you, Godlike, Copenhagen Wolves, just make sure you finish above them and you should be in the clear.
So I have an official statement from the coach of the Falcons, Machine Gunner, says that due to the fact that Purdy, Curdy, and Liquid are relatively new to the game, they feel strongly that they will pass them tomorrow.
Okay.
Come out in first position. So you heard it here first. That's straight from the horse's mouth as Gunner throw downs the gauntlet.
See, now you're
I'm not gonna
confusing
tell him
me.
he's wrong.
Horse's mouth about liquid. What?
You
Keep your analogies
you
together.
keep sneaking these in here, and it's driving me crazy because like sometimes I'll catch them, and then sometimes I'm like, was that?
But
a
he was
reference that
talking
I
about
just didn't
Gunner
get?
and then making the horse's mouth reference about Gunner about Team Liquid whenever he makes the horse references about.
See, the key is you just can't talk about it, okay? When somebody makes a dad joke and then references, it's just not as much fun. All right, now let's talk about the
fair.
players to watch, right? We got Shrimzy, the sacrificial lamb of the Falcons, and Solds, the king of the nade. May I remind us all of the Solds nade a mere 3 games ago? Boy, that was hot to watch. Side-by-side comparison, though, Shrimzy's damage is bananas.
It is. And I mean, going back to what we were talking about before, I think it's, obviously just a byproduct of how these three are playing together, but the introduction of Gustav and then how they're figuring out how to play around Gustav and what Gustav is able to open up for them now with the way he plays, it seems like they're really starting to click on all cylinders.
All right, so it sounds like we've got some clicking to talk about. Let's just get into it. We've got the Falcons. We're going to talk to them. It's interview time with the man, the myth, the newlywed. And I can say that because he put it on social media, so it's obviously public information. This is Tristan. Let's bring in the Shrims, the Shrimzy. Hey, what is up? Okay, so we got the Shrimsmeister here. Welcome. And I'll start out by just saying congratulations to you and Kat. It's about time. Happy for you guys. Good luck and best wishes. You're going to love it. I was at a concert for Ben Folds, and somebody proposed, and he stopped the concert and goes, did you just get engaged? Or did you guys get married? You're going to love it. It's going to be awesome. And then went back to his concert, and I agree with that. You're going to love it. All right. Boro, give a serious question to Shrimzy that isn't about something stupid.
That isn't about something stupid.
Yep.
That's really hard because all I want to ask is stupid questions, to be honest, especially after what happened to Tig in that last game. But I guess my question is, given the overall PGC point race, like that's obviously what's top of mind for you guys, given your international aspirations. When you see a team that came into this behind you, like Team Liquid, what is y'all's goal in terms of like overall? Obviously, you want to go in there, you want to win the whole thing every time you play, right? But once you're getting into the last day and you're seeing how this is playing out, where are y'all looking at finishing in terms of like that PGC point race? What would you be happy with?
For us, obviously, like you said, all we want to do is win. That's like our main goal. We have a long history of winning regionals, and we also have done very poorly in the past 2 years, I think, when it comes to regionals. So it felt really good to win the last one, and I think that's just all that's on our mind. Obviously, come tomorrow, Liquid are up 50 points on us or whatever, 45. We've dropped, 80 points before, last tournament that we just played, so it's possible. It's unlikely, I'll say it, it's unlikely, but it's definitely possible. Liquid has to play poorly tomorrow, but for us, I mean, we're just looking to place as high as humanly possible, We want to win, but if it's not possible, we want to get second. And we just want to qual to EWC, qual to PGC, so as many points as we can get, obviously.
Makes it easy.
I like that. Our goal is to go to PGC. And obviously lift the trophy there, because I think we all need that. Everybody here in the Americas needs that. Shrimzy needs it. All right, I'm gonna ask a question, then we'll go to Matt, and then I'll come back because I have a fun one. But the real one is I asked chat to ask you questions if they had one, and so I got this from Just Autistic. I can't believe I actually said your name out loud.
Good job.
Is your game plan still the same with the new player, or have you approached fights differently with the new team vibe? Great question. Terrible screen name. Shrimzy.
Our fighting is the same. He's kind of replacing H1 in that aspect. Our overall planning and strategy is different. I think Gustav brings in a completely different perspective that we've never had before. We've always been a play as slow as possible, wrap the zone, try to get free space. And now it's like he has a perspective where his teams in the past haven't been like fight heavy. So he's been thinking about the worst case scenarios for us. What if the circle shifts, northeast across the map and we're on the southwest? What are we going to do then? I have a good line here is what he always says, this is our line, follow me. And then we're going through it. So he's been very, very good with pre-planning and getting out of bad spots. So very lucky for that. Very happy. He's been insanely good for us. So we're happy overall, and he's playing well. So
nice, Patrick.
So the destructible terrain has been an impact, to say the least, no pun intended, on how everybody's playing the game, from explosions to mortars or whatnot. How do you think that it has affected you guys the most? Like, are you guys trying to adapt into how it's affecting rotates or your firefighting? I know you guys like to do some edge play that kind of throws all the timings off, it feels like.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult for our playstyle specifically. Like, playing late is much harder now when teams can just get in front of you and start, making holes across the map, make trenches across the map. It's definitely been a change that's been tough for us. I'll just be completely honest. It's been really hard. But it's definitely interesting, and it makes games, I think, a lot more playable for a lot of teams, especially in like our region. I think internationally it's going to be really, really hard. There's a lot of smart teams internationally, a lot of good teams. If you have, example, peek you out of a hole, Hackatory peek out of a hole that you didn't know, he's killing all of you. So the game's changing. It's changing fast, and it's hard. So I don't know. We'll see.
A lot of changes. Very, very crazy year for everybody to sort of stay on top of things. Do you think that opens the door, though, for teams who maybe would have struggled in the mid-pack, or what teams thrive in an environment that is like this? How do you stay ahead?
I think Send-heavy teams are really going to thrive in this. Circle 2, Circle 3 Send teams are going to do really well. Places that were not playable before are now, so you could just go to the top of the hill, dig some holes, and you're chilling compared to what you used to be able to do. It's not super like compound heavy anymore. Obviously the compounds are still great, but there's going to be a lot more playable than there was before. So I think teams that are really just don't want to fight as much and get to the late game are going to have much more success than they had before. I think before it was much more like boom or bust. You're either dropping a nuke on the lobby or you're getting 0 points, and now it's like, you're probably having decent games if you get to a good spot with pickaxes and util and stuff. So, yeah.
I saw you raise your hand, Poro.
Yeah, no, just real quick. I saw while you were talking about that, I was just remembering yesterday when it was, I think, 3 of y'all trying to dig Haven out of like a hole at the top of a hill on that ridge line. Like, there's just certain spots where it gets so difficult. The other question I wanted to ask you real quick, why is that pillar on Rondo getting so much love lately? Like, how does it keep going there? I thought, is there a heat map or the game that y'all won, the pillar? Because we saw it in PGS too, and I thought Circles are supposed to pull away from that. Like, what's going on with that?
I got no leaks for you. I got no leaks.
I thought he might have something, man.
We got tech.
It seems like it. The tech is there.
They've got tech. All right, Matt, do you have any other big questions for Shrimsy, or should we let him clean up and get out of here?
Oh, I'll let that one go. He's got way better people to talk to than me.
Then I'm going to finish with one last question from the audience, the viewers. Let me double check his name. All right, Johnny Warbucks. I think I can say that one. He wants to know, what was your favorite takedown when you were a wrestler?
My favorite takedown? High crotch to a sweep single is my favorite. Or to double, sorry.
Did you say high crotch to a soup single?
A high crotch to a double, sorry.
High crotch
to a double.
If you're a wrestler, you'll know. If you're not, it sounds a little weird. But
if you're not, I think I watched that movie last night. Hey, well, congratulations. Great games today. Yours floor. If you want to give a shout, you want to plug something, you want to tell us where to find your registry, or anything else, the floor is yours.
I'm not gonna post my registry, but yeah, shout out to my wife. She's fantastic. She's the best. I'm very happy. I'm very lucky, and being able to live my life with somebody that I love more than anybody in the world is awesome. Other than that, thank you so much to the Falcons. Thank you so much to PUBG and everybody that sponsors this event. We're very, very grateful for you guys. Without you guys, we would not have a job. Shout out to the fans of Falcons and PUBG. Also, without you guys, we would not have a job. So I'm very, very thankful that you guys allow me to live my life the way I want to live in my dreams. So thank you guys. Thank you everybody for supporting us and PUBG. Have a good night.
Awesome. Thank you, Shrimsy, for stopping by. Get back to the boys. We'll see you tomorrow. It's
Well
always
said.
nice when Kat's roommate stops by to chat with us. I love having him come through. Still there. They left you there so we could just taunt you a little bit. But it was great having Shrimsy as always. Ever the professional. Also, you know, super gassed up and fun to hear him say, like, he's really excited about this wedding and living the life of his dreams. And honestly, that's probably one of the coolest things. We're a decade into this almost, guys. And seeing players like Snakers grow up with the rest of the crew, Kickstart, these guys were young when they started. Now they've made entire lives out of it. Shrimsy's talking about living his best life. PUBG, though wild, has really provided a lot of cool experiences over the last almost decade here, and I guarantee that they are going to continue. We got more games tomorrow. They're going to be awesome. Last day of play where we punch our cards for PGC, earn points for PGC, punch our cards to EWC and PGS, and everything in between. It's going to be a very, very fun time, so make sure that you guys are back here at the same time and the same place, because we're starting off in the grassy pastures and we're ending there again. And those grassy pasture games have been pretty wild, Poro.
They have indeed, and I don't think that's going to change come tomorrow. And I don't think you want to be leaving it all the way to the final game of the day either. So I don't know. I don't know, Matt. I feel like we've seen a lot lately where the final game of the day is still got a lot left on the line. So I expect that trend to continue tomorrow.
I mean, PGC points galore whenever we look at everything that's going on. Sure, there's a stack on the top of the leaderboard, but let's not forget a big part of this. You just heard Shrimsy talking about it is you guys. We want to hear from you down below. Make sure you scan what's going to be going on. That way you can get your insights, figure out exactly what you like, what you don't like. Tell us anything that you want to know or anything that you feel regarding the show. We'll definitely take it to heart. Appreciate you guys so much for that.
You said you guys, and all I can think about is, hey, you guys. What movie was that from? Was that
Goonies?
Goonies.
Hey, you guys.
The Truffle Shuffle. Yeah. I do that well. All right. What a day of play. Hey, you guys, do the survey. And now we got to leave. But before we leave, I like final thoughts, especially after the two of them have actually pontificated about what I think was final thoughts a second ago. So I'm going to make them do more final thoughts this time around. And because Matt just spoke, we're going to make Matt talk again. Final thoughts, Matt.
Dude, super happy for you, Shrimsy. Super happy for you, Kat. Kat's always been super supportive of everybody. Doesn't matter the team whenever she's inside of chat, and always there tuned in. So we know that you guys are watching. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the fans that have been tuned in for so long, but make sure you tune back in tomorrow because it's a setup for the entirety of the year. The last half of the year is going to have so much of what hinges tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned because you might find some new teams to support, or you might just be able to watch some old favorites absolutely pop off.
Nice. Poro, final thoughts?
Got to see if Team Liquid can clutch it out, man. One more day remaining, and we can see if Liquid is back at the top of the table, which I don't think any of us were predicting coming into this weekend. So it would be exciting to see. They are in a great position, but you've got some big hitters chasing them down. So 5 games remaining. Anything could happen. Make sure you guys are back here tomorrow.
Exactly. Be here to see if the tidal wave that is Liquid continues to drown their opponents or if we can see someone fight back. Will the Falcons rise up? Will Furia stand strong? Or can Toyo resume their attack, their surge towards the front of the line? We're going to find out. 5 games left to play. Dreams to be made. Dreams to be crushed. Make sure you're here to see all the action. And until it does, play more PUBG, y'all.